So we're playing Astroneer, and let me show you this just to give you like an idea of what I complain about a lot in this game. That's right, we're starting with complaining immediately. Nothing has even happened yet, and I already have something to complain about. I think some of you have it open anyways, but I'm going to show it. So it's what is this going to reveal? Okay, good. It docks me. There we go. I should do it. All right, good. I think that's showing up. All right, so this is an event. First of all, let me see if I can find this. God damn it! What am I doing? That's not the one I wanted to show. Where the hell's the year of the glitch thing that they were? Who designed this website? Oh, here it is. All right, it just has a weird thumbnail. This is the thing I want to show first because this is important, chat. This is the year of the glitch. Now I'm gonna make a joke, and everybody is gonna have to pay me royalties for this joke. But I thought that it was already the year of the glitch for the last 5 years that this game has been out. Incidentally, they're celebrating their 5-year anniversary. So that's cute, but I'm not really sure how this is any different from what we've been dealing with for the last 5 years of playing this video game. But apparently, chat, this is actually the year of the glitch. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. Like, all things taken seriously here, they're going to make like funny glitch content or whatever. Like it's going to be an expansion on all those silly like orb balls that we found and that thing that makes the sky all crusty and rainbow looking. But my god, they never fix anything in this fucking video game. Here are the patch notes. Like, I will also complain about this every now and then. This is, I think, the first thing they've released for the year of the glitch. It's an update to one of those like seasonal events. These are the bugs that they have fixed, chat. And mind you, if you've watched any of my streams, you've probably seen at least 2 bugs over the course of my streams, possibly more. Possibly like 20 or 30 bugs is more likely, I think. This is the caliber of the stuff that they fix, and this isn't an outlier. This is what every single bug fix list looks like that these devs post for this game. Let me zoom this in a bit. It might be hard to read if you're on mobile or some shit. We've got... I'd never seen this happen. I don't know what this is. This is one of the colored palettes that I probably don't use. Don't know what this is. It just looks like a UI issue. Intro cinematic
Jeff
can now be...
Bezos money.
Okay, thank you. Oh, was that a Prime? I don't have that up right now. Well, I'm assuming it is, so thank you. I will enjoy Jeff Bezos' money, like, very much. It's honestly better when it comes from Jeff Bezos instead of an actual viewer. Because you can give me your Prime sub and it costs you nothing, except you can't use it on another streamer. So remember, folks, if you have those Prime subs, make sure you use them on someone because they're probably going to take them away at some point this year. Because Twitch is really penny pinching right now. Anyways, intro cinematic can be skipped on Xbox. Cool. This was a bug, apparently. Localization. Don't care. Not relevant to me. Main menu. 3 bugs involving the message of the day. That's it. That's all we fixed. 3 message of the day bugs. And then in multiplayer, clients can no longer join before the host has left their dropship. Cool. That's like if you literally start the game and nothing else. And then I don't even know what this is. I don't know what the one-time tooltip is for Railpost bundles. Remember, chat, if you've watched any of my streams, I run into a dozen bugs every single time I fucking play this game. This is the stuff that they fix in their updates. This is why I incessantly complain every single time an update comes out for this game, and they haven't gone into the Unreal Engine and opened the drop down for collision and set it to disabled on the particle emitters that I have attached packages to in my base. Apparently that's too hard, so this is what we get instead. So it is now the year of the glitch. We have had 5 years of the glitch and we're going on 6 right now. So everybody just pop open a bottle of whiskey or apple cider if you're too young for that or something, and let's celebrate an additional 6th year of the glitch and probably many more to come. I'm done complaining now. Let's go play the video game. I'm not done complaining. That was a jape, by the way. I'm absolutely going to complain more, but I'm done complaining about that for now. Also, hello, Q-Ball. And hello, Axo. Blade was along with the Prime sub. We got background, Adrian, Zozig, you told me how to pronounce that, and I think I forgot because I'm a scumbag. We got Medial, Justice, anybody else if I missed anybody, I'm sorry. I hope you'll forgive me for being a bad streamer and missing chat messages. There's just a bunch of Soap Kings in my chat, so some of it got scrolled off the top. Hydrate. Got it. I'm on it. It's the stuff. Alright, so here we are in the year of the glitch. Which, did I fix my settings? It probably looks indistinguishable from what it normally does. I need to stop. We're gonna stop doing that joke. Okay, this is the usual settings. We have to not do that joke for like an hour, so anybody new who comes in can be like caught off guard by it next time that I say it, because my god, it's such a good joke that I'm gonna base my whole stand-up routine around it for the next like 8 hours that I stream this game. So anyways, it's been a while. There was actually a seasonal event that they recycled that I just didn't stream at all. It was for the Christmas stuff, I think. I think it was the holiday event or something. I don't know. There was probably like a new cosmetic that I was never going to use. I'll break it down for you. I was supposed to print a bunch of these. Like, it would have just been this one. The other ones don't even matter. I would have just printed like 400 of these things and sent them into space on our funny request platform rocket. And then I would have gotten a cosmetic that I'll never use. So really, I think we all saved ourselves some trouble here by me being a bad streamer and just not streaming Astroneer for like 2 months. You didn't miss anything. However, there's a new event going on now, and it's actually new. Never before seen. The cosmetic was trash. It's always trash. But when is it ever actually something I would want? I don't remember. You know what? This hat, I think that they released like 2 years ago, is the last events cosmetic that I actually used. Is this fucking hat. Which looks stupid, but it's amusing stupid. All the other ones are usually just dumb shit. Like, yeah, here's a silly looking prop. We're gonna put it on your character's head. Enjoy, huh? Let's go see. What do they usually do? Yeah, I could have a gear mohawk. I could have this. Let's see what else. I'm trying to figure out which ones are event ones. Alright, this one was an event. This one's kind of cute, actually. I don't mind this one. This looks hideous. I do not like that. This is from an event. This would maybe look better if it was like a little bigger, but kind of dumb. This one's alright, I guess. That one's okay. This one looks just dumb. If it was just always orange, it might look a little bit better. What do we got here? I don't even understand what this is supposed to be. Just, this is too big. They need to scale this one back a little bit. We got the Soap King. This is, I think, these are supposed to be cat ears, I think, or fox ears, but they're so small that they just look like I have like little tits on my head. Like they had a chance here, but I think it's because there's a cosmetic in the shop that is an actual like cat ear headband, and I don't feel like spending like $9 on that. So instead, this is the best that we got, and then you can have this idiotic looking thing. It's underwhelming to say the least. I'm trying to find the one that they fixed that bug for. Oh, we got a new one here. Well, I think we're going to be unlocking... Oh, never mind. That's for hardcore mode. I'll do that on another time. I don't even know what the one is that they fixed here. It must have been a shop, like, color scheme, because I don't think I even have the one that they patched, apparently. Those look even worse. Yeah, these are not very good. No, god damn it. No, locked in. No, go back. Go back to my hat. Like, there we go. Honest Living. This is like honestly the best one that I like. Oh, but this one too. Here's a stupid one. It's attire, and the name is Formal Attire. Isn't that great? That's just lovely. So we're gonna be a good farmer. I swear to God, after every single stream that I use the lab coat, it changes me back to the dummy thick like Gerudo outfit. So, you know, whatever. We got thighs, because for some reason it keeps changing me back to this one after streams. So we're dummy thick on this stream. I'm not going to change it unless somebody like really wants me to. Anyways, we got a new event happening now. Let's see what exciting things we stand to unlock. There's some free stuff in the shop if you care to scroll. Because there's no sorting, you'll have to suffer. So I have to look at all the things in the shop to see the free ones. I might have bought the free ones already. Well, bought as in like clicked the button that gives them to me. I'll check on that after this. Let's do this first. So, Year of the Glitch. Whatever, I already forgot what this was called. what this event was called here, but I am error. It's a funny reference to Zelda 2. Though everybody knows it from Isaac. I'm pretty sure it was a Zelda 2 text error that led to that being in Isaac. But you know what? Isaac invented everything. So if you think this is from Isaac, then yeah, sure. Why not? This isn't, it just says underground, alright? I mean, they explained literally everything is underground for this event in their blog post, so there's not a whole lot to decipher here. And we got some crusty numbers. I don't even know what this number is. This isn't like the integer like limit or anything. This is just some number they made up apparently. I don't know if there's like a meme behind these numbers or if these are like a reference to something. They could be. Like they're random, but not like quite random enough for me to think that maybe they didn't try to encode any meaning behind it. So I don't know. If anybody in chat's feeling creative and you think of something, for 111,519, I am actually legitimately curious if they had any hidden message behind that or not. But let's see here. Okay, so we're gonna have to send some stuff into space. We can send fart gas, DNA, presents or packages, or burritos, apparently. We're gonna be sending burritos into space. So let's go ahead and begin the investigation. I apparently just completed a mission. I didn't even know I had a mission. Let's go see what the mission was that I just completed. Yep, and N14 versary. Something, I don't know, this is leet speak. Underground compass anomalies detected. Investigate underground. Okay, so we're gonna be doing that, I guess. What do I win? Work light. What? Devs, can I please see more than like 2.5 lines of this? That's garbage. I don't know what unknown biofuel is. Medium wind turbines. We're gonna immediately shred those, I think. And some bytes that we don't need. Because we have 500,000 bytes, and I have literally never farmed bytes on this playthrough, so. Unknown biofuel. Simulation's still wonky. I better check under the hood and do the old turn it off and back on again. Frank. I don't think we've seen Frank in the lore yet. And it says small printer at the bottom of the text here, and I don't know if that's just them like pretending this is a buffer overflow or if there's actually something in the small printer. Anyone who does actually know what this is, don't spoil it for me. This is the only excitement I can get out of this game anymore. So just let cosine do cosine things for a bit and try to get as much content as possible out of that. Okay, so we do use it for this. So we've got a new row down here. We can make Cosmic Automaton, which is actually... Wait, that thing over there, that thing I said was going to be useless from the Christmas event is a Cosmic Bauble, I'm pretty sure. And then Automaton 9, that's new, I'm pretty sure. I don't think we've seen that one yet. Noxothane is one of the pumpkin things, so we could make that, but I'm assuming they're going to give us the supplies for it. And then we have unknown biofuel. So we don't have all the rest of the stuff that we need. I'm going to put this here so it doesn't fall through the floor, because it's the year of the glitch. It's absolutely going to fall through the floor if I don't look at it for a few seconds. And I'm going to just go ahead and shred all these, because I literally do not need these. These are absolutely useless, and they're just going to lower my frame rate. So let's take all our funny gifts here and throw them away, and then we're going to go check the shop for all the free swag that's apparently in there. And I will have to ban Medial if there's nothing free in the shop, because you're taking away my precious stream time. Is this a normal jump jet? It's a solid fuel. Right. I'm sorry, those are the rules. Alright, what do we got? The shop, this one. Alright, let's see here. What do we got? $11. Okay. All right, you get off easy this time. There's at least one free item in the shop. Okay, you get to live. You get to watch my stream another day. You got saved by this emote. Was there anything else? Let's see. Yeah, there's no way to sort these, is there? And I don't think. Yeah. Yep. All right. Good chat member. I did not know that these were free. Just help myself to all this before they give them a price again. What I think they want me to do here is look at all the other stuff in the shop, but I don't care, so I'm not going to. looking at any of the others. Yep, alright, good. Oh, let's go. We got a shitty top hat. It's just like this game's version of the Ghastly Gibbous. It's just a free item that noobs will probably equip. I think the only reason I would have a shop item is if this one was also free. So what they must be doing is adding a new free item to the shop like every now and then. Because I have literally never given them any money because I'm not going to buy any qubits until they fix their game. So apparently there were other free items before and I've just forgotten. Yeah, same thing with this one here. This one must have been free, or maybe it was an event item and then they moved it into the shop. That's also a possibility. This is riveting content, but don't worry, Chad. It's going to get even more exciting once we're done browsing the catalog here. Don't you worry. What do we got? Okay, that was it. All right, Medial, you get to live this time, but be careful. I was not actually going to ban you, but it's for the memes. It's a funny chat. Don't worry about it. All right, so I was told to go underground and use my compass to find things. So let's think about how we want to do that. What do I have in my backpack? Got 5 open slots. I think I'm just gonna start by kind of exploring around my, like, just the tunnel to the core. Hello, Soviet. And we'll go from there and we'll see if anything interesting happens. So let's just go down to the first cave layer. I mean, we got infinite oxygen, so I just might have to, like, come back for something to be able to carry it around, depending on how much crap I find down there. The fuck? Cat, I found the new content. I found the new content. It was here all along. How did we not notice this for like 30 Astroneer streams? Can you believe it? This is incredible. This was here all along and I never noticed them. God, I'm just blind. Alright, let's go get the new content. So let's see, what is this? This is resin. Resin, those are both resin, I'm pretty sure. My base sucks. What? Why didn't you tell me that these were here? Surely you would have seen these, Soviet. You have a keen eye for this kind of thing. Why didn't you tell me to clean these up? I literally never noticed that these were here for the last, like, 3 years that I've been streaming this game. Have I been streaming this game for 3 years? No, it's like 2 years or something. I can't believe this. Alright, so anyways, we need a source of power. So we're probably going to want to bring a rover or some RTGs down here. Actually, we might be able to use the power snail for this. Hold on, which one is it? It's so hard to pick these up. There we go, this one. Let's see how this looks. Right, you can't attach this fucker to anything. Alright, we're going back up. Hold on a second. They're just floating. The game generated them on what the prior cave floor looked like. I thought that the game tries not to put these in your base, like things you've deformed, but the game just generated them like in the parts of the base that I had already deformed. Like, it just doesn't care. It's like, you know, we're just gonna throw these in. Just whatever. Alright, so let me, I'm gonna fill one of these up as well. I don't know how many of these I'm gonna need, so let's just run around and use a whole bunch of them. I'm gonna fill that up, and let's go get a rover. One of the small ones. It's not gonna be a burden to carry around. Let's see, which one of these isn't dog shit? Probably the crane rover. I'll just take the crane off because we're not going to do any digging. Let's bring this one down. And hopefully I don't need more than one RTG on this. I'm not sure how much power it's going to need. I don't know if I've ever actually used this rover on stream. This is the one that I used to collect soil off stream from this like giant cavern that I've made in here because that's boring and I don't think anyone wants to watch that. But that's how I got all the soil for this base, was this rover with that crane attachment on the back. And I just drove around here for like an hour just carving it out. I assure you, you didn't miss anything interesting from me doing that. Alright, so let's see here. What do we got? Now we need to power this one. Trying to... Camera, please. Cable plug. Alright, what do we need? Oh my good... Oh, well. Grab it. Oh, I got it. I did not expect that thing to just fucking get yeeted, like, into oblivion by that. But sure, why not? I think it's because they put like 6 physics objects in it, just like sitting loosely on the ground, so it just got like absolutely blasted out of there the second that they spawned in. You have to be ready for that. I'll clean these up later. Alright, what else have we got here? So I need to go get my resin now. Oh, is it actually going to give me resin? I wonder if this is self-sustaining. It was always off screen. Oh, you're right, the camera probably wasn't letting me see them. Yep, alright, so these are going to just fly off every single time I do this. So there's like a little mini game associated with opening these. Thank you, physics engine. Very cool. Hello, Captain. Chad, tell me if you spot one of these, like, off in the distance. Not one of these capsules, but if you spot, like, one of these little items, like, fly off into the distance and I don't notice it, because I might miss it, like, as it happens. And I would like to get as many as I can from these things near the base. Please don't go in the pit. Don't go in the pit. Don't go in the pit. Okay, alright, none of them fell in the pit. However, that thing's going to despawn in a moment, so I do need to move them. Get this shit out of the way. I was not expecting to just get a bunch of, like, loose items from this, so I'm probably going to need to give myself more storage space. Also, it gave me compound for some reason, which, I don't know, maybe some of these need compound as well. Alright, let's see. There's a few over there. I don't know if there's a difference between the blue and the purple ones. Yeah, I know, compound, right? Wish we could have some compound. It's not like we have like a canister of 400 compound upstairs, but I mean, to be fair, these events, oh fucking hell. All right, well, that resin's gone. We'll have to, nah, that resin's gone. I'll have to get that later. I mean, it's not, these events are designed with the thought that there might be like a new player or something doing it, so like I'll give them a pass on that. But I definitely do not need compound right now. I'm doing quite all right, thank you, game. Yeah, honestly, I don't need anything. You give me nanocarbon alloy and I'll be like, oh, that's cool, I guess. I'll put it with the others. Some shit flew away. Yes, thank you. Yes, I did ask you to say that. But I know, I noticed that one. It's gone. I'm gonna go pick it up later if more stuff falls down there. It probably unloaded by now, so it should just be floating there when I come back to it. The problem is sometimes physics objects just wake up. Okay, that one was exceptionally violent. I think it's supposed to do that, honestly. This feels a little bit too stupid for the devs to have not intended for that to happen. So, yeah, that's gonna be fun then. This wouldn't be such a problem if I didn't have a fucking hell elevator, like, leading to the core of the planet, like, in the middle of the area I'm cleaning these all out from. Alright, I'm like 99% sure I already lost one of these items over here. We're just gonna find these in the future. These are just gonna be somewhere, like in the distant future when I stream this game again. Alright, so we need to power this one. You've been playing it multiplayer, it's bad for guests. Oh, you don't say. I played this game in multiplayer. That's why I originally played this game, was for multiplayer. I was the host. I was the only person who didn't have a miserable experience playing this fucking game in co-op. Thank you, devs. Oh, okay, you do have to charge these sometimes. I can only assume that the co-op experience now is better, but still not good, is my guess for the state that it's in right now. But I have not tried it again in years and don't really care to, because they apparently still haven't fixed most of the crashes. So, thank you, devs. Where can I put this? Like, we're already out of space here. Okay, you know what we're gonna do? I'm gonna go back up with what I have so far. I'm just gonna put the resin on the compound on the ground. I'm gonna go back up with what I have so far, and let's just see what we can make out of these. I'll come back with like proper storage containers for all this stuff if we need to do another round. Just carry that one in my inventory. Yeah, the space kraken. Did we even encounter the space kraken? I thought it was just you guys all crashing when you were in ships, just for no fucking reason. It just deletes all of the items that were in the ship. Well, and the ship itself. How's that? Oh, that's one of the fuel things. Like, it was bad. It was mostly the crashes, but also, like, chunks just not loading properly. Vehicles getting out of sync between clients and server. You would think with all the cosmetics they put in this game that you'd want to, like, have the co-op experience be better. Hello, Pig. Yeah, cosine's live. It happens occasionally. It's astonishing. I streamed, I think, 2 times in January, so I mean, that's still on par for how I usually do these streams. It varies. I'm trying to do at least 2 streams a month. What am I doing? I am looking at the new Astroneer content, because this is actually a new event. New, never-before-seen content, with probably new, never-before-seen glitches. So, I mean, just strap in, buckle in, buckle your pants, because we're going to be... I don't know what we're going to be doing. So let's see, what can we make here? Just to summarize it, pretty much they said go to the caves. There's a bunch of stuff down there. So I went to the caves, and I have acquired the stuff because it literally generated in the basement where my factory is. Is there anything different about this robot? No, there's not. What is the description for it? Just package and send. Okay, they didn't even try to add like flavor text to that one. And then we got Cosmic Bauble, which I want to double check that this is the same thing as this item over here. All right, you were abusing the... You were one of the people that saw the angle brackets thing, weren't you? Cosmic item... Is this one different? Hold on, is it a different item? It's a slightly different item. I don't know, it's a glitch. Maybe they like reuse the text or something, supposedly. It just says small printer and medium printer on it. The fucking description for the ones from the Christmas event are even more convoluted than the actual glitch version of it. Like, this is even more cryptic. Fuck. Okay. If you put a $sign in between, you'll see dollar. I think it's just like it's some like safety encoding thing that they did, but I didn't look into it beyond that. Just don't hack my stream, please. Hello, Drac. I'm cool. Bye. Thank you for stopping by and complimenting me. Just random drive-by compliment. Appreciate that. Enjoy whatever it is you're doing. It isn't... Oh my god, what the fuck did I just make? Thinking Cat with the gift sub to Mel. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I don't know if Mel's here or not, but thank you for doing that. Oh shit. Oh, you got called out. Well, hello, Mel. You go back to lurking if you want. Like, the thing is, it wasn't a random gift sub, so it's possible that you could have just played this one off, Mel. You could have played this off. It was quite possible that you weren't here, but the gift sub was just intentional anyways. It's the random ones that'll, like, snipe people that are lurking. So you could have played this one off. Like, you did this one yourself. Now I know you're here, and I'm not going to change anything that I'm doing, but hello. Enjoy your lurk. You also knew he was here as well. Okay, that makes it even better then. Alright, so anyways, we made this thing. I think this is one of the things we're supposed to ship out, right? Let me go grab the platform. Alright, your daily fun fact, if you take out your digging tool, you can grab things 4 times further away, roughly. I don't know how far it actually is. So we're just going to do that real quick to bring this over here from across the base. So I think Cosmic Automaton... Doesn't actually say. Let's see, what are we doing? I'm assuming we're sending this away. Payload value 88 to goal 88. Okay. So apparently this fart cloud is 88 points. Let's see what the other ones are worth. I make a couple more of these. All right, meanwhile, the other one is set to... Oh my god, those are actually fast. We need unknown biofuel and noxethane. I'm guessing this is a different noxethane from the one that you make over there. Just on the premise that so is the Cosmic Bauble, but let's see what we got out of this. The unknown fuel is definitely new. It's way too dramatic. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go hop in the rover real quick. I'm not gonna actually do that. We just have to listen to the dramatic music because that's what the playlist decided to do right now. I missed a bunch of chat messages. Hold on. Yeah, Soviet was in that co-op game, and he got taken by the loading monster. Like, he died while fucking loading in because he had no oxygen supply after a crash. So he just fucking perished while downloading the save file for the server, and just he was just back in spawn when he loaded in. My god, this game is broken. Have I found any glitches so far? Not any new ones, but plenty of old glitches. Like, just look around. There's floating packages. My rovers actually aren't falling through the ground, but I had to go out of my way to make that not happen. We got floating rail posts. We got just... I don't even know. There's a bunch of glitches I can make happen, but they're all bad, and I don't want them, so we're just gonna not do that right now. Yeah, you died while you were loading in is what happened, I'm pretty sure, because you don't have oxygen while you're loading in. So you just fucking perished because you were probably standing there on the server doing nothing. I'm looking at this particle effect, by the way, chat. It's kind of trippy looking. I don't know what this is supposed to be. I don't know why it says large printer underneath it. I think that's part of the... I don't know, maybe we can craft these into something better, actually. Hold on, what? Can we make these into, like, higher tier glitch items? Oh, here we go, we can! Alright, that's why they have printer on the text. I need a cosmic bauble. I need resin pound. Alright, what? I guess that's what that image was for. Oxythane, I don't have leaks, I don't have resin pound. I don't have noxomaton either. I'm trying to see if I can make any of this stuff before I, like, use my, like, shit tier items. But it doesn't look like it. Maybe Resopound is in the chemistry lab. Hold on. It seems like something they would do. Oh, that... I mean, that seemed like a good idea, but it's not. So maybe we have to find Resopound somewhere. Because otherwise I have no idea how to make it. Wouldn't be a backpack item. I only got one slot there. Wait, did it say Nugget somewhere? I didn't even see that. Or are you just memeing about something? It's a fart cloud. I'm just gonna keep calling that thing a fart cloud. You never played this game, so you don't know which things are intentional and which things are glitches. There really is... The line between those two things is uncertain sometimes. Alright, well, the streamer... The item it makes... Oh, I'm a dumbass. I'm an actual idiot. Yeah, it makes an Nugget. That sounds delicious. Alright, chat, so let's... Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna send away, like, just one of these things to get the 88 points and see if that, like, sends us down a new crafting station or something. Because apparently our first goal... It might give us the visor, actually. I don't know. I'm just gonna send it and see what happens. You doubt it's a vulnerability? Well, I don't think it's actually a vulnerability. I think it was a hack that they put in because, like, some other stream setup could have had a vulnerability if you allowed, like, those brackets to come through with, like, raw HTML in them. That's my guess for why they did that. I don't think their system actually had a problem with it. I think the double encoding is something to do with, like, another stream overlay, like processing the text or something, and then having some vulnerability show up. The giant text, look, the giant text kind of blended in with the background. I was looking at the fart cloud. You give me a break, all right? Oh, god damn it. Nope, it's just, they just gave us a bunch of trash instead. Did I even, like, get a cosmetic from that, or was that just... Okay, now we need to send 800 of these. Okay, so the fart cloud, which I'm assuming correlates to a single item, because it has that symbol on it. You can add the symbol, like, right where my cursor is. I think that just means that this is a shit tier item. We didn't get anything interesting back from doing this. So what I'm gonna go do is look for better versions of this stuff, because this is not doing it for me. So I think, what can we do here? I don't want to take the rover down to the core unless there's actually something different, so I'm gonna go down to the core manually with, like, a few, like, resources in my inventory and just see if, like, anything different is down there. Hopefully this crap won't fall through the floor while I'm not here. Let me stow away as much of it as I can. There we go. Alright, so hopefully nothing falls through the floor. I'm gonna go down there with, like, a couple resin and compound just in case I need that for some reason. And we'll see if we get anything neat.
3.
Hello, Adam. Thank you for the resub. Welcome. Welcome to the new Astroneer content. Let me top off my snails real quick. I don't know if you're going to be lurking or not, but thank you for the resub. It's always nice to have you here. Here, do that. Put that there. Alright, let's go see what we've got. I suppose I could have used a actual train to go down here. Yeah, let's see what we've got. So another one generated here. These look the same. I'm gonna go down further before I like open any of these. Let's just go all the way down to the core. Ow. I'm gonna go to the core, or I'm gonna stop if I see anything interesting. Okay, there don't seem to be any here. Okay, these are all normal. Like these generated with the game. They're just sitting here on the ground. I know the timing for a perfect jetpack hover in Spelunky 2. It's every 10 frames, I think. Or what is it? I don't remember. It's every 9 or 10 frames for one frame. I'm trying to remember what it is. It's 9 or 10. Like every 9th or 10th frame, I should say. Hydrate? Will do. Sorry if that doesn't make sense. That absolutely makes sense. I know exactly what you're talking about. I just don't remember what the number is off the top of my head. It's 60 FPS for the frame rate of the game. The game just lags if it can't run at 60 FPS. But the thing you need to do is you need to tap the button for a single frame to get optimal jetpack boosting in Spelunky. Yeah, I don't see anything new down here, so maybe it's only in like the shallow areas. We could go to another planet as well, so let's go to the core of Aatrox and see if we can find anything interesting there. I just want to get an idea for what I'm looking for before I start taking a rover around. Made a script to press keys. Well, don't use that if you're submitting runs to Moss ranking, but otherwise, you could probably get away with just doing it like every 10 or 11 frames if it's a script and it's not like super precise. If it's built into the game, if it's like an Overlunky mod you're making, then you could probably get it exact. Just test both values and see what gives you better results. Not an Overlunky script. Alright, well in that case I would say do it every... Let's see, what did I just fucking tell you to do? Do it every like, it's a 6th or 7th of a second or something. Like, something around that ballpark would probably get it for you. Alright, we need to go to Aatrox. That would be, I think, this planet here. Could hold a button and it spams a bomb every frame. Just a bomb macro. And I've done that before. And with Overlunky. That's always fun, though. I need to go to the surface. Of course, I spawned on the wrong side of the damn planet. Actually, do I have a marker indicating which of these actually goes up top? I can just use any of them. Let's just use this one. Did I help make Overlunky? I mean, not really make it. I've contributed to it, but I did fuck all to actually, like, make it happen originally. And I'm not going to take any credit for that. I've just made a bunch of, like, kind of small changes to it for things that I needed mostly. But I definitely did not make Overlunky. I wish I knew how to make something like Overlunky. God damn it. I didn't bring a good drill because I like haven't had to actually dig terrain in an eternity. So here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna teleport to the surface instead and try to find my base. See if there's any caves nearby it. You can tell, chat, that I didn't spoil myself on any of this because I have no goddamn idea what I'm doing. I think I put the base on the North Pole. Please be a base. Please be a base. God damn it. Gosh darn it. Let's try this one now. Want to make your own Overlunky sort of thing. Remember how you hook the game. I'm gonna have to ask you the obvious question here. Why make another Overlunky thing when somebody has already done it? Unless it's just like a hobby project or something, in which case I understand, but Overlunky is stacked. Like, there is not a reason to make like just a random competitor to Overlunky for no reason. If you're making it as a hobby project, all I have to say is good luck. I consider myself a professional software developer, and I have no fucking idea how they made Overlunky. So, like, you got a lot to learn if you're gonna figure out how to do that, because it is, like, I conceptually get what they're doing with Overlunky, but couldn't, like, have figured it all out myself. It's just sort of in retrospect, I could look at what they're doing and be like, yeah, that kind of makes sense. So that is a very difficult thing to do. So just good luck is all I've got to say. Where the fuck is my Aatrox base? Is it really going to be the last one of these? I haven't been here in so long. I always just fly here with a rocket, so I never have to deal with this. Where's my base? That's an excellent question, Adam. I'll let you know in a moment. Yeah, good. Yeah, it would be the last one. I had a 1 in 6 chance of getting every single one of those right. It's just, yeah, it's the last one. Of course it's the last one. Where's the tunnel I made? I know that there's a tunnel here. I'm trying to remember if I built it up here, if I dug down somewhere. Or else. I'm gonna have to go back home and get the better drill, aren't I? Might be down here. Impressive base, yeah, I know. Pretty good. Here it is. Alright. Chat, there's a very good chance that I get lost down here. This is gonna be an adventure. Alright, let's see. Yeah, okay, there's more of these. I need to not forget, it's right over here. It's right here. Death Arc. I could survive down here for a fairly long time, but once these snails run out, I'm in trouble. Just ignore that plant. What is this? That's compound, I think. I'm glad I brought the compound. Get the compass open. Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know what I was expecting, honestly. Alright, well, those are good. Those are gonna be here. I'm not coming back to fucking pick these up. What do we got? We got more unknown biofuel. This is looking like all the same stuff. I wonder if maybe there's just like a variant that I didn't find yet. I'm probably gonna go back to Calidor for this, where I know I'm not going to perish in these wretched caves. But I didn't see anything fly out of this thing that didn't look like resin and compound. I don't know, Chad, did you see anything that looked sus? Because I sure didn't. And craft oxygen filters, yeah, those make me suffer longer while I desperately look for a way out. Let's open one more of these. Let's just scatter more debris around this place. I mean, I guess technically we didn't open any compound ones until we found these, so let's try another compound. It just looks like the same garbage again. It's just some resin and compound, and then also this. And then we got these two here. You see, the devs pulled a fast one on us. Well, I can't even like complain about the glitches in this update because I have no way of knowing if they're actually intentional or not. No understanding of what's happening. I'm opening these canisters with resources I have in my backpack, and they're just flinging trash everywhere. I can't say that I really understand what's going on here any better or worse than you do. Okay, well, I think we're done down here. That's one of those robots that we had already. So this was a fruitless endeavor. We did not find anything interesting. Coastline actually remembered the way out of here, so we're not going to get a death arc. Sorry everybody who wanted that to happen. I actually remembered how to get out, which is good because I do not have a mining tool that can get out of this cave. Yeah, the whole game, it became a feature. It's canonical now. All the bugs, they can just write it off as a feature. Look, if I had a death arc down there, like, I would play it out. Like, I wouldn't save scum something like that. I will save scum if I'm going to just, like, get all my shit deleted by, like, a glitch or going to the Shadow Realm or the Space Kraken. If I died down there, I would own up to it. I would die live on stream if I got lost in that fucking cave, because I deserve it at that point. But I'm sorry to inform you that that just did not happen this time around. My apologies to anybody who was hoping for that. Maybe it was next time. Maybe if they made this game actually difficult to play, that would happen. Or maybe when I do the hardcore run for that colored palette, you'll get to see a death arc. Oh, those floating shadows, by the way, are rail posts on a different planet. If you saw those whizzing by, that wasn't just the stream glitching out. That's what those shadows were. We did a science session on that before. Game, I would really fucking like it if I could actually have the gravity pull me to the correct side of this thing when I spawn into it. That'd be just sick if you guys could fix that. There's a glitch, everyone. That hasn't been fixed yet. This thing does not set your gravity correctly when you come in. Not only that, but you basically always fall to the wrong fucking side of it as well. So, that's a good glitch. Here the glitch is going strong so far. Something higher than purple, deeper. Oh, you're saying, okay. Well, what do you mean rarity though? Did I get something like noticeably better from one color over the other? We've seen blue and purple so far. Am I on an equator for 3? My god, I have not streamed this game in so long. They missed the opportunity to wipe out all the glitch tickets. Yeah, they could have fixed all the glitches and started fresh. Just no bugs. Not fix the glitches, just mark them as complete. And just say it's a feature. Literally go through like their bug reporting software and mark every single glitch as working as intended, is what they should have done. That would have been comedy right there, except nobody would have seen it because their bug list is private, because they don't want anyone to know how broken their game is. That would have been like actual comedy if they had just gone through and done that. I would have been upset, but it would have still been hilarious. But they did not do that, so I'm going to keep complaining about it until they say that all these glitches are intentional. And then I'll complain about it anyway, so really the devs can't win this fight no matter what they do. Cosign's going to complain about it. So we're gonna go back down there with the rover, and we're gonna pay a little bit more attention than we were before. So let me go back over to the parking lot and see if I can find a better one for this, or maybe I can like whip up a better one. All right, so what have we got here? So those two are flying machines. I don't want to mess with that configuration more than I need to. Do I have any tall silos just sitting around that I could use? Maybe this one. Yeah, we don't need the shredder rover. That one's too bulky. Let's go ahead and take this out. Take this for a spin. So we're gonna put this here. Some item canisters. I'm gonna put a couple of gas canisters as well because I think we'll need those. And I'm gonna get my packager mullet as well. Actually, it's got sideburns this time. There's packages on both sides of it. So we're gonna go ahead and grab this thing. Game, where's the magic pixel? Where's the magic pixel? There it is. We're gonna bring this thing down as well in case I need to do anything else with it. And hopefully this will cover me for most of the things that I need. God damn it, these are gonna take all the hydrazine off of it. Hopefully I don't forget about that. Right, let's go get some gas canisters. What's the magic pixel? The magic pixel is the only spot where I can click on this thing where it will actually pick up the silo and not one of the thousands of items I've attached to it. That's what I mean by magic pixel. Like, it wanted to just grab items off of this silo because I have completely stacked it with garbage. Like, that's my fault. Like, that's not the game's fault. That is absolutely my fault that I did that. But that is what I was talking about there. Alright, so do I have any gas canisters sitting around? Not there. No, I do not. Alright, we gotta make some. Let's see here. It's up here somewhere. Devs, this fucking crafting menu still sucks, by the way. Like, it's better than it was before. Is it over with the auto arm? Like, why is it with the auto arm? Why the fuck is the auto arm next to these resource canisters? Like, that's the only thing I could use it with? Silicone and glass. Alright, let's make a... I think we might have, like, let's make like 4 of these. I'm a gas canister? I can't believe this. I don't get any respect around here. That is a good one, though. Touche, but I am upset with you for calling me a gas canister. Alright, anyways, where's my glass? Did I finally use it all? I must have used that silo I had full of extra glass, so just make these manually. This, then we need 4 silicone. Let me empty my inventory first so these aren't just taking forever to move around. Oh, what the fuck? Wait, are these like... Ew, they're all... Okay, they're not actually as gross as I thought. I thought it was like the texture was like protruding outside the glass, but it's not. It's not as interesting as it looked in my inventory. Alright, so anyways, we need this. How are we doing on everything here? I'm looking pretty healthy. The only thing I think we don't have automated is clay. We might do that later in the stream. Then I'll check up on this, explain everything. Alright, so here's this. I'm going to want to make one of these for compound, I think. I don't know if this is going to produce more than it uses, though, so I'm going to take a few of these out. Because I don't know if I'm going to actually get back more of this resin. Did I just place one? No, never mind. No, it did go in. I thought I dropped it accidentally. Just do a few of those. I'll just grab like a handful of these. The base isn't far. Yep, well, we dropped that one. Oh, I don't want that. Oh my god, Chad, I don't know what I'm fucking doing. I will leave these on the floor and I will deal with them later. Let me get like a couple more of these. Okay, good enough. What is this song? It's from RimWorld. Stay strong. Does it work? Does this feature I made work? Copy link address. There you go, that's what it is. Enjoy. I'm always happy to say what any of the songs are that I play here because I'm a bad streamer and I don't have like an overlay that says it. Do I use the second small printer and have to navigate that menu again, or do I just use one printer and wait longer? I think we just use one printer. I don't want to deal with this goddamn menu. We use one printer. Yeah, this was a Soviet suggestion, so there's a few songs from RimWorld on the soundtrack now. You know, while we're waiting, I guess we can clean up the mess I fucking made over here. So let's put this up here. There you go. No, that's not where that goes, game. I want it to go on top of that. This one here. Alright, anyways, another one of these is done. I have this stuff everywhere. Help me, please. Open this, and let's move these over. Sturdy squash and spew flowers. Wait, hold on a second. Do I have this already? Is this the one I stockpiled? Yo, let's go! This is the one I stockpiled a shitload of. Alright, so we don't have to care about these. I mean, I'm still gonna collect them, but I don't think we have to like go out of our way to get them. We have a ton of extras if we need them for anything. So these ones aren't terribly important. I'm still gonna collect the ones that are down there, but we don't have to go out of our way to get these. So if I figure out like a consistent way to get these, I'll just ignore them. It's looking very much like these are the exact same thing too. The one on the left is legit. They're not the same thing. Actually, they fucked it up. I think it's backwards. I think they fucked it up. I think they swapped the entities when they were doing this event. This one here, this Cosmic Bauble, has the number of recovery points for the Christmas event. But then the ones that are over there have the glitch text for this event. They fucking swapped the entities. They're actually backwards. I can only assume that both of these work, but there's a glitch for you, chat. Another glitch. Add that one to the list. They actually fucked it up. They have the wrong ones. Oh my god, this game. They have the wrong descriptions. They put them on the wrong item. There is no list. There's just like an internal list of all the problems we find with this game every time I stream it. Okay, good. These do go in here. It's a very long list. I'm sure their bug report list is also very long and full of things that they just don't feel like fixing for some reason. Or maybe they don't have a bug report list because they don't seem to care really about any of this. So wait, did I make this one? I printed this one, right? Alright, so we got at least 3 new gases here. So this is the canister that I stole from the, like, Halloween event. We're not going to worry about that right now. I don't visually recognize any of these, so I have to keep double checking like what I'm doing before I put them in here. They had a bug report when it's 10 terabytes. I mean, that implies that they're actually writing down any of the bugs they encounter. So yeah, I think they may not have a bug report list. I mean, in all honesty, they do have a bug report list. They have bug IDs for all the stuff in the patch notes, but they're not being very diligent about it. I think we have one more of these left to make. They're not being diligent about actually fixing any of them. And I am going to continue to not buy anything from their shop until they fix their game. So, you're moved, devs. Alright, so we got a squashothane, noxothane, and unknown biofuel. So that's what these two make. I think that's how that worked. Let me make one more of these just to make sure that's how that worked. So it was these two, I believe. Yeah, squashothane was the unknown biofuel and then noxothane. So they took like a known item from a previous event and then just made up a new one. That looks like what they did. That's kind of cute. I don't mind them doing that. Interesting way to get in the glitchy vibe. Does this even animate when it goes in? It does, but it just animates like super fucking fast. No, it shrinks. They put the wrong flag on it. These are supposed to drain before they despawn the container for, but they flagged it wrong. That's another glitch, everyone. That's another glitch. These items shrink away when they get used by a container instead of playing the draining animation. God, we're loaded with glitches today, aren't we? Alright, so I don't need a bunch of these this time around. That there. And I'll just stick this one underneath. I'm gonna keep the extra one here just in case I need it for something. And as for this thing, do I have an extra one of these? Let me just take a clean one. And we want that. I'm gonna leave this up here, and we want our resin, and we're just gonna go down in the basement again and see if we find anything new or interesting. Okay, I guess that's just gonna transfer itself. Acting like I'm surprised. Yeah, I gotta put up an act for chat. Oh wow, chat, look at this new glitch. Oh wow, this is so exciting. Make sure you smash that like button if that was an exciting glitch. Isn't that great? And if you didn't think that was an exciting glitch, share the video with all of your friends. This is great feedback. Don't do any of those things. I don't even know if this is going on YouTube. Fucking like 5 years, maybe this will go up on YouTube finally, and I won't be a bad streamer. And then there will be like one person who actually like does all those things and like memes about it in chat. And I may or may not see their message, but it'll make me happy if you do that. So this is cosine from the past, from 2024, like right before the apocalypse and the United States election where Trump is running again. Assuming the world hasn't ended and you see my video or you find it amidst the ruins of civilization, make sure you smash that like button. It'll make me really happy. Thank you, that's it. That's all I want to share. Where can I put this dynamite? I don't want this in the middle of the base. I didn't even notice this. Oh, these like little Chinese lanterns. That's kind of cute looking. Extremely like large though. Except these ones don't have it for some reason. Yeah, I don't know why these specific ones don't have anything on them. I guess they just, some of them just don't have anything for whatever reason. They decorated like 50% of them. Weird. Alright, so anyway, put this away. No, I don't want to scan that! No, get that out of there! Stop! No, I want that. I didn't realize you could even scan these things. Put that over there for now. Alright, so I think we're going back into the mines, folks. Under pickaxe. I'm not gonna sing it. Chat, you could sing the song if you want to. I'm not doing it. I think we got everything that we needed. Yeah, Lunar New Year. I know, that's why I said it was like a Chinese lantern. I'm aware that it is, in fact, lunar... No, not that song. No, not that one. Adam, not that song. Do not. Do the Minecraft one that's not terrible. Like the other Minecraft song. There we go. Pigo's got it. That's the correct one. Or you any of the songs that's not the Yogscast one. You know what? Anything that's not Diggy Diggy Hole. Let's see here. So we need to power this one. This is gonna be annoying actually because I have to keep taking this thing off to power these. Oh, whatever. I'll get over it. So this is blue. Let's pay attention to what we get out of this. And just to be clear, so we back in the mines would have also been acceptable. Like Creeper. Aw man. That would have also been an acceptable song. What is this song? Excellent question. I need to fucking add a feature to my stream that lets you just see this. That one. This is from Sonic and the Black Knight, a Sonic the Hedgehog video game that almost nobody knows exists. including myself. I never played it. I just heard the soundtrack somewhere, and I was like, oh, this is kind of good. You know, we're going down there anyways, so that's fine. So let's pay attention to what we got out of these. We got Robertsons, we got automatons, robots came out of the blue one that required instant power. So I don't know how we want to document this. I don't know if chat wants to document this for me or what. You played the first level and never again. I don't even know if it was a bad Sonic game. It's just such a bizarre premise. Wait a minute, what the fuck? Devs, why can't I just do this with every item in the game? What do you mean I could store these in a canister? Why can't I do this with packagers? That would be so much better than this fucking shit. Why can't I put packagers in a canister? Devs, you're so close to greatness. There are so many, like, good ideas that you just, like, refuse to implement. Please, let me put everything in these canisters. It'll be amazing. There's, like, no downside to this. I didn't even, like, think to try that. I was like, there's no way. There's no universe where they would allow us to do that. And boy, was I wrong. Sonic and the Ring of Order. Wasn't there there's another one, I feel like. There's another, like, weird, like, Wii Sonic game or something that, like, nobody has ever heard of. It's like the Seven Rings or some shit. Or are you talking about Ring of Order and I just have the name wrong? No, Unleashed is not an unknown Sonic game. Everybody knows. Secret Rings. Okay, I think we were thinking of the same game, but we both had the name wrong. Yeah, Secret Rings is what it was. Yeah, the Sonic Unleashed was the one with Where's Sonic. That, for better or worse, people know what that Sonic game is. It's not a surprise to anyone that existed. Alright, so I just opened another blue canister, and did I even get a robot from that one? I'm not even, like, recognizing if there's a pattern here. So that was a resource canister. Alright, we got 2 power canisters here. Like, the reason I want to know this, of course, is because I want to know how to optimize my experience here. Dr. Eggman is the Sultan and gets Sonic to help stop a Djinn. Or Genie, if you're an American, which I am. But I assume they called it a Djinn. Or Jean. I don't know how you pronounce that. I'm a stupid foreigner. Forgive me, anybody who actually knows how to say that correctly. But of course the question is, was it a bad Sonic game? And I'm assuming it was just mediocre and nobody remembers that it exists. Yep, alright, that one's... Okay, so we got 2 that flew over there. I have to just, like, fucking lock onto these and, like, keep track of where they are as they fly off into the abyss. Wait a minute. Oh my god. Hold on, chat. Brain blast. I'm a fucking genius if this works. I think we finally found a use for one of these. Can I like put this over the top of the capsule before all the items fly off and, like, just, like, pin it down or cover it? Let's see. Let me make sure I can't pick this one up. I need to check and see if I can pick this thing up first. I don't think I can. I think I need to use a winch for this. Yeah, I can't pick that one up, so let's see if this will work. I can't think of any other concave items that you can print in this game, so let's try this thing. Alright, I don't think anything else flew over there. Oh, this is gonna suck. No, this is gonna suck. I don't even know if this is gonna help. Hold on, there we go. Alright, so is this heavy enough to pin that down? I need compound for this one. Where's my compound? That's compound, apparently. I don't know how that got there. Metacritic, as unreliable as they are, gave it a 69. I mean, that's... nice. It was probably not a very good Sonic game. And so this is a purple one. That didn't work at all. They're too powerful. Like, I mean, it worked a little bit, but it mostly didn't work. Like, these things are just way too powerful. The amount of force with which it ejects the capsule. Let's see, can these go into canisters? No. Chat, you know why these can't go in canisters? Because they're the wrong one. I'm checking now. I bet the other one can fit can go in this canister. Let's see, where's the... Okay, over here. Let me see if the ones from the Christmas event go in the canisters. No, they don't. Alright, so I'm still wrong. Neither of them go in canisters. Only the robots. Only the robots go in canisters. I do not understand. Well, good thing I brought these silos. I am no closer to understanding how this works. We did get these from the purple ones. The blue ones gave us robots. And I don't know what the pattern is for Noxophane. So let's see, there's a few more in there. Sonic and the Black Knight with Knight sword fight. It was during the funny era. Yeah, those were all Wii games, weren't they? That's what I figured. Yeah, it's just a glitch. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Nothing to worry about at all. Just a glitch. That's just the Aurora Borealis. Alright, so I need a compound for this. Let me just bring this whole thing in here and desperately hope it doesn't clip up top when I drop it. There we go. So these aren't going to go anywhere, luckily, because they're kind of stuck in a tight space already. So let me just go ahead and open these. Alright, so what did we get from that one? We got just some gas. We got some purple things. I think whoever said the rarity thing, you might be onto something here, but we've only seen 2 rarities so far. Yeah, blue is shit, and then we get slightly better stuff from the purple ones. But where are the other colors? I assume there's going to be like a green one or something. I don't know where the other ones are. Why is that not... Oh, that's not going away because I'm a dumbass, that's why. Let's put these all away. So maybe we stop opening the blue ones if we start noticing that pattern, because I don't need anything that's in the blue ones. I wonder if I should make a rover with auto arms on. I just don't have enough room on the rover to do that. It is such a pain in the ass having to pick all these up. It's not the gameplay I was expecting from this update. I mean, I wasn't expecting any of what I've gotten so far. This is at least interesting. Like, this is absolutely interesting, but it's also stupid. So you... Oh, you know what? Green lusted purple. Look. Look, you never know. Maybe it's a glitch, okay? Or maybe the green ones are on Silva. I could check Silva, I suppose. Oh. Oh, they're also just up there. What the fuck is that? Why is that up there? That's not even attached to anything. Did this one like launch off and then like just stop updating physics while it was in midair? I didn't even see that happen. Well, we're not going to be powering that one anytime soon, so let's just pretend that one's not there. We got a purple one up there, which I also have to power. God damn it. No, we're not doing that right now. This is from Core Keeper. We got another blue one here. Let's test our blue theory again, just because it's right here in a confined space where it's not going to go anywhere. I need resin for this one. I think the rare ones are on endgame planets. We can go to Glacio and check. Glacio is a little bit less shitty than Aatrox, and I have a better base with a train. Yeah, we got robots from this one. I mean, does that make it shittier necessarily? I'm not actually sure if blue is like worse than purple in this situation. Let's go back up and see what we can actually make out of these. I wonder if one of these is like definitively worse than the others. Because I would like to stop opening the one that's not giving me anything I need. I'm gonna bring these out of here. I do want to shred these later, so I'm gonna bring these out. Just put them over here. Do specify if you want a link to any of these songs, by the way. Otherwise, I'm not sure, and I do have to tab out to get one. What's the money hole redeem? It's what you see in the description. Like, there's nothing more to it. You put money in the money hole and it's gone forever. That's just how it works. Will we ever fill up the money hole? Probably not. But who knows? There's only one way to find out, and that's to waste your channel points on the money hole. I don't mean waste, I mean spend it on the money hole. Hey look, compound. I don't even... Oh yeah, I left this down here because I couldn't pick it up earlier. Mouse over the robot again. I love mousing over butts. Why did I say that? It's not even funny. Where's one of the robots? You're talking about these, right? Here you go. Hey, there's your text. And any additional questions? Like, I'm not interested in the base recovery points, to be clear. I want to craft these into the higher tier items. Yeah, well, we're gonna look at all that when we get back up to the base. I'm just gonna drive the rover back up for now. Just because I want an excuse to drive the rover and save my game more often in case it crashes or something. There you go. See, if you don't like any of my channel point redeems because they're all kind of mediocre, then you just throw that in the money hole. Just get all those pesky points out of the way, and you don't even have to care about how bad my redeems are. It's perfect. Everybody wins. I don't have to do anything, and you don't have to care. I wonder if I can figure out like how many redeems have ever gone into the money hole. I am curious how much money has been like just sacrificed to it. I don't know if Twitch gives me a way to check. Maybe the API has that. Oh my god, my frame rate is going down for some reason. There we go, it's better. And the money hole is just kind of like crypto. You just throw your money into it and never see it again. It's pretty much the same experience. Alright, I don't think we need any of these soil canisters, but for now let's focus on what we need to do here. Let us assess the value of all this crap. So we got these things, these, and then we got some basic resources that don't appear to be a new item at all. And then this canister here is from the other event I don't care about right now. And... Wait, I feel like am I missing one? There's one more thing, isn't there? No, one of these is crafted. Okay, so these are the 4 like basic items that we're getting. Intervention. Investment? You're trying to say investment, right? Yeah, not investion. Investion is a new word. Well, it's new now. It's not an investment in anything. You never get your money back from it. But I mean, then again, that's what happens with NFTs. You don't get your money back from those either. So, who knows? Maybe it is an investment. It's not a very good one. Okay, that's everything. Alright, so what do we got here? 20 points for the robots. And these came from the shitty ones. And I think this also came from the shitty ones, if I recall correctly. This, I don't even think we could send this. Yeah, we can't even send this one. This is not worth anything. Call of Duty 5, Investion. Excuse me, why is there no trademark after the word Investion? Because you know that they would put a trademark on that. That can't be a real Call of Duty game. Or maybe like a Tom Clancy Investion or something. Put a trademark on that shit. They love those. Alright, so we got 75 points. Though again, this is the description for the old ones. Let me actually check what these are worth. You can't send these either. Hold up, am I dumb? So can we send the robots? No, we can't send any of the base level items, so these point descriptions don't even matter. We can't even send the base items. We have to craft them into things. You're gonna copyright the word and charge game companies to use it. Good luck with that. I don't know how that's gonna play out. Let's see, what do we got here? So, Cosmic Bauble, which is a good item, and the Automaton. I'm starting to wonder if there's even like a tier list of these things or not, because these are 2 of the items from both colors. And then this comes from both colors as well. So I think maybe we're not onto something, and the rarity doesn't ultimately matter. Tom Clancy's trademark, Rainbow Six registered trademark, Investion. There's no colons in that title. That can't be real. Put some colons between those, and then you got yourself a video game title. Just post that on the platform formerly known as Twitter as like a prediction for the new Tom Clancy game in like 10 years. You'll be famous if that platform still exists when the game comes out. Sorry, Chad. I'm just trying to focus for a second here, collect all these together. All right, so let's make the other thing. We made the cosmic automaton. Let's make our stink gas. Squash a thing. There we go. We already had one of those, but let's compare. What do we got here? So it doesn't actually tell me what either of these are worth. I just want to see if either of these are better in any circumstances. This is worth 88. I could have just added them, but they're both 88. Okay, so there's no like fundamental difference to this, and we're going to, I think, get a mix of everything when we go down there. So I don't see a whole lot that we can do to optimize this process. So what I think I want to do now is try to find new stuff. More so than doing this. And I think we finally have an excuse to use the flying machine. So let's go do that. We're gonna go find some new stuff. So let me take off all the crap that we don't actually need on this. Now let's see, how many slots are on the flying machine? I think it has, yeah, just the one on top and the one on the back. Okay, so we could swap out the one on the back here. Can I craft them into better stuff? We are missing a tier of item, I feel like, is why I wanted to go to other planets. So we can craft... Yeah, there's no new ones here. So these are the ones that we have. We don't have Resipound. We don't know how to get that. We don't have Leak. We do not know how to get a Leak. And we do not have Noxomaton 2. Wait, is that the thing we... No, we don't have Noxomaton 2. I don't think we have Cosmic Squash either, right? We only have the Cosmic Automaton. I'll check. Let me check a couple other things. Let me see if the trade platform has these items. Where is my trade platform? Not the event platform, the trade platform. Chat, am I blind? There it is. Alright, I wasn't blind. It was behind something. I don't see anything new in here. Yeah, there's nothing new. Okay, I don't see anything new in the trade platform, so that ain't it. We checked the chemistry lab. Atmospheric condenser, just the usual 6, nothing new there. I highly doubt this makes anything new. Yeah, this is the usual. Okay, so I don't see anything new that we can make here. And we cannot craft them into better ones because we don't have the ingredients for that. And then presumably they added some to this as well. So we can make a burrito. Wait, is that... That's it. That's all we can make. We can make burritos. This is the top tier item, is the burrito, apparently. Alright, cool. We need to find some of the other stuff. So let's get in the flying machine. This is perfect. I have an actual excuse to use this thing, and I don't have to just make up a contrived reason to have it. We don't know what we're going to need to actually open up the canisters, but we'll find out when we get there. That'll be a future me problem. Future me is going to be upset in about 15 minutes, but it turns out I need, like, quartz or something to open this. What's going on with this? Okay, there we go. It drained properly. Alright, so we'll stick that one. We're going to leave this one in the base. I mean, I guess there's no point in keeping the crafted, like, products here on the thing, so I'm going to put that over there. We do want this canister. I'm going to keep this just in case I need more loose object space. I think I got everything that I need for this. Alright, let's go. And if you don't know what I'm talking about with the flying machine, it ain't this thing. This is cringe. We're not using that. Let's go have some fun. This abomination right here is the flying machine. So I'm going to do that. Let me go grab the canister with all the packages on it, just in case I need that for some reason. In fact, let me park this rover. We're not going to be using this right now. I'll have to clean up the mess I made later, but I usually just do that off stream. Oh god, am I gonna crash OBS again? No, I updated OBS. Last time, I think my stream died last time I did this, right? I tried to show the flying machine, and my stream just exploded because of reasons. I vaguely remember this happening, and hopefully it doesn't happen this time, because that would be a tragedy. So let me get this going here. I need to explain something to anybody who's new in chat who hasn't seen this yet. I have to explain this at least once per stream, otherwise I'm a bad streamer. But we're going to fly between planets using a rover, because I want to have a rover while I do this so that I can move around easily. I could do this with a rocket. I don't want to do this with a rocket. That's boring. And I love showing the flying machine because nobody ever does this, and it's the year of the glitch, so what better way to show off the glitches of this game than to just exploit the shit out of how winches work. Because even the devs have admitted that the winches don't work correctly in this game. Alright, so let's see. I'm trying to remember how I set this up. I need to do that. I need to full screen it. I need to desperately hope that OBS picks it up on the first try and doesn't freeze. So chat, if the stream goes down, it's because OBS froze. So wish me luck. We good? We good? Chad, do we see like a diagram? I think we're good. I think OBS did not freeze. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Excellent. It worked. I updated OBS after that happened, so hopefully they patched whatever was causing that. Alright, anyways, so this is how the planets are organized in this game. The orbital plane or whatever that you see orbiting around the sun, that is all fake. None of that exists in the actual game engine. In Unreal Engine, this is where the planets are located at all times. They do not move, they do not rotate, they do not orbit each other. And if you know what you're doing and you have a machine that can fly, that isn't a rocket, but like actual free flight, you can just go to any of these planets. Like you're not bound by the laws of anything really. There's no boundary between them. If you know where you're going, you could just fly to one of these planets from any of the others. We are on Calidor. Specifically, we are right here on this side of Calidor. Like right where I'm circling my cursor. I want to go to Glacio. Aatrox is kind of gross. I want to go to Glacio. So that means that if I were to fly up over the north pole of Calidor, like this direction is north, this direction is south. I want to fly up over the north pole of Calidor in a straight line to Glacio. And that is what we're going to do here. We're going to hop in our flying machine and we're going to just go ahead and have a good time. So I just undid the thing. Hopefully OBS didn't freeze, and hopefully I don't have to show that again, because I'm traumatized by that happening last time because of all the things I thought could possibly go wrong with my stream. That is not what I thought it was going to be last time. I had to do a two-parter because I had to just restart the whole stream after OBS like froze on me. We're good? Excellent. That is just what I want to hear. So, in order to make a flying machine, you start with a rover. Just like Starfield, exactly. You get your Starfield themed winch. You need to flip over your rover. And then I have a winch in a research chamber pointing downward on the very front of the rover. And I just need to like finagle my camera into the right angle, which is harder than it ought to be. And I need to stick it right about there. Roughly. You kind of have to eyeball that. And you'll notice now that the rover just kind of wants to go on its own. Troll face comic. I do not have like the red wagon like troll face comic, but that's essentially what we've got here. This is troll physics. I have a winch attached to the rover, which is pulling the rover forward, which is moving the winch forward, which is causing the winch to pull the rover forward again, because they didn't like... The winch physics do not work correctly. It's like a different physics system. And it just results in this kind of feedback loop where I could essentially get a rover to fly, because on top of having the winch pulling it forward, rovers are really floaty, like unreasonably floaty, and that means that this is actually enough force to pull this thing forward. And we could fly to another planet by doing that. So while we listen to some chill-ass RuneScape music, let's go on a little flight. And we're off. Let's head to Glacio. What is the winch for? This. Right here. The winch is pulling this rover forward. Any other questions? We play in Starfield now. That's a space elevator, by the way. I'll come up with an excuse to show that later. That space elevator goes to Silva. If you remember where it was in the diagram, this is just running straight up north from Calidor. But that's not where we're going. We're going to Glacio. First of all, I say this every time. Oh my god, no, the snails. No, not now. The snails right out of fucking food. Hold on, we gotta get to Glacio. I can fix this, chat. I gotta get to Glacio. It's right over there. No, why did this have to happen now? This is a glitch, by the way, chat. Another glitch for the list. We're up to like 7 or 8 now, I think. This is a feedback loop with the portable oxygenator and the snail. There's another glitch. Terrain didn't load in time. Terrain did not load. Here's another glitch for you. I need to get this out of here. Okay, hold on a second. Okay. How do I make this stop making noise? I need to find a plant. Literally anything will do. There we go. Okay. I need a plant, like immediately. Die, all of you. Just die. Please just die. Just die. I need your seeds. Okay, we're saved. Okay, alright, we're saved, chat. We're saved. We don't have to listen to that. I wasn't gonna die, just to be clear. I just didn't want to have to listen to that for the next, like, fucking half an hour. This is a dumb video game. Alright, where's my rover? There it is. We're just racking up the glitches, aren't we? Alright, so I need to get this out of the dirt, which is why I have a second winch for just such an occasion. Because I don't want to deform terrain. I had to deform terrain to get those plants out of the ground because it was an emergency. Deforming terrain makes your save file bigger. The bigger your save file is, the more broken this game gets, and eventually you just can't load it anymore. I would like to keep it small, so we're just gonna try to weasel the rover out of the terrain instead. It's where I left it, yes, but I don't remember where I left it. Nobody remembers where they left their keys. If I can just get the wheels out of the ground, that will probably free it. Winches are an abomination, but you know what? We've learned to weaponize them, and that's exactly what I love doing with this game. Like, this is a video game that I should not still be playing after this many years of just fucking around with it. But the broken aspect of this game sometimes works to my benefit, and that's exactly what we've got going on here. I have figured out how to weaponize winches and actually make them useful, and as a result, we have nonsense like flying machines, and it's absolutely beautiful. I might as well just take these while I'm here. A little extra terrain deformation is not going to really do anything. The file size is already fucked up. Excuse me, where are you going? Get back here. I didn't say you could leave yet. Calm down. Park that right over here. Okay, that little bump in the train should stop it. Why is that still attached to the terrain? Game, please. What is this even, like, clamped onto? Where'd the last one go? Am I an idiot? Did I drop it or did I already put it on the rover? Chad, I'm not crazy, right? There were 3 of these things. Did I, like, literally just turn around and it just disappeared on me? Or did I drop it somewhere? Oh, it's right there. I'm an idiot. Streamer confirms a buffoon. Did I not bring the packager silo that I said I was going to bring? My god, this stream is a dumpster fire. I never brought it. I didn't bring it. We don't need it. We're going to leave this here. We're going to pretend that it was never here. We never saw it. It was never here. I need to find the base now. So the base is located on the other side of the planet, probably, because I don't have any beacon indicators other than the one where the probe is located, and the probe is not useful to us, so let's just head in this direction and see what we find. Do a little bit of terrestrial adventuring. By terrestrial, I mean we're just going to fly in like low orbit until we see something interesting. Remember, folks, I said that this was cool looking. I did not say this is efficient. It isn't at all. I should have just used a rocket. We wouldn't have had to do any of this. But I just like to do this, and you could do this at home. Just be aware that it is insanely difficult to actually control this damn thing. Is that the base over there? I think it is. I need to fly retrograde for a moment here. Hold on. think I overshot the base. Alright, we'll do a little bit of litho braking. It's okay, the vehicles can't actually take damage in this game. Excellent, and we did not get stuck in the terrain. So I need to ramp off of something so I can get a little bit of air. That'll do. We can fly off of this thing. We just need an inclined surface here. We can do a little bit of accelerated back hopping. We'll be right where we want to be. Just, oh god, no, that's not supposed to happen. Oh fuck. Get out of this. Trust me, Chad, this thing is extremely hard to control. Like, you're not supposed to fly in this video game, despite the fact that the Steam page for this game literally calls it like an aerospace adventure game. You're not supposed to do anything related to aerospace in this video game. Oh, the base is over there, I'm an idiot. But you're not supposed to fly in this game. You're supposed to use the rockets or the, like, one shitty hovercraft that they gave you that is insanely slow and not very fun to use. There we go, we did it. We stuck the landing too. Didn't even have to flip it over after that. So, I have a cave system that I've already established on this planet, and let's go have a look around and see if anything interesting spawned in there that we haven't seen already. And then if I see anything unique, I'll come back up with and like bring the rover down there. And might as well just research these because I still have a bunch of these left over. There we go, I have some adventure music. So I'm gonna grab a couple of these. And we don't need the robots yet. We'll do the same thing I did last time. I'll just bring like a couple of each of these and see if anything unique spawns in. You know what, I'll just bring one of each for now. I'm hoping that there's going to be like a new color or something down there. What is this? Oh, this actually finished. Wait a minute, did I actually fix this by putting a rail station here? I didn't think that would work. Yeah, was I on stream when I did this, when I was trying to fix this? I don't even remember. I wonder if the rail station actually fixed the bug I was having, where these resource canisters wouldn't fill up for no reason, because the auto arm didn't detect them or something. God, I don't remember. It's been way too long since I streamed this game. So what have we got down here? These are looking pretty basic. We can actually just use the rail post for this one, so that's kind of convenient. Well, that's more of the same. There's a robot over there. We've seen this before. Let me pile these up and hope they don't fall through the ground later. Vainglorious Gaming with the raid. Hello. Thank you for the raid. How you doing? What were you playing? I don't think I've seen your name around, but I could be wrong. I tend to forget names. Either way, I appreciate it. So welcome, everybody. Were you playing Astroneer or were you playing something else? Another Astroneer stream. I assume that means you were playing Astroneer. Excellent. So everybody here has a little bit of context about what I'm doing right now. We are currently checking out the new content that they added to the game. And by that I mean I'm looking to see if any of these like canisters that spawned in actually have a different color for the base, because I'm wondering why there's a set of items that I haven't been able to find yet. So let's see here. I guess to summarize for anyone who doesn't quite know like where we are with this, unless, well, I guess Vane, were you doing this event or were you doing something else in Astroneer? Just so I know like what the context is for everybody in chat here. Love the Zelda music, happy to hear it. I got a playlist with just a bunch of like different games with adventure-y sort of music playing, so I hope you enjoy it. If you're ever wondering what song is playing, I'll happily link it for you. Had some Astroneer going, check out the update. Okay, so I will make the request. Don't spoil me on it, like where any of the stuff is. I'm trying to figure it out for myself. I'm just currently trying to figure out how to make like the tier 2 like items for this event, because I keep finding like basic stuff on the ground here. I need to check the core of one of these planets, I think, a little bit more thoroughly and see if anything spawned down there. That might be what I'm doing wrong, because so far I've just been fighting like tier 1 items. Yeah, this is just the same stuff that I was getting on Calidor. So what can we do differently here? What have I not thought of? You were doing the event piecing it together. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to go for here. It's been interesting so far. It has certainly been the year of the glitch, and in the process I have been showcasing various glitches that I've encountered along the way. Like, I think you just threw the raid in like right after I used the flying machine, and incidentally we're gonna, I think, use the flying machine and go back home. So if anybody hasn't seen this before, you're in for a treat. Because we did not find what we were looking for here, and I need to get this thing back to Calidor. So let's see here, what side of... I need to check what side of Glacio I'm on real quick here first before I take off, because I always forget how to do this. And we'll use a rocket next time. I'll be normal for the next flight, but for this one here, I want to take the flying machine back home. We are on Equator 4. So assuming OBS doesn't freeze on me here, let's see. Equator 4... Eldor... That's the solo. Equator 4 should be this side of Glacia. So what we need to do is we need to hook over the South Pole and head in kind of like a straight line in this direction. Because I believe we are right here on the surface of Glacia. So yeah, we're going to hook over the South Pole, head out at 45 degrees, and that should get us back to Calidor. Or we're eventually going to die to the Space Kraken. Hopefully we don't die to the Space Kraken. That would be tragic. The Space Kraken is just if you fly too far away from these planets, your rover gets deleted. If you play Kerbal Space Program, that might make a little bit more sense. But yeah, here you go. Anyone who hasn't seen this yet, you're in for a treat. You don't have to use rockets to fly between planets in this game. You just have to know what you're doing and have a winch attached to the front of your rover in a really precise configuration. All right. Oh, perfect. Let's go. Sonic Adventure, space music. Playlist never lets me down, except when it does. Alright, our heading is right over here. Alright, and we just gotta kind of go in a straight line. Let's see, I'm trying to kind of keep this angle. You might be able to see it if you have the stream running in 1080p. That clump of glittering, the white glitter over there is rail posts on Calidor, and that's where my home base is. So I'm just aiming for those. Right there. The camera doesn't like this that much, but there we go. We're back home. This is way less embarrassing than my flight to Glacio, where I just got stuck in the ground. Let's see if we can do some proper litho braking and not get ourselves clipped into a cavern again. Yeah, controllable spaceflight. Controllable is not the word I would use for this because this is borderline uncontrollable, but it's controllable enough. What just happened? I will show the diagram again and explain this when I land. We need to aim for the home base here. But the gist of it is, while I'm in space here, I have a winch on the front of my rover. It is attached to the bottom of my rover, and it is essentially just a troll science situation where the winch is pulling the rover forward. Then the rover moves the winch forward, and then the winch pulls the rover forward in a feedback loop. That is creating enough thrust in a forward direction for me to actually get off of the ground with the floaty rover physics. And as a result, I can make a flying machine using the game's really limited air controls. And I have to constantly fight the camera, which is why you see it jittering like that. But I have an embarrassingly large number of hours of just flying these things around. And I can actually control it and get it to go where I want, which in this case is my home base on Calidor. I did not make my home base on Silva, it is on a different planet, because I wanted it to be, I don't know, different. Not quite, we got stuck in the ground. I was hoping that we would bounce. Still, we got some clean litho braking here. I might be able to just pull this one out of the ground in a couple tries. There we go. Alright, just pop that out of the ground real quick. Detach the winch. Winches are a weapon, a force to be reckoned with. Something that you're not supposed to use for any of the things that I use them for. Oh, do we have a winch enjoyer in chat? Oh, let's go. Winches are amazing for so many things, and none of them are things that the developers wanted you to do. But at some point, the developers actually just accepted the fact that winches are just horrendously broken and updated the description text for them and haven't touched them ever since. And out of all the things I complain about in this game, because just a warning for anyone new here, this is a stream where I do analytical complaining about everything. I just want you to know that the winches are one of the few bugs in this game that I do not want them to ever fix. I want the winches to stay in the game. I want to be able to do this because this is a bug that is actually fun. The fact that you can fly between planets using rovers like this is incredible, and I would be really sad if they took that away. So devs, please don't fix that. Just fix the floating particle emitters instead. Like the thing that I have that packager attached to right now. There is a solid particle emitter right now. Fix that bug instead. You don't have to do anything with the winches. The winches are perfect as they are. For anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about, this is the description text for the winch. I don't remember what this used to be. They had something else, I think, for this, and they eventually just embraced the fact that the winches are an abomination. And I never... Oh, there's a glitch. How many are we up to, chat? Like 10 glitches so far on the stream? I'm only like 1 or 2 hours in. Anyways, the winches are one of the things they have just accepted as a broken, like, game feature, and I never want them to change it. Winches are beautiful. Alright, so let's see. The thing I forgot to bring last time, because I got distracted, was the mullet. Yeah, the packager mullet. This thing right here. I left it on the wrong rover. Alright, so I wanted to have that. And we're going to use a rocket this time, because as much fun as the flying machine is, it's not actually useful for what we're doing. You could fly to other planets. That's right, I said I would explain that, but I'm a bad streamer. Alright, hold on. Alright, so chat. This is the game engine of Astroneer in a diagram that I showed. This is how the planets are actually set up. You start on this one in the middle, Silva. Specifically, you start like here-ish, I think. I think it might be a random like latitude. Or actually, it's down here. You start like on a random like spot, kind of on the south pole of Silva. And the planets are always like this. They do not move. They do not orbit anything. The planets that you could see by looking up into the void, those are fake. Like that over there was Aatrox. That's not actually Aatrox. That's just a low-resolution model of Aatrox. If you were to fly over there with the rover that I just used, it's just non-solid. There's nothing there. The sun is also non-solid. You can just fly through it, though it looks kind of badass, but there's nothing actually there. I don't see any other planets to point at in the sky, but the gist of it is the planets are not actually where they appear, because that would make the game engine like really crusty and difficult to work with. So instead... I have the overlay up again. There we go. So instead, they built them out like this. And if you played older versions of Astroneer, they were actually in a straight line from north to south, like where I'm running my cursor. They fixed the sticky terrain glitch that some of the veterans might remember by moving the planets closer to the origin, because each of these planets is like 816,000 units away from the origin, and you actually start encountering floating point precision errors. If you go considerably further out than that, that's when you start getting rounding errors and the game engine gets you stuck on terrain and things don't work quite right. So they moved the planets into this arrangement right here. This is where they're all located. We are on Calidor right now. Right here on this surface of Calidor, and what I was doing earlier was I flew from Glacio, this spot on the surface of Glacio. I flew up, I hooked under the South Pole, and I flew over to Calidor. And then hooked over the south pole of Calidor, and then came back down right here onto the base. You can do this with any mechanism you could find in this video game that lets you fly infinitely. It's just that the rovers are really the only practical way to do it. Because if you try to move your character through the void of space, you just get stuck. There is one other way, however, to go between planets, and that is the space elevator. And you know what, I'm going to show everybody the space elevator, because you all seem interested in this. So we're going to ride the space elevator in a moment, because I have an elevator that goes from Calidor to Silva. And mind you, this has all been built in adventure mode. No creative mode is required to do this. It took me 6 hours to build this space elevator, and that was when I knew what I was doing. But you can, in fact, build a space elevator in this video game. So let me get tabbed back into the game. I do not have enough monitors to show all this stuff. Fly into the sun. It'll take me a while to fly into the sun. I might do that later, or if somebody has a clip of me flying into the sun, I do have a clip on my stream of flying through the sun, so if you want to link that in chat, mods or anybody who remembers where that is, and I'd be more than happy if you would do that. I'm going to show the space elevator, however, because this is the other thing I'm really proud of that I've done on this stream. Oh, there were a couple follows I missed. CG Biker, and that's cool. Thank you for the follows. I'm glad this is interesting. Also, I need to feed the snail real quick. There we go. Alright, snails are happy now. And Tristus, thank you for the follow. And if I pronounce any of these wrong, then I'm sorry. Oh, by the way, this is supposed to be on Solo. I towed this through space using that technique with the rover there, except I did it with hydrazine thrusters instead of a winch. I towed this through space all the way here. I think I have a clip for that. Actually, this one, did I make one for this? No, that one's a VOD. That's like 4 minutes long, so you don't have to watch that now. But if you want to see the video of me bringing this thing from DeSolo to Calidor, that's the video for it. And then thank you, Kai, for the goes to the sun thing. You can see what that looks like. Actually, I can just show that now. Whatever. I'm in show off phase right now. Let me go open that one real quick. I'm not going to show the other one because it's like 4 minutes long. Let me just pop this bad boy open. Okay, is this going to work? Hold on.
All the orbiting...
No, Kosai, shut up. Kosai, be quiet. Is this sharing? This should be sharing, right? There we go, alright. This is what it looks like when you fly through the sun. I'm just going to shut up and let old Cosine talk.
All the orbital mechanics in this game are fake.
Okay, you were at work. Oh, hey, the sun is here. So here it is, chat.
Anyways, all the orbital mechanics in this game are completely fake. Like, the sun orbits the planet, and then the planets orbit the fake sun that is orbiting the planet. And it's whichever planet you're on has its own copy of the sun. You have lost your sight. It's very bright, isn't it? So let's go in. Let's have a dip. So that's Atrox, and then this is the sun as seen from Atrox, the closest planet to it. We're going in. And we're in the sun. It's honestly very disappointing. Like, the bloom effect is gone and everything. There's just nothing in here. It's a void. The sun is hollow. Get wrecked, flat earthers. We got a new conspiracy theory. The sun is hollow. You saw it here, folks, and now you're blind again. God, Cosine is just so clever. Just so witty. The sun is hollow. I crack myself up every time. I'm sorry. Alright, back to video game now. So that's what it looks like when you fly through the sun. I just saved you all the trouble of watching me get the winch rover off of the surface of the planet again. A lot of followed channels. I like a lot of channels. I don't watch them all, but I like to give a follow as support, just in general. That's not me hint dropping to follow my channel. I'm just saying from my perspective, I like to give a follow as support for another channel, like even if I don't watch them frequently. Because I mean, it doesn't cost me anything, and it helps like just get them more attention. Have I done this in Outer Wilds? I have never played Outer Wilds. I haven't been terribly interested in that game, honestly, based on what little I know about it. But I play very few video games in general, so my tastes are definitely... Refined is not the word I would use for them. More like really picky, like 5-year-old, like picky, like video game tastes. I play very few video games, but I play the hell out of the ones that I do play. So let's go check out the space elevator now. The loop doesn't do anything. There's no reason for this loop to be here other than that it looks kind of cool. Let's see, we can play some better music. Hold on. There we go. Spirit tracks. Yeah, that was essentially the idea behind the loop. I had a chat member tell me to make it green, but it all kind of worked out in the end. Like it's just a sonic loop. It's pointless, but you know, there doesn't have to be a reason for any of the things you do in this video game, especially if like the super end game like I am. But yeah, here's the space elevator. So if you remember the diagram, Silva is directly to the north of Calidor, according to the game engine. And if you are really dedicated and know what you're doing and use a little bit of glitching and exploiting, you can actually build all the way there. So here we go. You agree with the follow channels. Excellent. I occasionally unfollow a channel if I just kind of like watch the streamer and I'm like, yeah, I don't really care anymore, but usually I just leave follows even for streamers I don't actively watch because it just doesn't really cost much of anything. I usually know like which streams I want to look at anyways. I just very occasionally flush it. Time for an ad break. There's no ad break, right? Maybe you're japing, right? There's no ad break. I literally have ads turned off on my stream. I'm gonna be extremely upset if there's an ad break. Just make, okay, good. You scared the shit out of me. I was like, oh my god, no, please, not now. Vedon, thank you for the follow. And, Okake? I think that's what you're going for with that one. Thank you for the follow. Hello, Ted Cuddy. I have mid-roll ads turned off on my stream. I am never turning on mid-roll ads unless they make the video player not suck ass, because I don't want people to just miss things because there's a Sonic like drive-in ad that they have to watch all of a sudden, that just interrupting the stream with loud noises. Like, that is such a terrible viewer experience. Like, I understand streamers that do it, because like if you want to make more revenue from your stream, you need to run mid-roll ads, but I do this as just like a fun hobby. Like, I'm not in this for the money, and it is just not worth it to me to run ads on my stream because they're just so shitty. It's such a bad experience. I can't turn off pre-roll ads, unfortunately, so you will see a pre-roll when you click on my stream, but I have it set to the shortest like amount of time possible, and then I just don't run mid-rolls at all. If Twitch wants me to run mid-roll ads, they need to improve the video player for like a catch-up mechanic, because otherwise I'm never going to do it. It's just not worth it. It's just really bad for people to watch. So really, Twitch, the ball is in your court. Like, you figure out what you want to do. Oh, by the way, that's the space elevator. So you might be wondering, where was the terrain? And the answer is there was no terrain. So that entire intervening section of the space elevator that I just flew through while I was complaining about Twitch ads was me saving and loading the game to get rail posts to settle in the void of space. What I had to do was I had to take a tall platform, which anyone who's played this game, you may or may not remember what the tall platform is. It's that weird looking one that has like a long post, and the top has like 4 sockets on the sides and 2 on the top. If you place one of those in the void of space and then save and load your game, they become solid terrain that you can place rail posts on. If you're wondering how I figured out that glitch, it's kind of a long story, but the point is, you can place rail posts on tall platforms that have been through a save and a load, and that allowed me to build a space elevator by placing rail posts in the void of space where they would connect to each other. And I did that all the way between these 2 planets. If I stop here, you can actually see the space elevator. That I'm circling right there, that's Calidor. All those little specks and the rails, that's the base on Calidor. This is the path to the space elevator. This is the ground segment of the space elevator. This is the interplanetary section where I didn't have any terrain, so it's very wiggly because it's extremely hard to make a straight line. And then I built the other half up from Silva, and I met in the middle is what I kind of ended up doing here. I think I met them up like right about there is what I did. How long did that take? 6 hours. How long did it take to ride it? About like 3 or 4 minutes to ride it. And it goes all the way back to my starter base on Silva, which I have just kind of like left here as an artifact of times long past. But this is the starter base on Silva. This is where the playthrough all began. I was here for I think a total of like 2 streams before I moved to Calidor, and I moved to Calidor because I just wanted to be on a different planet. Like, you look at the thumbnails in the Astroneer section, everybody is on Silva. Just every single stream makes a base on Silva. I wanted to spice it up a little bit. It didn't ultimately end up mattering much. Calidor fundamentally plays the same way as any of the other planets except like Aatrox, but it was something fun to do. A little bit refreshing. Let's go ahead and take a nice peaceful ride on the way back. Took some patience. It did take some patience. It makes me glad that I keep my save file size as low as I do. This is an 11 megabyte save file, by the way. Zarek, thank you for the follow. This is an 11 megabyte save file. Because any bigger than that, I would have had to wait even longer for this game to do the save and load cycle. And it's not even like having to do with an SSD or hard disk. I have this game on an SSD, and it still takes like a minute to half a minute to like load my save file. And it was just me doing that for an entire stream. Save and load, build a rail post, save, load, build rail post, save, load, build rail post, over and over and over again. I don't want to do this again, but I'm very happy that I did it once to prove that it was possible. And you don't even need creative mode to do it. It's a beautiful thing. This is the type of Astroneer that you love. This is the type that I love too. I would have never continued playing this game as much as I did if I didn't like find out how broken this game is and all the weird things that you could do with it. Master of automation. I haven't shown the automation in my base yet. I don't know. Do I have a competitor in chat here? I'll give you a little tour of the factory here as well for anyone who's curious. We have an everything factory.
Well, not quite everything. I need to automate the clay. And it's not fully automated in the sense that, unfortunately, I still have to keep picking up and replacing the auto extractors because the devs don't want to fix that for some reason. But, like, in principle, the entire thing is automated, except auto extractors and the inability to import resources from other planets. In theory, I could import zinc from Silva using this space elevator. I just haven't done that yet because automating, like, rail posts like this across planets is like almost impossible because it'll just constantly like call the wrong train over. So I would need to see if I needed to like set up signal cables or something running between these first. I don't know how to make like semaphores. There's some designing that I would need to do to make that happen. And I definitely don't want to build like 4 more space elevators to the other planets. So in principle, everything is automated, but I have to like feed bulk materials into the system that I can't get locally on this planet because the devs haven't given us a good way to automate that stuff with a process. But besides that, this is an automated base. In fact, this might be a good time to work on the clay extraction, and then we can go back to the event since I still didn't figure out where the other glitch items are. I wonder if I should work on the clay right now because it's one of the few things we haven't like automated the gathering process for. Looped rails have the best You mean throughput? I assume you're talking about throughput without the problem that I'm talking about. But the problem is, there is a problem. I have to build a second rail if I want to do that. Like, I know what you're talking about, like a single rail with like 2-way traffic versus just like a loop. I have to build a second one of these if I want to do that. I don't want to spend another 6 hours building one of these. Like, admittedly, I wouldn't have to build the pillars on both ends, but I don't want to save and load like 60 times to make the like interplanetary version of the space elevator. So what I would prefer to do is make semaphores. The factory must grow. Oh, I'd see what kind of person we got here. You play Factorio by any chance? That's another game I want to stream when that like DLC comes out. I'm gonna buy that like day one. I don't know if I'm gonna stream it day one, but I'm absolutely buying that Factorio DLC. Like the space exploration one. Like not the mod, the actual DLC for it. I'm very excited for when that comes out. You're an addict, excellent. I don't know when that's gonna be. I'm gonna give a disclaimer now for everybody who's in my chat and is just like, wow, this is amazing. I'm gonna give you a warning. I stream extremely infrequently. I stream like a couple times a month. I try to go for like high quality, high effort streams. Oh, there's the loop-de-loop again. I try to go for like quality over quantity with my streams. So I apologize. I don't stream that often. I understand anybody who doesn't like want to sub or whatever because of that. That is completely fine. But I just figured I'd give that warning now. You may not see me again for like another month before I come back to this game because I just have a life, I do other things, and I like to like have a plan for the things that I stream. A lot of the stuff I do here is improvised, but I do have a plan for like what I was going to do today. And what we're going to do today is we're going to show off the factory, and then we're going to make a clay auto extractor. Do I have a family? I live by myself. It's not family related stuff. It's, oh god, these things generated in here. It's mostly just like personal related stuff. Do I have a life? No. So you might be wondering, Cosine, what are you spending all of your time doing? And the answer is, it is stressful to stream on a frequent schedule for me. Like, it just becomes stressful after a while because I do like to have a plan for everything that I'm doing. And I don't just want to like stream and then just be like, I don't know what I'm going to do today. And just kind of wander aimlessly around the base, like with no particular goals to accomplish. And I tend to stream long as well, so talking for like 6 to 8 hours also takes a lot out of me. It's an introvert thing. But anyways, here's the auto factory. It's not very well aligned or anything. Admittedly, it could look a little bit prettier, but I set it up in such a way that I wouldn't have to just have a million auto arms everywhere. I kind of put things near like the sources of the resources that they need. Why did I just say it like that? I put things near the resources that they require in order to craft them. This is an everything factory. What I have done is I have auto extractors on individual resources scattered around this planet and on other planets. And through the use of furnaces and chemistry labs, I get all the way to the automation of nanocarbon alloy. And for anyone who's about to pipe in with this, yes, I know that you can turn Astronium into any resource,
But that's lame. That's boring. I didn't want to do that because I wanted the logistic problem of actually importing resources from like their actual sources on the planet. But you can indeed do this. There is one resource that I did this for, and it's organic. The one resource in this game that literally cannot be automated in any other way has been automated by extracting astronium from the core of the planet. You turn it into solid fuel jump jets, you shred the solid fuel jump jets in a scrap, and then you trade the scrap for organic. That is the only exception I have made to that rule here, because this cannot be automated any other way. All the other resources, however, in theory, if the developers fix the auto extractors to actually work correctly, and hopefully last forever instead of fixing them the wrong way, then I would in theory have complete automation of every resource on this planet. And then if they add automatic like trading between planets, then I would have automatic resource trading for everything and not just this planet. There's a mod that lets you make soil. I have honestly never looked into the modding for this game because it's kind of hacky. Maybe someday, but I just haven't had that much interest in it because they're kind of unstable. Mods come and go, they break, they don't get a lot of support. I wish the devs would officially support modding for this game, but they haven't, so I just haven't really bothered with it. Maybe someday, but not today. Where do I make Dixie? There's a joke there, Soviet, but I don't know what the joke is, so can you please explain it to me to make it as unfunny as possible? I don't get it. Oh shit! You actually got me. I didn't even get that one. I actually just got Ligmud live on stream. I didn't even see that one coming. I got Ligmud. Everybody point and laugh. It happened. I'm a disgrace. Yeah, not a lot of mods because they're not supported. It's unfortunate, but I don't know. I'm not gonna. Let's not start this stream by just. Well, not start the stream. Let's not just like shit on the devs the whole time. But I feel like the devs do have a power complex on like the things that they add to this game, where I think they don't want people to take over the scene of adding content to this game. That's the vibe I've always gotten from them. Is they're super proud of the things that they add to the game, and they kind of don't want to like give that up to a modding community. Shit on the devs is all I do. I try not to shit on the devs for my entire streams, because if I hated this video game, I wouldn't be playing it right now. But whenever you play a game for 1,000 hours, you start noticing all the cracks. You notice all the problems with it, all the faults, all the glitches, and not just the glitches that they intentionally put in the game, but the ones that aren't supposed to be there. And unfortunately, that tends to come to the surface, and I try to keep that to a reasonable level if I can. I don't want this just to be a stream of me complaining about the devs. But I do wish that they had added modding support, because there's so many cool things you could do with this game engine, and they barely scratch the surface. This, for instance, is my sorting factory, and it's unfortunately gross and tedious because of how limited auto arms, canisters, and just automation in general is in this game. But this is what I was able to whip up in this. This is an automated factory that will sort and store every resource in the game that isn't an intermediate product, like the metal ores or clay, for instance. And anybody who really knows what they're talking about, yes, technically you can make like one item with clay. I don't count that item. Nobody makes shelters in this game, so it doesn't matter. All the way up to nanocarbon alloy. I do not have scrap automated except for the making the organic downstairs, and then astronium is the final resource that I have here. You'd love to play this game with some friends. Yeah, me too, but the online barely works correctly. We talked about that earlier, so. The online in this game works for about 2 hours, and then it starts becoming unplayable, unfortunately. I wish they would fix that as well, but they haven't, so we're kind of stuck with what we got. It's mostly a single-player game as far as I'm concerned. Your factory is a giant hole in the ground, making everything from astronium. Your logistic challenge is to make it compact. Oh, I respect that. So you use like the astronium solution from the core, but you're trying to optimize a different part of your factory. I respect that. Like, I don't want to like shit talk people for using astronium trading for everything, especially with how much of a pain in the ass it is to use the auto extractors in this game. But I set the logistic challenge for myself is not to make the factory fast and compact, it's to make it an everything factory that gets all of its resources from auto extractors and like gases from other planets. So I could have definitely simplified a lot of what I have here, but I decided not to. It's also admittedly not optimized for speed right now, because
there's sort of like a critical mass that you reach in this game where if you keep making things, if you make too many auto arms, if you make too many signal cables, things stop working after a while. And I don't know when that threshold is going to get hit. I know I had an old save where auto arms stopped working every now and then, and I had to just like toggle them on and off constantly. So what I have tried to do with this is make kind of like a minimalist factory with maximum like imports. So again, a bunch of auto extractors, but then the factory is just set up to eventually work. Eventual consistency. Eventually it will create nanocarbon alloy. Alright, I'll hydrate. There we go, some stuff. You play until your game crashes. I've been trying to avoid that too. So again, I have an 11 megabyte save file. Yeah, 11.2 megabytes. It varies depending on where you save and where you unload and reload your game. But I've tried to keep my save file small, and you do that by not deforming terrain and by reducing the number of objects you have sitting around. But mostly not deforming terrain is the way that you keep your save file small. And that's another reason why I'm using auto extractors instead of like going out into the field and just digging up huge numbers of resources. But of course I could solve all of this with Astroneer. It just wasn't very interesting to me, so I decided not to do it, and to each their own. So, just the summary of the factory is upstairs you saw I have a vault with every resource in the game. Down here, these auto arms are able to pull things up through the ceiling because the shape of the auto arm, like, grab hitbox is not actually a sphere, it's a capsule, which is a hemisphere on the bottom, a cylinder roughly, I think like 8 or 10 like grid tiles tall or something, and then another hemisphere on the top. And these auto arms could actually reach up through the floor and grab resources out of the display racks that I had below those canisters. And then you can kind of, even if you don't know what the hell is going on here, you can kind of get the gist of it just by looking at it. Pull the resources down, throw them in a chemistry lab, demonstrate, like dedicated to the next material. So this one is making rubber, for instance. These are just two AND gates determining whether or not I need rubber production. So like the AND gate on the left, I think is saying, do I have room for rubber? And then the one on the right is saying, is there a train ready to take the rubber away? And it all goes into this train here, this loop of rail posts, where I have, I think, 3 of these looping around the whole thing, and they just pick up resources along the way. They take it through the entire loop, and then they go upstairs through this hole, and they run around behind the sorting system, and the sorting system here will just pick off whatever resources match the filter on these auto arms. Which in this case, I think we're full on ammonium, so I think it's actually jammed right now because I have too much hydrazine, and this is a problem that I have been having trouble fixing, and I never got around to fixing it last stream, but it's getting clogged with ammonium, so I'm gonna have to probably fix that later. Couldn't you build a computer in this game? I mean, yes, but to a limited extent, because I think the game will stop working properly once you make like too big of a logic system. But yeah, someone programmed Snake. People have probably made other like little games and stuff. In theory, you could build a computer in this game. In reality, you may run into a technical limit before you get to whatever you were trying to make. So before you try to like program Minecraft in Astroneer, just keep in mind that it may not actually work correctly. I don't know like what the upper limit is for how many like automation doohickeys you can put in your base before things just stop working. I have never pushed that limit. I've only pushed the auto arm limit, and it was bad enough when I hit that limit, so I'm a little bit reluctant to like go any further than that, and I just don't have any interest in making a computer in this game. But if that sounds interesting to anyone, just be mindful of the fact that this game is a little crusty sometimes. I actually don't have room for these anymore. I'll just stick it there. Alright, anyways, what I was going to do here was automate the clay extraction, and then we're going to go back and explore more of that glitch event. So clay is one of the only resources I don't have automatically extracted that I can get on this planet. And I'm checking my notes real quick here to see if I had anything for how I wanted to go about doing this. Oh my god, I have so many notes for this game. Okay, I need to extract clay. Yeah, it's just the clay extractor is the only one that's left. Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to double check that one. And then I do need to improve like my iron extractor on Glacia, but we're gonna make a clay extractor. And I'll just kind of show the process that I use for that. And we are definitely going to be exploiting the game every step of the way. Have I tried Oxygen Not Included? I am planning to stream that game once I have like burned out Astroneer. That is on my like to stream list. I played Oxygen Not Included before the DLC came out. I kind of felt like I was finished with it. And then I played it a little bit after the DLC came out and didn't really get into it, and I want to give it another try at some point. So it is on my to-do list, and it will probably be a game I stream, but it could be months before I actually get around to doing that because of how like infrequent my streaming schedule is. That's a rocket. I need to get an auto extractor. What am I doing? Chat's distracting me. I definitely want to give that game another go. Take another shot at it. Alright, do I have an auto extractor sitting around, or do I need to make one? I feel like I have one that I haven't deployed, and I'm not sure where it is. So I'm just going to go ahead and make another auto extractor. So let's do that real quick. That'll take a moment, but I need to prep a few other items anyways. Burrito. Yeah, we'll be coming back to that. Alright, let's play a game of Find the Auto Extractor, and we got it pretty quick. Okay, chip, steel, chip, steel, carbide, rubber. Now we have the chip here. I didn't mean to do that, I double clicked. Alright, so chip, steel's all the way over there. I need rubber, carbide. Snipe it, there we go. Alright, so that'll take it a moment to print. Let me see if I missed anything in chat. Answer that question. Onal? Oh, Oni, Oxygen Not Included. I've never seen anyone lowercase the n like that. The thing that I didn't like about Oxygen Not Included was it felt like it was just like I had to like rebuild my base on every planet that I went to when I tried to do Spaced Out. I got to the point where it was like time to make another base on the second planet. And at that point, I was like, oh my god, I just don't feel like doing this. And that's kind of where I stopped. I was like, I don't want to set up another base again. But looking back at it, what I've realized is I was kind of going about things the wrong way to begin with this attitude of wanting to centralize everything on the home planet. And I think if I approach the game from a better perspective of making like small self-sustaining bases using the resources that are available, instead of trying to just ship all my resources through the shitty like resource teleporter that starts on the second planet, I might enjoy the game more. If I just get out of the mindset of having a centralized base, because I think that's specifically what they don't want you to do. I think they want you to make a new base with the new resources and the new challenges, and shipping things between planets is not like the primary way of sustaining yourself. That's the impression I'm getting from it. So I'm going to give that game another try at some point, and I will be planning to stream that game when I do give it a shot. I just don't know when that's going to be. So it's something for the future. Alright, so anyways, we have an auto extractor being printed, but I don't know where the clay is. Well, I do know where clay is, but I want to see if there's any clay nearby my base. If I use glitches, I could avoid that. One, Oxygen Not Included, or are we talking about Astroneer again? I'm gonna wait a second in case this is Astroneer related. I don't know, the thing's almost done anyways. Oxygen, really, glitches to solve what problem? Because I mean, I don't want to like break the game to make it play differently unless that just makes it more fun. Like, I'm okay with glitching this game because I'm like completely end game at this point. I got nothing else to do except break this game. And how much does this game cost? I have no idea. It's probably like $20 or something, but that's just off the top of my head. 20 US dollars. I don't actually know if that's what it is. You pass the materials between the border of the planet. Wait, did they just like stick all the planets like right next to each other? Like, as in, you're saying that you can like grab materials across the like the left and right side of the planet? Is that how they set up the Spaced Out? That's amazing, and also like incredibly stupid if that's what they did. I don't know, I might actually look into that. That sounds kind of funny. I would probably try to play the game the intended way and then like ease my way into the glitch category of like nonsense after that. To be clear, I'm not particularly good at that game, I would say. Like, I played it to the end game before the DLC came out, and then that was kind of it. So It's good to know about that, though. I don't mind knowing about that ahead of time. I probably won't abuse that until I've kind of seen like what the intended way to play the game is, and then I'll decide if I want to do that or not. Interesting to know about, though. So you might be wondering why I'm holding a rocket in my hands right now while I go look for clay. And it's because we're going to use the rocket to look for clay. So I want to see if there are any clay deposits that are kind of nearby my base. I checked down there and didn't find any when I was streaming this game a while ago, but there might be some on the surface nearby. And incidentally, we have a way to get the camera into the terrain so that we can find out. So let's have a look around. We need to change the graphics settings to high quality terrain. That'll get this to render a little bit further out. Let's see if there's any clay nearby. The amount of glitches is up to you. That's the attitude I use for this game as well. You break the game as much as you want, and I have chosen to treat myself to many glitches in this video game. I feel like there's a way to get this further. Let me change the terrain detail. So high detail, high quality terrain. I think, is it distance detail? Yeah, that's the one. All right, so the stream's gonna be a little bit crusty for a bit while I look for clay, but I'm just trying to see as far out into the terrain as I want to. Who's gonna judge? Exactly. I mean, it always feels a little bit dirty to like just go into a game with the mindset of I'm going to cheat, I'm going to exploit glitches, but ultimately it is a single player game. You do whatever you want. So anybody who doesn't like what I'm doing here, I feel like I've looked for enough resources for enough time that I could treat myself to just being able to do this instead. Also, my snails are getting hungry. I need to feed them. So I didn't see any clay over there to the north. I'm going to look over to the sides. And again, I apologize for the low frame rate. My computer does not want to stream and play the game with high quality terrain, but this is going to give me the best line of sight, like through the ground when I look for clay. So I'm going to grab a couple of these. And if you notice the lighting difference as well, the only reason I use this snail is because of chat. Because it's so hard to see. This game is so dark when you're underground that just for the sake of everybody watching, I always have one of the snails for light. Because otherwise, it's just so dark. Like, I don't know how anybody could watch this game like that. Even I have trouble seeing it on my own monitor with the brightness turned up. I really wish this game wasn't so like gloomy and dark in these caves, but luckily we have the snails for that. So I carry that one around for the viewer experience. Alright, so let's see. We didn't see anything to the north. Let's go back down and head over kind of in this direction. See if there's anything over here. I'm going to reset these extractors while I'm at it because they are constantly running out. Even though the bar is full, a lot of these extractors are just not working correctly. Really wish the devs would fix this. Okay, robot. And then this one is the one that's probably actually out. You see here the bar is full, and yet nothing is happening. It's because this is not actually full. This is a bug. More glitches. Pick it up, place it down, suddenly it works again. I really wish they would fix it. Just make them infinite, and nerf them if infinite is too powerful, but please make it infinite. Are 4 floodlights not good enough? I mean, they're all pointing backwards, so I would say no, 4 floodlights are not good enough. They don't point in the right direction. The snail here is just like a super like cracked up work light that is way brighter than the work lights normally are. Where's my hydrazine? My hydrazine got sucked off of the rocket, didn't it? Yep, it did. Alright, hold on, I need to get more. Just a second. Let me just grab it from the source, because I think this is jammed anyways. Yeah, this is jammed again. I'm going to have to fix this. But for now, it's convenient, because we can just grab the hydrazine from here. I need to add another, like, a logic gate to basically turn off the extractor for the ammonium if the hydrazine is jammed, because I've been having consistent problems with that. Maybe we'll do that later, or I'll probably forget. I'll pretend that we're going to do it later, though. But yeah, I really wish that the snail wasn't the only lighting solution in this game, but oh well. What are you going to do? Alright, so let's try this spot. My understanding of the level generation for like clay specifically is that it generates on the surface and then in the mantle. I've like never seen like mid-level cavern clay, so I think that's how it generates. And what that means is there's no point in me checking down there unless I go really deep into the planet. So I'm just looking for surface clay because that's going to be considerably easier to deal with than making another really long rail going down to the core. And I know where some surface clay is that's further away. I'm just hoping I don't have to use that one. So we got, that's ammonium, compound.
I don't see anything useful here. Okay, we got one more spot to check. I'm gonna head over in that direction and check that area out. It's good camera. Dev's first-person camera, please. How am I? There we go. There's the base. Let's roll over here. And just, I'm gonna shove it in the ceiling. I have not spotted any new like glitch canisters either here, so I'm gonna have to figure out how you get the next tier. Waiting for a vehicle camera. I just want a first-person camera anywhere. I don't have to be. I don't only want it in vehicles. I want it everywhere. I know what you're talking about with vehicle camera, though. Luckily, I haven't been using the rover in my caves very often. But yeah, that is agony. You have a silo on the back of your rover. You're not gonna see anything while you're doing that. Yeah, there's no clay anywhere nearby. Okay, we're just gonna use the one on the surface that I found earlier. And if you had a keen eye, you might have spotted it actually while I was showing off the space elevator. How do I get back? We're under the wrong part of the base. I need to go around. Oh, hold on, I can make the stream watchable. Give me a second. Alright, we can set this back. There we go. Someday I'll get a better PC and I'll be able to stream this game slightly higher settings. I mean, this game still doesn't perform terribly well from what I understand, but oh, we make do. It's mostly laggy around the base. Once I fly out somewhere else, it won't be too bad. Have I checked the patch notes for the events? Did they like explain anything about like the tier? I'm not sure what to call it. All right, here's the deal. Without spoiling me on where they are, I'm trying to figure out where I get like leaks or resi pound. Those are the ones I have not found yet. And you're saying that there's something about the patch notes. That's enough of a hint if that's all I need to do to figure out where to get those, because they don't seem to be in those canisters. Or I need to go deeper and get lucky, because I did check deeper in a couple of these planets and didn't find anything. So I'm gonna have to come back to that. So again, don't spoil me on it. Like, don't just like tell me where they are, but I will look at the notes again if I missed something. So anyways, the auto extractor should be done now. So we're gonna need that. And we're gonna use the rover again. No flying machine, just a normal basic rover. So let's see here. I probably don't need this canister right now. Or silo. Gina stopped and gave a hint that led to a conclusion. Huh. Well, I mean, Gina's not here for me, so I don't... Did you need the hints? Were you stuck on the same thing that I was? Or is it... Oh, is it the schedule? Are you saying it's not actually done yet? Like, I can't get those? I'm okay with that. If the spoiler is they don't exist, then just tell me. I don't want to spend the entire stream looking around and finding out that they don't exist. So, like, you can just tell me if that's what the spoiler was. They don't exist. Okay, I'm happy with that. That is good to know. That is going to save all of us some time. Thank you for that information. Let's go make the clay extractor. So what I think I'll do then is I might manufacture a bunch of these and finish off the rewards we have now. And if that turns out to be the whole event, I'll still check out the stuff that they add later. If it turns out, however, that I need to add 2 billion points, and that's the reason why it's phased out over several days, then we'll hit that bottleneck, and then we'll wait a couple weeks or something and go at it again. That'll actually be kind of amusing if you need to submit 2 billion points worth of materials. I wasn't sure if the numbers that they made up there were like actual garbage, or if you actually need to submit 2 billion points to finish the event. But that'll be kind of funny. Like that'll be definitely in the spirit of what they're doing here. Alright, so we have the auto extractor, and we're gonna need some rails that go to it, so I'm thinking off the top of my head what I need to grab for this. Now, where are my things? Alright, so these abominations here have like everything I could possibly want during a stream. So I'm gonna get some regular posts, some tall ones. I'm gonna grab some extra tall ones just in case I need more. Alright, so we're gonna need those. We will eventually need a train, but I can make that back at the home base. Auto extractor, we need an auto arm. Need a little platform. If I
forgetting anything. I don't think I am. That's usually what I set up for these. Yeah, just an arm. And, oh yeah, we need one of those pylons. Well, we don't need one of those, but I like to use those. I like to use side pylons because they kind of function as an end cap and they won't, like, connect to other stuff that I don't want them to. We will have to do 2 trips or bring a trailer, however, so let's bring a trailer. Because it is a little bit far away. Doesn't really matter what I do, I'm gonna forget something anyways. Point values go up with future stages. Oh, I guess they do show you how many points all the weird symbols were, don't they? Yeah, that probably makes sense then. So I assume I'm gonna hit a soft cap on how much I could reasonably complete in the event. Use those for the same purpose. Oh, what, the side pylons? That's the only use I've found for them. I mean, they show up on your map, I guess, but that's not helpful for anything, really. This won't be able to connect yet. There we go. Just leave the crusty crab sitting on the ground there. Hopefully it won't fall through the floor. Yeah, to stop them from connecting to everything exactly. That's, if you were looking at how I set up the base downstairs, I have that same thing going on. There's a side pylon on everything downstairs specifically to prevent that bullshit from happening because it's fucking annoying. There's no way to do it otherwise. Unfortunately, the side pylons are enormous, but oh well. Can't win them all. And I would love to use train stations, but train stations not only also connect to everything, they also carve terrain out of the floor every time you place the damn thing. So really, they're the worst of both worlds when you think about it. Let's go get some clay. For once, we're using a rover for the intended purpose. Hauling large objects across the surface of a planet. Intended gameplay. And then over there, unintended gameplay. Well, to be fair, honestly, they knew people were going to make those. You know what? You know what's unintended gameplay is the fact that I have 3 large solar arrays on the top of this, and this is how I've been powering my base this whole stream. I've never actually explained any of this. But for anyone wondering how I've been powering this base, not RTGs. RTGs are cringe. I'm using batteries and 3 large solar arrays sitting on top of this gateway to power it during the day. One of these came from Silva. I hauled it over the space elevator. You have to pay attention to them in your builds. Yep, I had a couple incidents, and I was like, I don't want to deal with this anymore. And I've just been putting side pylons on them ever since. I think the incidents were off stream while I was like building and moving stuff around, so nobody got to see the agony of having a hole carved through the floor because one of these rail posts just decided, oh, I want to connect to something else now. Alright, so the clay that I know exists, there's one over here, and I just want to see how far away it is. So there's this deposit over here. That's one of our candidates. I might actually want to come back with the rocket, now that I think about it, to see how big this is. But let's go have a look at the other one real quick as well. So we have a deposit there. We'll peek underground with the rocket later to see how big it is before I like finally establish it. And then there's another one way off in that direction that I'm also going to go check. I don't know if I call this jam music, but I mean it's Minecraft music. It's definitely good. Alright, so we need to go around the back of the base. In retrospect, I probably just could have used the rocket to carry these things around, but no, whatever. We'll be fine. We'll do a little bit more scenic riding around the planet. I don't do this a whole lot anyways. Like, most of my streams consist of me screwing around in the base and then flying between planets with the rover. You rarely ever actually see me, like, just traveling over the surface of Calidor like this anymore. Those days are gone. Those are old streams where I was doing that. Alright, so I think the second one that I found was over in this direction. I totally should have just used the rocket for this. Yeah, this is still pretty far away. I never measured these out because the devs don't want to give us a measuring stick for some reason, so I like don't actually know how far away these are to optimize this.
I thought there was one over here. The world's slowest jetpack, ladies and gentlemen. The pinnacle of video games. And yes, I know you can put one on the other shoulder, but the inventory space is already a luxury in this game. I don't want to have two of these all the time. Well, I don't know where the other one is, so you know what? We're just going to go use the first one. Or at least we're going to check it with the rocket first and see if it's any good, and then we'll use it, if it turns out to actually be decent. Just gotta do a 40-point turn here around these spider trees. Oh my god, fine, I'll turn around the other way, game. You win. You win. How much I use these things, you think I'd be better at driving them? I swear, I probably have more time flying these things than actually driving them around. But I'm sure this game is tired of me. I mean, I named this stream celebrating 5 years of the glitch because I had a bad joke I made at the start of the stream about how it has been the year of the glitch ever since this game released 5 years ago. Like, I don't even know what the difference is between this year and all the previous ones. This game does not like me at all. And you know, maybe I deserve to not be liked by this game with all the horrible things I do to it. Alright, so let's go get in our funny rocket and have a little trip. And by get in the rocket, I mean I'm just going to carry it around. How do I want to do this? You know what? Okay. As much as I want to use the rover, this is very much not the optimal way to be doing this. Let's be smart about this. We're going to go over there once anyways to check on it. If it's good, we place the auto extractor, and then I have to come back over here anyways, no matter what. So we're just going to bring all the stuff in a second trip. So I'll put these over here. It would have been faster to just move the storage silo, but I'm dumb. There we go. Alright, so let's head out. How much hydrazine do I have? Plenty. I like the game likes you. I still don't know if I like this game or not. You just ordered some Taco Bell. I'm sorry to hear that. Preemptively, I apologize for whatever illnesses you succumbed to as a result of your decision. I wish you the best. I'm gonna keep an eye out just to see if there's any like kind of nearby this that I missed the first time around, but I don't think there are. There's some tungsten over there. Yeah, I don't see anything. Boy, good thing I got so much hydrazine, my storage is clogged, or this would be a bad investment. I got 2 more on the rocket. I'm gonna put one of these in my backpack so I don't fall. Where's my cursor? There it is. I'm sure I'm glad that the game's cursor is a white dot in a video game where everything is white. It really helps you find it amidst the chaos. Yeah, I think this is the best one we're gonna get. Let me just make sure this is not a terrible deposit. Because what can happen is you occasionally will get trolled. You'll find a deposit like this and you'll be like, oh wow, look at all this. This is probably pretty good. And then you go underground and it literally just stops. And that will affect how long it takes for the auto extractors to need to be reset. So I want to like make sure this one is actually good first. But we need to kind of get underneath it, which the game is making really difficult to do. I've like never been down this cave, by the way. I go by this cave all the time. Let's see if this gives us a sight line to it. Might have to change my settings again. That's, you know, that's not bad. That could be better, but I think most of that is in range of an auto extractor. I think we take that. I think we take this one. This looks pretty good. Let me just turn this setting real quick. Oh, okay, yeah, oh, it's good. It's actually really good. If I dig a little pit, I can get the auto extractor down in the middle of it. Okay, that's excellent then. So we're definitely going to use that one. It looks... So where does it look like the center of this deposit is? Oh my god, look at all that compound that we don't need. I'm trying to like eyeball where the center of the deposit is. It looks like... Okay, it's like a third of the way past this rail post, like straight down. It's very hard to tell, unfortunately. But I feel like the rail post, this spot right here on the rail, looks like it's pretty much directly above the center of the deposit, and I want to get the auto extractor like as close to the middle as possible, so that it'll last as long as possible before it eventually like kicks me out. I don't know how to get out of here. Just see if I can get the rocket to let me fly out. Alright, we gotta avoid these collision or these terrain gen glitches here. Try over here. I don't want to dig a hole. Again, I don't want to make my save file bigger, so I'm just trying to see if I can fly out with the rocket. A little bit further in that direction, whatever that direction is. Never heard of that one. Alright, got my rocket. Alright, we just go a little southwest. I think I will be able to fly out now. There we go. Stupid video game. So that's a glitch, by the way, everyone. Write that one down. Or don't. We're not writing these down. I just point out every glitch I find because it is the year of the glitch. Every year is the year of the glitch in this video game. Alright, so... well... what do I want to do here? Do I want to use the rover? The rover's slow. You know what? It's by the rails. Let's completely change my mind for like the 4th time. We're using trains now. We're pivoting. Because I realize the solution is right here in front of me. We have just enough slots for everything that I want and a line that goes to it. Every year is a glitch. Every year is the year of the glitch. What a beautiful video game this is. And I'm just going to bring this whole thing because I don't remember what I need for this. And we're off. Now we are going to build a second rail line parallel to the first one because, as I mentioned earlier with like the space elevator, having multiple trains on a single rail just does not work. This game is not Factorio. The rail system sucks ass. All you can do is just call the nearest train. Like that's it. That's all you can do. Which train is the nearest one? I don't know. What happens if there's another train in the way? They get deadlocked. So instead of dealing with that, we're unfortunately going to have to do this instead. We're going to have to build a whole second rail. So my speculation was that the center of this deposit is right about here. So what I'm going to do is get rid of these asshole plants. It's okay if we destroy a little bit of the clay. I want to make a pit going down to the middle here. Preferably destroying as few of these as I can. And then I'm going to stick the auto extractor in this pit, and it should have a really, really, really high, like, resource density if I stick it down there. I break a couple more of these, I think. Alright. Yeah, Factorio. I know their trains are getting better. I don't want to play Factorio until that update comes out because there's so much good stuff in the update that they've spoiled. And I'm like, I don't want to play the base game anymore. The base game sucks. Look at all this cool stuff they're adding to the game now. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's beautiful. Look at that. Look at the size of that bar. Look at that absolute unit. That's what we want. All right, so let's dig a little trench here just so it's easier to access the power spot. You're not going to play until spaced out. That's not what they're calling it, right? They're not calling it spaced out, right? That's what Oxygen called theirs. I don't remember if they've named the Factorio DLC or not. Whatever it is, though, I'm absolutely looking forward to that so much. Yeah, drop another 1,000 hours into it. That's going to happen to me. I'll probably stream that one, too. Or at least some of it. Alright, so what do we got here? It's a little crooked. We can straighten this out a bit. I don't want to deform too much terrain, but as I've said, once you start deforming terrain, it adds nodes to the occ tree. Like, it's already suboptimal the instant you do anything, so you might as well, like, condense all of your building operations to one area if you want to get the best of it. Otherwise, if you make like a ton of little holes all over the place, you're just gonna make your save file even bigger. That looks like it'll work. It's not. Okay, have they named it though? I don't remember if they've named it or not.
I don't think they've said what the name of the Factorio one is. Why is the platform doing this? Game, come on. Alright, I'll flatten out more. I hate these things. Sometimes you can get these things to lay flat in the weirdest terrain, and other times they're like, you know what? You know what? No, this is flat. This is good. I'm just gonna do this. I'm a medium platform A. I don't feel like sitting flat. I'm just gonna do this instead. I do not understand these things. Dumb. A little bigger. I'm about to give up. You know what? That's good enough. That is good enough for me. We'll take that. Unpackage them so they anchor funny. Do I need to like reload my save and then they'll stop being stupid? Is that how it works? Wouldn't even be surprised, honestly. That would explain a lot. Whatever, we made it work. Alright, we have power already, so we don't have to worry too much about that. I'm gonna get rid of this one just because I know I'm gonna step on this thing constantly. So we'll do a little bit more terrain deformation. It's fine, I'll be okay. Alright, so how do we want to do this? How do I want to weasel this in here? I'm trying to like remember how this feeds back into my base, and I think I want to be on the right side because I believe that is going to result in like less overlap between these rails. So let's go ahead and stick this here. It's probably going to carve terrain when I like place the second one, but that's not a big deal. Alright, so we need to stick it in a little closer. You know, this is too janky even for me. Alright, fine game. I'll delete more terrain just for you. It's amazing how a game with sandbox building actively discourages you from actually building anything because your game just eventually becomes unplayable. That won't quite reach everything. A little more. Now to be clear, I'm being a little bit like melodramatic. Like it takes a decent amount of time before it actually becomes unplayable, but it does eventually become unplayable, especially if you're in console. Your save file gets to like 50 megabytes, and I think you just can't like play the game on Switch anymore. It just doesn't work. It's something like that. It's not good. It's really just not good. Yeah, okay, this looks pretty good. That should hit the whole train. Oh, by the way, anybody who was wondering why these don't have like cable plugs on them, they do. There's 2 cable plugs that don't render at the origin point of this thing. I don't know why. They just are. They probably copy pasted them from the rail post and forgot to remove them from like the whatever properties they associated with this entity, but there are 2 cable plugs at the origin point that you can attach cables to get power from these things. I don't know why the devs didn't just actually put cable plugs on them, because that would have been really useful, but they didn't. So that's a thing. That said, we don't actually need this connection because we have this rail line here to power the whole thing anyways, and I'm going to power this rail from the base over there. I try to avoid having loops on the rail lines if at all possible, because I'm pretty sure having loops makes things perform poorly. That's just usually how it works when you have a graph in any game. Using trees is better than like any like omnidirectional graphs typically for game performance, and this game needs all the help it can get for performance. Hey, you never knew about the plugs, I'm assuming, not the performance thing. The performance thing is literally speculation. Okay, see ya, Pigo. Thanks for stopping by. But yeah, the performance thing is just speculation on my end, because I've seen this problem a lot where having cycles in a graph like this tends to cause it to not like work as well. So I'm speculating that this questionably programmed video game probably has that same issue in it. It might not, but I'm not going to take the chances with that. So I'm just going to play it smart and have a nice tree for my like power grid when at all possible. Alright, so we can make this look nice. We can just sync these up. So I'm just going to put them like kind of right next to each other. You could literally put these on top of each other and they'll work fine, but I'd like to make it look at least a little bit nice. So I'll just put them like right next to each other. Not really trying to like do any OCD alignment to them or anything. Just keep a nice pattern.
Alright, we are going to, I think, just go right through this little bit of terrain over here. This thing has been agitating me, so I'm just gonna remove it. Just carefully. You know, the save file of this game wouldn't be such a problem if the devs, like, added, like, chunks to this game. Like, you know that thing Minecraft did when Notch was still working on it? And, like, Notch is an idiot, and he was able to add a chunk-based save system to his game. I don't know why Astroneer can't figure out how to do that. Then you wouldn't have to load the entire thing into memory every time you want to play the video game. I'm sure that would solve a lot of problems with how, like, laggy big save files can get. While you're at it, devs, just add a fucking autosave and don't save when I get in vehicles, please. What year is it and we still don't have an autosave for this video game? Yeah, it loads easily if you're digging in one spot, and I'm pretty sure that's because they use an octree as the data structure for this. Okay, what is that trying to connect to? Hold on. Did I not put a... No, okay, I gotta be careful with this one. I didn't put a site pylon on this because I was like, oh, I'm never gonna need to put another rail over here. Oh, looks like I need to put another rail over here. But yeah, I think what they use, the data structure they use is probably an octree. And if you've heard of a quad tree, an octree is a quad tree in 3 dimensions. And the gist of it is that the data structure is efficient at having clusters of changes in a specific area. So like having this base over here is more efficient than making like the same number of changes all over the place. The octrees are really shitty if you have like extremely sparse data with uniform distribution. It's very good at like semi-sparse data with high density clusters. That is like really good for that type of data structure. And that's what I'm trying to do with this game, essentially. So if I make any changes to the terrain, I do it all in one condensed area where there are a lot of leaves in the octree data structure anyways, like regardless of what I end up doing. What you don't want to do with an octree is, first of all, you don't want to make an octree, like in general for like a video game, if you don't even have that many things you need to store in the structure to begin with. But in this video game, where literally every tile can have something in it, you want to have clusters of storage in your octree data structure. That'll get you the most value out of it. Do I want to get a better drill for this? I think I can just manually carve this one out. I just need to get the rail post in this hole. And then I'll let the carving system for the rails do the rest of the damage. See, I'm not extracting from that one, am I? No, I found a better tungsten deposit. I think it's over there on that mountainside. Yeah, this over here is where I'm getting my tungsten from. Alright, so we need a normal rail post now. Rails carve terrain. Carving terrain is bad. We want to go low. We want to just tuck through this tunnel and make as few changes as possible. Need to get this stuff out of my inventory. I still have that robot from earlier. That's going to just be in a random canister for later. Alright, so let's see, how's this going to work out? That's a tall rail post. Wait, I grabbed the 2 tall ones. Where's the short one? I know there is a short one. There it is. You hide most of the automation behind line of sight soil so they don't load. Is that a thing? Does this game have a collusion like that, or did you like specifically align it to chunks or something, like a little bit further away? Like, I know this game has, like, some occlusion, but I didn't think it, like, worked in short range. I did not mean to press a taunt button there. Why is this not working? There we go. Alright, so let's stick this one here. Yep, that's a nice mess. Okay, I'm struggling with the controls here. Oh, okay, it's facing down. That's why the perspective on that was looking really weird. I was trying to figure out like why it looked like it was never flat. It's because it wasn't flat. That was the reason. There we go. Good enough. Carve some of this crap out. Again, once I've done the damage of deforming terrain here, I might as well just make it a little bit easier to traverse.
Yeah, good enough. If you look down into it, it's a giant eldritch lag monster. I feel like that's what my base is. My frame rate is still going down, looking in the direction of my base over there. So I mean, maybe it helps, maybe some stuff. Let's see, your base is a coil, so when at the center, you only load the objects you see. That's interesting. No, whatever works. Maybe I should have thought about that. I mean, I didn't think my base would be as laggy as it is. Like, it's not terribly laggy. I feel like you probably have more stuff in your base than I do. But I'm kind of, like, surprised and also not surprised by the amount of lag that my base currently gives me. Like, my frame rate chunks a little bit, but it's not, like, miserably laggy or anything. It's not, like, unplayable. It hasn't gotten to that point, and hopefully it never will. Alright, so I need to start planning this out now. Where am I going to bring the clay down in the base? Your computer is shit. Well, I'm on a GTX 1070 right now, which is at this point not that good. It's not a bad GPU. This game also like destroys your CPU, so I honestly don't know which of those two things is the bigger bottleneck. I could go down here. Or I could aim for that spot and like clean this up later off stream. Let's see, how's this gonna look? Also on a 1070. I need to upgrade at some point here, but financially I'm not ready to spend like $2,000 on a really good GPU, and I want to get a good one if I'm going to upgrade it, so I'm working with what I've got. When something breaks, the necessity might arise. So let's see here. So I could unload it in this spot here. This is kind of what I'm gunning for. I kind of want to unload it next to these two. I could definitely weasel another one of these in, like right over here, and just move some of this automation crap out of the way. I could probably weasel it in between these, honestly, if I just get my camera in the right spot. I think I'm gonna do something hacky. Well, do I want to do something hacky? No, we don't have to be hacky. We can do it over here. I'm gonna do it over here. We're gonna do a little bit of crafting, a little bit of building, a little terraforming. For anyone who's wondering how this base is perfectly flat, you're gonna see me make a few changes to it. So where's my little paint kit? Here it is. Probably buying a whole new computer. That's a decision I have to make, because there's a lot of upgrades I want to make to my computer, but I'm trying to be financially responsible between jobs here. And my job is definitely not going to be streaming, so buying just a better gaming PC, when the one that I have now is fine, is not a good, like, financially sound investment, because I'm probably going to have to get a new motherboard and more RAM, probably a new CPU, maybe a new power supply. I mean, the power supply is fine, probably, but it's old, so it might just randomly break on me. I need to get more snail food. So for now, I make do with what I've got. Eventually, I'll be getting a new one. Probably when something breaks. Yeah, it's basically a whole new computer at that point. I mean, the discs wouldn't change. Like, I would keep the same SSDs that I have in it now. I wouldn't change everything, but a lot of things would definitely get swapped out. And I just can't, like, justify doing that at this point. So let's see here. This... What the hell is this one? I don't even remember what material this is. I could go out this side. Oh, you know what? I should just go out this side instead of making a mess down there. Maybe we're not going to do arts and crafts time. This might be the better play, actually. Even 9... Okay, you're even behind on me. This game is probably not doing you any favors then. Yeah, I think this is where we go. I wonder if I should try to do any optimizations with this. Because this is where the clay needs to go at the end of the day. It needs to go over here. I could definitely, like, shortcut it. Yeah, we're gonna go over here. We'll see if we end up doing any painting, but we're definitely going over here. So let's see. Should be tall rail posts again. At this point, we're not really synced up with anything in particular, so just do that. Alright, this is probably not going to reach, and I'm out of rails. Only a year behind. Yeah, but everything makes this game perform even worse. Like every year you go back. Like admittedly, they've done a lot with this game to make it perform like reasonably well, but it's still definitely something. It hurts. There's things that you just cannot do. Like, I have to run this game on low settings. I wish I could have high quality terrain, but instead I feel like I'm playing a Nintendo 64 game when I look out at the distance, because I just cannot run this game with high quality terrain unless I wanted to run it like 30 FPS, which I don't. It's painful to watch. It's painful for me to play it that way. Alright, we're going to do a little painting here. I'm just going to try to line up this rail. So where in the world is the gray? I might be dumb. I am dumb. There it is. Alright, so we need this thing. We need the alignment mod. Or inhibitor mod. Turn all this on. Alright, so let's see. I want to space these out kind of nicely. I like to keep things at least a little bit organized when they're in the base. Let's put them 6 units apart. Right there. That's a good spot. I don't have to speak truth. Oh, what about this game? I only speak the truth about this game. I wonder if the devs, if there's ever been a dev in chat who's lurked on my stream and just heard me like shit talking all the bugs in this game, and they're just like, yeah, we're not gonna raid this guy. This guy's toxic. And I'm telling you, dev in chat, I do it out of love. I do it out of a desire for this game to improve, not to just be toxic. But analytical complaining is what I do here. I can't help it. I don't have control over myself. Alright, so let's move this down. They totally understand. I hope so. If there ever has been a dev in chat, like, if the devs ever raided me, I would not, like, open up with the raid and be like, wow, this game sucks. Like, I would not do that. I understand, like, how to behave in those situations, but I don't expect to ever get a raid from them. I've probably had dev in chat. If you're saying like Gina was just like lurking in your chat, I've probably had a dev in chat and they just didn't interact with me. For better or worse. Maybe they're taking some feedback. Like I've said before, like I will happily explain in excruciating detail every single bug that I encounter in this game. Like I'm not gonna be like the 11-year-olds that just like post like my game no work, my rover fall through the ground for like the 30th time. Like I know what is wrong, I can explain it coherently, I can give you useful information about what exactly is broken with your game, and I really wish that you'd fix it, but they haven't reached out yet, and they had that bug report section on their Discord for like a grand total of like a couple weeks, and then they removed it, so I really don't know like what to take from that, except that they clearly are not interested in having us submit bugs to them. They could interact without revealing their developers, so what you're saying, Tristus, is that you're a developer, and that you've just given away your big secret. I'm on to you now, I figured it out. I'm memeing though, I'm assuming you're not a developer, but you are right, they could just go incognito and go to my stream and listen to me complain and interact with me and ask me to show the rover thing again, but at this, I would rather just talk to dev in chat. I will, again, gladly tell you what is wrong. Except for the rover, don't fix that. Do not. Dev in chat, do not fix the winch rovers. Do not fix that. That is a feature. It is good. I love it. Do not fix that. Please, dev in chat, fix the floating particle emitters with solid collision. I put a packager on every single one of them that I could find in my base. Rovers get stuck on these things. Please remove those. I don't know why those have solid collision. Go into Unreal Engine. Go to the drop down that says collision enabled and switch it to collision disabled. I just fixed your bug. Hire me. Why am I going down here? I'm distracted. I'm complaining again. This is where we're unloading. Alright, so this should not be able to connect to anything I don't want it to. I'll never fix the winch. Perfect. That's good. I do not want them to ever fix the winch. I need to flush the system. Alright, we need to get ammonium out of the system. I have a few things I need to do here. Do I have a giant canister? Perfect, I do have a giant canister. I need to turn off the hydrazine factory, and I need to flush all the ammonium out of the system.
and deal with it off stream. Or on stream, maybe we'll do that later. But first let's turn this off because it's causing a lot of problems right now. The system that, by the way, the deadlock we have here is that all of these, like, storage carts are full of ammonium. So the ammonium cannot go up into the storage rack, which means that the hydrazine cannot be unloaded onto the storage carts. And we essentially have this feedback loop where, or a deadlock rather is what this is. We have a deadlock where I can't unload the hydrazine to use ammonium, and I can't unload ammonium to make room for the hydrazine. How do you find the particle emitters? Trial and error. Well, I mean, they emit they emit particles. Like, there's one down there that I didn't mark because I can't, like, actually mark it. It's in the floor. But I mean, I found the particle emitters because they emit particles. This one right here, for instance, you see that? You see those, like, 15 frame per second, like, crumbles that are coming out of it? Those are always at a low frame rate for some reason. That's how I found the particle emitters. Or you bump into them accidentally. And they're not just solid to packages. These are solid to the player. These are solid to rovers. They're on every planet. In the case of Calidor, Calidor has surface particle emitters that make dust clouds that are horrible because they're just everywhere in the base. In, like, Silva, this is what I would call a cave crumble emitter. This is like, these spawn on the cave ceiling and they spawn like little crumbly particles of dust that, like, drip down onto the floor. You can see one there. There's another one right here. There's one. These are dust emitters. Those are different. There's one right here as well that I think is in the floor, but they're on every planet as far as I'm aware. And they have solid collision. So if you've ever built a, like, tunnel with a rover and you drive down the tunnel and you just get stuck on fucking nothing, this is probably what you got stuck on. It wasn't nothing, it was actually a particle emitter. They don't despawn when you dig them. You cannot blow them up with dynamite. You can't, like, bury them and unearth them to get rid of them. You just can't get rid of the damn things. There aren't many because the moons are smaller. Well, I mean, yeah, the moons are smaller, but also I think the density of the particle emitters is still the same. I mean, some of them might have a different density for them, but you're going to encounter just as many particle emitters in a base of the same size, unless I just fundamentally don't understand how they work. Let's unload all the ammonium while I ramble about particle emitters. I need a platform. We're gonna repurpose this for ammonium now. I just need to get all of this out of the system so that I can unclog the damn thing and actually have other stuff be sorted. Alright, you go there, put that there, whatever. Alright, so that'll get taken care of. The moons are smaller, however. They're half the radius of the regular planets, which can be useful for other things, or if you just want to get between the layers of the planet faster. But I don't think it's going to solve the specific problem that I'm complaining about here. Alright, we need an output for that. Okay, that'll stave off our catastrophe with the ammonium for a little bit longer. You don't get stuck as much. You may be right in the sense that, like, there's just fewer of them on the Solo. Like, the Solo might not have as many of them. I don't really know how it works. I can only speculate, because it's really hard to get, like, numbers on this kind of stuff, and I haven't, like, data mined anything in this game. There's no reason for me to line these up, except that it looks pretty. And you know what? Sometimes things looking pretty is the only reason you need. Like, they're not pointed in a straight line or anything. Actually, hold on, did I line this one up? Or did I establish a precedent? I'm trying to look under it. I can't tell if that's a shadow or if I painted the terrain there. Oh, I did paint it. Oh no, I lined them up. No, now this one, no, I gotta do it to this one too, or it'll be inconsistent, chat. You gotta understand. It has to look pretty. This is important. So we need to not do that. Smooth that out real quick. True flat. All right, where's my paint kit? There it is. I'm not quite done with this. We got one more marker to make. Now there's another glitch for you. Hey Devin chat, you cannot swap mods with the ones that are here like this properly. It's only the base. Like, this entire portion of it will only put it in your backpack. You have to snipe, like, this tiny little ring around the base to actually hot swap mods off of your terrain tool for some reason.
There we go, there's a bug. Add that to your list. Or don't. I don't know. I don't have any power here. Alright, so let's see. Not quite what I wanted. Also, please give us the square grid. Like, Dev in chat, please give us the square grid for these. Also, I'm an idiot. I didn't turn on the inhibitor mod. Alright, hold on. Let's flatten it all out. We're doing this all wrong. Flatten it out. I need to turn off the other mod. That's what we want to do. The default terrain color is just light gray, so that's how I can get that color. It's mandatory. What are you discussing? Wait. I don't know what I'm discussing. I was done with a train of thought. Did I like say something weird? Or did I leave a cliffhanger on something I was talking about? Like, I was just complaining about the terrain tool being really finicky to swap out, like, modules on it. I'm trying to visually line this up to a 90-degree angle, by the way. Like, I'm just kind of eyeballing it. Looks pretty good. Alright, so it's unfortunately really difficult to place these properly. Let's see here. That's probably good enough that I'm just gonna go ahead and take that. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'll go ahead and take that. Hydrate. Yeah, I need to do that. Thank you. Fixing imperfections. If you're talking about the floor, then I wanted these rails to be like in a straight line next to each other, like in parallel. That's the imperfection that I was fixing, is these weren't lined up, and they're still not perfect, but it's so fucking hard to align these to a specific like terrain grid unit that I have to draw a line at some point and just say, like, you know what, enough is enough. This is good enough. It's not like worth my time to try to get these perfect, because you just cannot get things pixel perfect in this game, which is unfortunate, and I really wish you could. And then even then, you can only really do that in a true flat base. It's even more of a nightmare if you're not at one of the poles or equator. This base is on the equator. And yes, I know I made an equator base when I could have just gone to the North Pole and put solar panels flipped upside down. But that's boring, and I wanted more problems to solve. So that's why we have that giant battery bank over there instead of just building a base at the North Pole. Because everyone builds a base at the North Pole. It's boring. Go spice things up a little bit. So anyways, the reason I'm over here is because I need to get another auto arm. And we need to hook this up. So I have a decision to make here. Oh my goodness. Curved Dog, thank you for the 5 gift subs. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for that. And anyone who got the subs, hope you enjoy. Those are mostly my Spelunky regulars by the look of things, so I'm not sure if they're all here, but thank you so much for that. Always appreciated, never required. Oh, there we go, yeah, someone got one. Somebody's here. I don't know if the rest of them are lurking or not. I honestly don't know what exactly Twitch does to decide who to give those to. I think it's mostly just people who view your stream a lot. Let's see here. What am I trying to do? So what I'm contemplating here is this is going to deposit clay at this location. The clay needs to go over here. I could be lazy, and I could have the clay just take a hop to the sorting system, move over one, and then immediately go over here. Or I could try to actually move this around and ruin my beautiful alignment and have the clay just go directly into this canister. I should really do this, but at the same time, the uniformity of what I have here is appealing to me. The idea that I could just dump it into the sorting system anywhere, and it'll end up where it's supposed to go. Versus just dumping it into this one directly. We're gonna just dump it in here for now, because this will be a lot faster, and maybe if I ever do another pass and try to improve things later, I'll come back to this and actually optimize it to go straight where it needs to be. So I think, yeah, that's the bulk of that. So what we need to do now is plug this in, power everything, and then we'll go back and turn on the auto extractor and set up a train. So let's see. Once again, I'm aligning these. Actually, how do I need to do this? This one actually, yeah, we don't align this one. We need to put it over here, I think. I'm going to move this out a little bit further. Devs, please let this cable continue to connect when I move those. I'm going to be addressing dev in chat every single time a minor inconvenience happens. So we need to be able to do this. Hopefully this reaches. Okay, that definitely reaches. This one does not, however, it won't get the back of the cart. This looks pretty good. I think this is gonna work. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this will work. I'm gonna move it a little bit further in. That'll definitely work. Let's rotate it slightly. Okay, and if it doesn't work for some reason, then we'll figure it out later. Love seeing me on Astro. I'm afraid almost to stream this game too much because I am going to run out of things to do at some point, but I'm always happy that people still enjoy watching me stream this game. I'm definitely, like, beating a dead horse here at some point. Like, we're running out of things to do. It's not going to last forever. Like I said earlier, there will be an Oxygen Not Included stream at some point to, like, kind of replace the sciencey, like, sandbox niche, but we're not quite done with this game yet. There's still a few things that we can get out of it, and they're adding a little bit of new content from time to time, so we can always come back to it. So now that we've hooked that up, let's redo this a little bit. I never added a logic gate for this part, did I? Oh, never mind. No, yeah, I did. I did. I'll explain what I'm doing here in a moment. Let me just wire it up. So we put that there. These don't have to go in this specific spot. It just makes it easier to see what I'm doing. Alright, so for anybody who's wondering what this is and hasn't seen this kind of circuitry before, oh, that's convenient. So what we got here is an AND gate. And it's very hard to see what's going on in here, and I'll go into more detail if you really want to know what's going on, but the gist of it is we have two power switches. These are each conditions. They get toggled when the condition turns from true or false. In fact, I actually need to build a new one, so never mind, I'm going to explain it better, because I just realized I can't reuse this one for both of these. So I will be explaining the AND gate in much more detail in just a moment. Just bear with me for a second here while I go get the materials I need for it. I need a medium storage. Did I just not print any of these? I know I have these. Can't wait until the update. I mean, I'm looking forward to whatever it is. Again, I would settle for an update that just fixed the problems that this game already has. There they are. That's all storages. I would settle for an update that fixed the problems that the game already has and didn't add any new content, but these devs really just want to add new content to the game. And to be fair, the new content has been good. I just wish they would also fix the damn game. But, oh well, maybe that doesn't bring in as much money, or maybe they're like pandering to an audience of kids that play the game for 2 hours and then uninstall it, so I don't know. I get the feeling I'm not the target audience for this game, which is unfortunate, but I suppose I can't be the target audience for everything. So we need one of these. We need a power sensor. What else do I need? I think I can reuse that platform. Well, let's try this. Let's see if I brought everything or if I forgot something. And I'll explain the logic gate as I build it. I can actually... Let me shrink this. I can actually shrink this down a little bit. Yeah, whatever. We'll just use the full-size one. So we're going to make a little bit of a mess here. Do it over on this side, I think. Let's just break the connection. There we go. That's fine. I'll fill this with tethers later. And let's pull this whole thing out. And make our logic gate over here. Alright, so what we're trying to do here is only turn on these auto arms when they are needed, because having auto arms running uses CPU and it makes the game break if there's too many of them turned on at once. So we don't want either of those things to happen. Mostly I don't want the auto arms to break. My CPU can probably take it. The auto arms breaking cannot take it, because then I have to reset them. And nobody wants to do that. So, what we want to do is only have this arm on when it's needed. This arm only needs to be turned on when we're interested in the resource that it provides,
and when the train is in the station to pick up the resource. I don't have a good way to detect if there is a train at this site pylon. I would have to use train stations for that, I think. And train stations are horrible. So unfortunately, the auto arm will be turned on if there's no train in this station, but it will not be turned on if this one's not here, and it won't be turned on if we don't need the resource that it provides. Maybe I'll come back to this in the future if they add a better way to do it. But these fuckers right here are not reliable. If you move far away from these rail posts, these will sometimes not trigger. I don't know exactly what the rules are for it, but once they leave relevance, Devin chat, write this one down. Once you leave relevance, sometimes these will not trigger. It happens more often when rail posts are close together, like the ones that I have here. Where if I leave relevance and the train goes from here to over there, it will actually skip triggering one of these rail posts, or it'll double trigger it sometimes, is the other thing that happens. And that just breaks automation. It basically makes these unusable because I cannot depend on them to actually trigger when a train goes through them. And worse yet, they can go off the wrong number of times, so I can't even like have a double count scenario. They just do not work. Please fix that. Have you encountered that issue too? Because that made this like auto sorting system way fucking shittier than it has any right to be. The system that I'm using for this is a stack of timers going over to the next node and then calling the train forward. What I should have been able to do was have the rail post trigger when the train gets there, have a delay, and then have it just send the train to the next one every single time I do this. But instead, I cannot depend on that. So what I have to do is I have to call forward to the next rail post and then also have a delay to account for how long it takes the train to get there. In addition to the time I want the train to wait, I have to have delay repeaters for the train getting to the rail post. And it sucks. And it's terrible, and they need to fix that. It just does not work correctly. Dev in chat, please fix. From your truly beloved cosine, that toxic streamer that you may or may not be watching right now because I do nothing but complain about things. Please fix. I will actually be thrilled if you fix that instead of whatever it is you guys have been doing, because not a lot of things have been getting fixed in this game. I read the patch notes for this update like at the beginning of the stream, and needless to say, it was underwhelming what they did, because they didn't do anything. They did not fix anything in those patch notes. Am I stupid? There it is. Wait, no, I'm stupid. Did I not bring another one of these? Is it in my backpack? Okay, I'm blinding big time. There should be a fourth power switch. And I cannot find it. And I'm getting upset with myself over the fact that I cannot find it. That's a power sensor. There's the other power sensor. Did I like put it under this? Alright, let's go through the motions. I'm going to go all the way over here, and then I'm gonna find it when I get back. That's how this works every time. I'm gonna find it when I get back. Backpack? Was it in my backpack? Well, it is now. These are rail posts. It's not on my terrain tool. These are rail posts that I forgot to put away. And I just picked this one up, just now. I don't know where the one is that I was looking for originally. Let's bring a tether while we're at it. We're gonna need that as filler. It'll turn up later and I'm gonna be upset. It'll be funny. Or it fell down there or something. I know a couple of things have fallen down there today. These are filler, by the way, to make sure that the automation system doesn't just put crap on these empty slots. It works. I kind of wish there was a more elegant way to do this, but tethers work pretty well. You could use glow sticks for that, but glow sticks are sinful, so I do not make glow sticks. We use these instead. I needed one more tether, actually, anyways. It fell down. It might have fallen down. I don't even know at this point. So let's see here. We can hook that up. That up. I need another tether anyways. Yeah, we'll find it later. I'm gonna stop worrying about that. Glow sticks are your favorite thing. Glow sticks exist for the sole purpose
of that one fucking challenge where they tell you to print glow sticks, and now my backpack printer permanently has this useless ass item in it. Just one thing in addition to the millions of other items that I have to have in my backpack printer because the devs won't give us a pop-out user interface to select the thing I want to print. And I have to add glow sticks to it because of a fucking achievement. Or a challenge, rather, one of the missions. Glow sticks are the things that are heretical. The crafting menu in this game is heresy. I would have researched them, like, no problem. Willfully, were it not for the fact that it just makes the printing even harder than it already needs to be. I do not like glow sticks. They are sinful. The crafting system in this game is like the root cause of that evil, but I do not like glow sticks because they are just a symbol of the problems that this game's crafting system has. They are not useful for anything. You like them because people hate them. I respect that. But that means that you have to be my enemy now, unfortunately. That's the rule. That's how it is, but I do respect you as an enemy. But glow sticks are a terrible fucking thing because they symbolize all the problems with this game's crafting system and all the useless crap in this game that I literally do not want to research because it makes the backpack printer harder to use. That should not be a problem that exists in this game, and yet it is. Alright, so let's explain what we're actually doing here. This is a logic gate. If these two power switches are on, they will send a pulse to whatever this power sensor is attached to. And if the signal is no longer met, it will send another pulse and turn the auto arm off. We have two of these set up now, one for each auto arm, because the conditions for them to fire are slightly different. So if I just do that there. So we got two of these. One of these for clay, one of these for graphite. So for the graphite one, I usually phrase these AND gates as a question of like, what do I need? Do I need graphite? And how do I find that out? I find that out with this segment pin. This segment pin is connected to the graphite storage container. If this overflow container has any graphite in it, then we don't need graphite. And a pulse will get sent through it. Otherwise, we do need graphite. And that's how we're going to detect the first case. So I'm going to go look over here and double check the state it's in right now. Our graphite's half full, so we do need graphite. I just want to sync up the conditions here. So we do need graphite, which means we're going to attach it to the one in the back. The power sensor is on, or the power switch is on, which means I do need graphite. So we leave it like that. The second condition is there a train in the station to pick up the graphite. And that's what this segment pin is going to symbolize. We attach it to this. Is there a train in the station? No. So we leave the power switch turned off. We're going to do the exact same thing with the other arm for the raw clay that we just collected here, which is just going to be turned directly into ceramic. We don't store the clay for anything really. So we're going to be detecting if we need ceramic. So the first condition, well, the second one, I guess. Actually, I'll just leave this out here. This is easier to see what I'm doing. But anyways, the condition is there a train in the station? And then do I need ceramic? I do not have a segment pin for detecting the ceramic yet, so I need to go do that. I need to go out front and set that up. I'm also going to grab one more tether, because I want to fill that last spot, because auto arms are stupid and they cannot be filtered to only place things in the storage container that you want them to. You can only filter what auto arms pick up, not what they do afterward. So unfortunately, if I don't fill these up, these will just get filled by any auto arm that happens by. If I rotate these a little bit, it'll just start putting stuff on this platform. We don't want that. That's bad. So it's annoying, and I really wish that Devon Chat would add a feature that lets me put a target pin for the auto arm that says this is the only platform I want this auto arm to interact with. Instead of like the other horrible Reddit suggestions about making like 90-degree auto arms, why don't we just add a fucking pin to the auto arm where I could just signal which platform I want the auto arm to interact with? Like, you already have a pin mechanism. Just use that as a filter for the auto arm that says you can only put things on this platform, you can only remove things from this platform. That would be a way better system than what you have now, because this is ass, and it puts things in your backpack. Nobody in the history of this game has ever wanted an item put in your backpack. And if there's anybody in chat who has wanted an item put in your backpack, you're banned. I'll tell you that right now. If you like that feature, you're banned from my chat forever.
Because my god, having random fucking bullshit placed in my backpack is just the most goddamn infuriating thing in the universe. Someone names every problem you've encountered automating in this game. I have 1,000 hours in this video game, and I am making an endgame base that sounds very similar to what you're doing. To me, it is refreshing to have a chat member that has encountered every single one of these goddamn problems that I have. Maybe there's hope in the world for the community of this video game. Maybe it's not just a Reddit full of 12-year-olds that don't understand what the marbles do and complain about their rovers falling through the ground every week. These are the problems that I want fixed. It's shit like this. I could deal with the rovers falling through the ground. Just make a flat area or put a platform under them. They'll be fine. But devs, please, make the auto arms actually usable. Yeah, you go across your base and you just get random bullshit put in your backpack. That's the other reason I have these arms turned off all the damn time, is I don't want crap in my backpack whenever I have to run through my base. It's horrible. Why? Who thought this was a good idea? Nobody wanted this. Well, I mean, somebody wanted this. Somebody who made the game decided that was a good idea, but my god, it's horrible. Please, just remove it. Yep, I know what's up, but I think we're in a minority here. We're in this weird end game automation minority, because you don't encounter this problem if you play this game for 2 hours on Silva and you literally only use an auto arm once for the mission that makes you use auto arms, and then you're like, what is this? I don't know what to do with this thing. And then you place it on the ground and it falls through the floor 30 minutes later when you leave your base, and then you never see that auto arm again. I think that's the 2-hour newbie experience. They never see their auto arm, they forget they ever even had it, and just no one does it. And then they post another screenshot on Reddit of their rovers sinking into the ground, and it's just I wish there was a technical community for this game, an actual community, not just a handful of people accumulating in my chat right now. But there just doesn't seem to be. The devs aren't appealing to that audience, and they could appeal to that audience if they fix their automation up a little bit. Add remote signals, things like that. There's a few things, just a few quality of life improvements to the automation. You could fucking super easily appeal to a dedicated audience of technical players, and get some of that Factorio player base to play your game instead. Excuse me, I just gotta work around another bug. Don't mind me. There we go. That's better. But instead, they just keep releasing cosmetics and appealing to children. It's unfortunate. But I'm glad to have the technical community talk in my chat at all. It's very refreshing. Would it pull people away from... I mean, I don't know. I never have felt I have not played Satisfactory, to be clear. I'm waiting for it to come out of early access, but I think I played Factorio and Astroneer in parallel at one point. I feel like the argument of pulling people away from your sandbox video game is just never a good argument. I feel like if this game was good enough, it would scratch a slightly different itch, and people who play Factorio might see it and be like, oh, this is kind of like a 3D Factorio. No, Satisfactory linear? Whatever. I'm still waiting for it to come out. I think I would still enjoy Satisfactory, but talking about Factorio, somebody might see a video game like this, where they advertise it as having technical endgame features and be like, oh, this is kind of like a 3D Factorio with terrain deformation. And guess what? You just got a sale from somebody who plays Factorio and is going to give you really cohesive bug reports if your game doesn't work. But instead, they're appealing to 12-year-olds that they're hoping will get their mom's credit card to go buy $11 skins at the store, and that's their business model. Who the fuck is gonna buy this for $11? I feel like there could be so much more to this game that the devs are just not doing, and instead they're just trying to depend on a monetized shop to make all their profit. It's frustrating and disappointing to see it going in that direction, because there's so much potential to this game. This game is so close to being phenomenal, and instead I have to milk it for content by using flying machines and just desperately hoping that they'll change something. And I love this game. I have 1,000 hours in this game, but devs, please. There's just a little further that you could go with this to make this so much better. If you would just fix your game, just spend a year fixing your video game and try to appeal to a different audience, and then come back to adding cute foxes and snails to your video game, because I like the cute foxes and snails. I just wish you'd fix all the other stuff too. Maybe that's my TED talk. Also fix the online. Like just make it so crashing doesn't delete your rocket in the middle of space, and then maybe I could play this game online with my friends again. That'd be nice. Now I'm down with my TED talk until somebody else says something in chat that riles me up again. Yeah, Shapes 2. I'm also very much looking forward to Shapes 2. Shapes 2 is like a really... It's like Factorio, but very specifically focused on like the spaghetti, like building, like building rows of structures, like aspect of Factorio. It is very fun. I played Shapes 1, I played the Shapes 2 demo. It doesn't have as much depth as Factorio, but it was definitely very cool. And I'm looking forward to when that game comes out. Alright. Let's see, I'm distracted. What we need to do here now is we need to add a train. So we have the automation set up. We're ready to remove clay. We need to... No, we're not quite done, actually. We need to check if I need clay. And then I also need to go over here and check if I, like... Or rather, I need to turn on the auto extractor and have a train on the network. So let's see here. I set up all these in advance, but I only wired up the ones that I really needed. Oh, cool. What a good user experience I just had. I just had 2 items forcefully thrust into my backpack, and now... Oh, I forgot about this bug too! Oh, this is perfect! Check this shit out! The auto arm will interact with your backpack in the 3D world if it happens to be in front of the interact range of the auto arm. Isn't this cool, chat? If this doesn't make you want to play this game, I don't know what will. So let me rotate my camera so that my backpack is actually not in the spot where the auto arm is, so that I could take out the thing that the game forcefully placed in my backpack. Phenomenal. So what we were actually here to do is extend this segment right here. See if I can snipe it. Alright, so let's see. What is the scheme for this? I've been placing it right about here. This one doesn't have to be super precise. I left-clicked instead of pressing E. Hold on. Let's do that again. Just keep your inventory full. That is like just... That's the worst thing. It's like, yeah, that's what you have to do. When I spend enough time in the factory floor, I just kind of like will eventually just accept the fact that my inventory is going to be full of garbage, and I'll just be like, all right, whatever. It won't put anything else in my backpack. It's full now. Just have your way with me, game. Just fill it up. It's not like I can do anything about it anyways. Because there's really nothing else you could do. Such a terrible feature. And the fact that it can interact with the fucking backpack, like, in your UI. Because, I mean, this is in the 3D world. Like, you can see they scale it up a little bit. It still clips things here because they haven't figured out how to do rendering layers on this game. So it actually clips with objects in the environment like this. And they sort of tried to make it not do that, but it didn't work very well. And you end up with stuff like this when you're trying to use your backpack in a tight space. I still don't understand, like, who on the design team for this game thought that this was, like, a defining characteristic of the game, this, like, in-universe AI. Like, Dev in chat, you know the reason why most games don't do this with the user interface? It's because it sucks. It's because it's super hard to actually use the interface when it's just constantly being blocked by stuff, or, like, really hard to see it because the lighting is weird on it. Like, I don't like it. You could just add a proper user interface to this game and no one would be upset. You know what else no one would be upset about? Is if you had a first-person camera instead of making me do this if I want to look up at the ceiling. There is nobody who is going to give this a negative review on Steam because there's no first-person camera, and then you add one. They're like, oh my god, my immersion. This has been a third-person game ever since I bought it in early access, and the fact that you guys gave into the normies and added a first-person camera, I mean, this game is literally Call of Duty. What's even the point? No one's gonna do that. Nobody is gonna be like that. Please, add a fucking first-person camera to the vehicles and to the player, not just the vehicles. Like, I see it in chat. No. No, Curve, we do not want driving views. We want a first-person camera for everything. Everywhere. All features of the game. I want to be able to zoom in and have a first-person camera. There will be people like that. Unfortunately, you're probably right. there are also people who are upset about how bad the camera is in this game, and I would hope that they outnumber the people that will be upset if this game becomes Call of Duty because it has a first-person camera. By the way, there's no guns in this game at all. Not even close to Call of Duty. Like, it's just such a bizarre argument. There is nothing wrong with having a first-person camera in this game, and I don't know what the basis is for whoever the dev in chat is that decided that it needed to be like that. Please just do it. So anyways, the reason why we're over here now is because Cosign's getting distracted, but also we need trains. So let's see what we've got. We need a rail engine and one rail car, and I think I have one sitting over here. I do not. We're gonna have one sitting over here in just a second. Just any second now. Infinifactory has both. Oh, imagine that. They figured it out. They're like, you know what? In this convoluted factory game we made that has a lot of contraptions and gizmos that would make it really hard to see, maybe having a first-person camera would improve the user experience. Maybe. Just a little bit. Alright, so we need that. Nice. Hey, here's another glitch, folks. I don't even know what we're up to now. I've lost count. That's been in here since they added the trains to the game. It's got a little tail on it. It'll go away if I attach it to something. Alright, let's see. So we need that. I need 2 tethers to plug up the side slots. I mean, I don't need them, but I prefer to have them. Still hunting for the shapes too. I didn't even bother like checking YouTube for those because I just kind of assumed that they're not uploaded anywhere yet from the demo. They'll definitely go on the playlist when they start getting uploaded somewhere. I could always like rip them from the game myself, but my playlist uses YouTube videos, so it would be difficult for me to start adding like MP4s or MP3s or whatever to it, but maybe at some point I'll do that if they don't add them somewhere. So honestly, the Shapes 2 devs will probably upload them themselves at some point, so I won't even have to look that hard to find them. They've been pretty good about stuff like that. Oh, we got another glitch coming, by the way. This is a glitch warning for anybody who is concerned that we haven't had a glitch for the past 15 seconds. There's another glitch coming. Alright, so let's see here. So we want this train to be set up. Let me set it up over here. So I can get this to work. It's not cooperating. This is not even the glitch I was talking about. Something else is going to go wrong, but I need to set up the train first. I need to unpack them from Unity. Yeah, there's that too. I could always just record them like from audio, and they should be like full quality if I do that. Because I have that game, I don't have to like rip it off a video or anything. This really does not want to work correctly. Here we go. Okay. All right, so there's a glitch here, but you can't see it. And the reason you can't see this glitch is because this train is actually offset incorrectly. If I back this train into the station, let me show this, just in case Dev is in chat. Let me see if it happens here. Let me see if I can show this. Let me start the train. So the way I have these set up is I back the train into the station like this. Actually, I need to fix the auto extractor over there. It's in the wrong spot. So I'm going to back the train into the station like this, and I'm going to save and load my game. Let's see if they fix this. I highly doubt it. I highly doubt they fix this. I would be happy to eat my words right now, but I don't think they patched this yet. So that train is in the station. It was backed in, specifically. So let's load the game. You should be more upset than you usually are. I have that effect on people, don't I? I'm sorry. Again, this is a stream about analytical complaining. The thing is, I complain about things, but I have a good reason for all the things I complain about. So if you're feeling inspired by my complaints, then that's like a compliment to me, that you would say something like that, because that means my complaining is efficient. It's accurate. I wish they would fix all of these things so badly. Nice loading screen, by the way. 11 megabyte save file on an SSD, by the way, and it took that long to load. Oh, where'd the train go? Was this not backed into the station a second ago, and now it is one train car further forward? Boy, I sure hope that it doesn't fuck up my automation if there happens to be something in this rail car getting unloaded when I close my save. It will break it. If this happens and it's in the process of unloading the train car, this is deadlocked. This will never leave the station anymore.
Because the thing I forgot to do over here was put a storage sensor on the train to auto-detect when it's emptied out. So that's a fun bug. That took me a while to figure out what the hell was going on when that happened, because I would just occasionally find my trains just sitting there like that, doing nothing. And I was like, what the hell is wrong with these things? There's another glitch for you. Again, year of the glitch. 5 years of glitches. Anniversary of glitches. Glitches forever. This game is one massive glitch. So the way that you fix this is you take this off, you place your rail engine where you want it to go in the direction that it wants to face, you place a rail car behind it, and you see where the rail car is going to go, and then you lower it to the ground. Don't rotate it. Now you take the rail car off, you put it up here, you flip it 180 degrees and then put the engine on it, and that will not happen anymore. It will actually back into the station correctly. You literally have to flip the rail car 180 degrees from the direction the game wants it to be in to prevent this bug from happening. Now it will actually save and load correctly in that station. Isn't this game just fantastic? Hello, Captain. I'll happily repeat all that if you didn't catch that the first time. Alright, so we want full or empty to be the trigger condition. I'm trying to remember, what order do I usually put these in? Let me find another train car. Okay, I put it on the left side apparently. No, I just put it on inconsistent side. Okay, storage sensor on the front. I always have to remember how this works. How did I come to find that out? Trial and error. That's how I came to figure it out. I tried a bunch of different configurations because I observed that some of my trains weren't doing it. At some point, I probably accidentally built a train that didn't have that problem, and I noticed that that train was fine and the others weren't, and I did like a bunch of weird tests, and I was like, at some point I noticed that the rail engine, or the rail car wanted to flip differently for some trains and not others, and I realized that they're directional. And when I realized that they were directional and that the rail car was exactly one rail car's length offset from the station, I put 2 and 2 together and I was like, oh, they fucking load them in backwards, don't they? And indeed, they load them in backwards. What I think is happening is that they're not storing the individual positions of this rail car. I think what they're storing is like a lead car, which is probably this one here. For whatever reason, maybe the rear car is the one that calls all the shots on it, but I think they're storing like a lead car. And then for some reason, the algorithm that places the other rail cars and engines after they spawn in the lead car is putting them in backwards from the actual like forward-facing direction of the rail car. My guess is that the jank has something to do with that. That's probably what's going on. So what would be happening here is it's trying to slot the rail engine into this point here. And the car here, this rail car here is in this spot, and it tries to generate the train starting from this spot, and it puts the train in backwards, it tries to put the train in backwards, essentially. So it makes room for the rail engine, and then it puts the car here, and then the rail engine actually spawns in at this spot over here. They need to hire me for a couple months. Dude, I need a job. Devs, I'm hiring. Just let me work from home. Pay me like 50K or something. I'll fucking fix your bugs for like a year. Just, I'm open. I'll do it. I'll fix your video game. Just hire me. And don't make me move into an office. I'm not moving into an office. It's cringe. That's why I quit my old job. Anyways, that fixes that problem. Okay, you know what? This 70K. Economy's getting a little bit rough, but my living expenses are very low because I stay home and play games all day. I should talk to Joe. I have to find out if the devs hate me first for shit-talking their game constantly, if I'm being completely honest. I have to wonder, have I cost them money, or have I earned them money with my streams of this video game? Sometimes I wonder. I'm a dumbass. I put the train on the wrong rail, so we have to do all that again, by the way. So again, whatever the default direction is for the train, rotate it 180, and then put the train in front of it, and then it will not get stuck anymore. He's project manager. I don't remember what his role was before. I thought he was always the project manager. I don't know. I don't like follow really like what the dev process is for the game, like who all is working on it. Neither. I am too tiny. Excuse me.
I am probably like the top row on Twitch for this game. Maybe I don't even know. I don't get like all hubristic about like viewer counts, to be clear. I'm just memeing because Captain is a resident troll in my chat. But like Dev in chat has probably seen my stream at some point. It just makes me wonder if they hate me or not, or if they actually see my feedback and like take it into consideration. Whether or not they do anything about it, I don't know. I could ask chat whether they decided. I don't know. Hey, anybody in chat, you buy this game or not buy it because of me? Submit your feedback in chat right now for Dev in chat to read, because Dev in chat is definitely there. I would like more people to play this game. Maybe they would fix it if more people played it and found issues and complained about it, but I don't know. Anyways, let's go finish this off here. So what we have here is an automated train. This train is checking for full or empty in its storage. And if you put a storage sensor on the front of the train, what that does is that checks all the storage slots in the entire train except for these two side slots here. These are like control slots that I just have tethers in, so nothing gets placed in them. And then what it's going to do is when the train is full, it's going to trigger this rail car here. And it's going to say, start the car. The car is going to go backwards because it's at a dead end, so it can't go anywhere. And when it gets all the way over there and it gets emptied out, the rail car is once again going to get emptied out. It's going to trigger this sensor, which is going to tell the rail car to start, and it's going to go forwards because it's also at the end of the line. Now the thing I need to fix here is the fact that this is not going to be able to place any materials on the rail car. So I actually need to do some horrible garbage like this to get it in position. This is going to carve some terrain, but at this point I'm just kind of going to let it happen. I need to get the rail car and not the engine to be the target of this auto arm. So let's try to stick it like right here and see if we can fix this up. Also, I'm pretty sure the devs of this game work out of an office, and I don't want to work in an office ever again. Like that was just the most stressful shit. I worked in an office for like 6 years, and the job was fine. It was for a big company. It had its problems, but working in an office was just such a fucking slog. Like it was just so draining to have to be there every single goddamn day, where I couldn't even walk around in my underwear in the middle of the summer and go get a snack. Like, it was not the life for me. I want to work from home if I'm getting a job. Now, I said, Devin, Chad, if I'm allowed to work from home on Astroneer, where do I submit my resume? I got 6 years of experience fixing bugs. That's pretty good, right? And doing DevOps stuff as well, even though I was programmed to be I'm not programmed, I'm not a robot. I was hired to be a software developer, and half the time I spent was doing DevOps stuff because we didn't actually have an ops team that could fix the servers. It was an interesting job, to say the least. So we got that plugged in. Should be able to... Is this powered now? Yeah, this is all powered. So we should be able to turn this on. You know what? I'm going to power it from this one, just because it feels more consistent to do that. I'm going to sit here for a second and make sure that everything is actually working as intended. So I'm going to re-chat for a second here. You appreciate Ani more because my critiques. They tend to include bugs in their automated builds. Oh, interesting. I don't know, I guess I've never really, like, paid much attention to that community. I mean, again, I didn't play Oxygen much, like, to begin with. But, like, from what I did do in the game, I didn't really do much with the bugs. Or what you could, like, reasonably consider to be a bug. I kind of played it, like, by the books, the way the devs intended it, I'm pretty sure. And it's the same thing with Spaced Out. For what little I played, I didn't know about that, like, weird, like, looping glitch with the boundaries of the level. In retrospect, it makes sense that that's a thing. But I probably wouldn't exploit that either. I would try to go for, like, more, like, vanilla-looking builds. And then if I decided to, I would start exploiting things. Like, in this game, I eventually started glitching things because I was like, you know what? I feel like I've had the proper experience. Oh, I need to turn the auto arm on. There we go. Large number of software engineers at Amazon is also DevOps engineer. I do not want to work for Amazon. Let's just leave it at that. Amazon wasn't the company I was working for. But everything I've heard about being a software developer or any tech job, or any job actually at Amazon, like literally any job at Amazon, is not good. It's not something you want to do with a company that like just hates everybody that works for them. I would rather not do that. Quirky interactions. If you're savvy, you can turn them into powerful gas displacement. Oh, you're right. I forgot about that shit. I did abuse that. I abused infinite gas and liquid storage. I remember that. That was one of the bugs that I abused. That was one of the things where I was like, I'm fucking tired of having like half of my base just consist of like hydrogen gas tanks, and I used the infinite gas and liquid storage. That one I used. I had completely forgotten about that. Like, it's such a pain in the ass to store large quantities of materials in that game. Like, that one I would definitely give a pass. I know there's other things that are just like using game mechanics, things like sour gas boilers and stuff, and that was like it was too tedious to build those things for me to want to bother with them. I didn't think they were like exploity or anything. Like, they were using very clearly defined game mechanics, but they were so tedious to build, and to make sure my little shits didn't somehow get themselves locked in there with their head stuck in a block while they were making it, that was kind of the point of the game where I was like, you know what, I think I've played enough of this video game. I'm gonna do other things. Like, I started losing interest around that point in the end game. So I'll have to give this all another look when I stream the game again. Maybe chat will have like recommendations. I'll get some experts to show up and actually tell me what I'm doing wrong. Because I would not consider myself an expert at that game at all. Like, I beat it, but I didn't push the game as far as I could have. I'm sure of that. Okay, I think this is going to be the last one. All right, let's see if this sends the train back. There we go. I also used infinite storage piles for like loose items, but I don't think that was terribly exploited. But I had a storage heap where I just put everything on a single tile instead of like making a million storage containers for it. I mean, that one's not even that exploited. Like, what else are you supposed to do? Like, they literally just let you put them all in one spot, and storage containers take forever, and they make the pathfinding really slow. So I was just like, I'm just gonna put it all in one spot. I'm sure the duplicants will figure it out. They made that easier to do. That's excellent. It wasn't even that hard to do in the first place, so I'm happy to hear that, because I tried to make like large vaults, and after I had my like 8th storage container for granite, I was just like, okay, I'm gonna learn a better way to do this. Can I put these in piles? And it's like, yep, you can do quantum storage. Dwarf Fortress ain't the only game that has that. So what I'm waiting for right now is for the train to come by. It should turn this on. It should unload this clay. And the clay should immediately find its way into the clay storage here and start getting smelted into ceramic, and that would mean that we have everything working and we have fully automated every resource on this planet. And then all the other planets are already automated, like, as much as I could. I still have to ship them back and forth manually. You made the most absolute jank nanocarbon alloy setup using tall platforms. You know, whatever works for you. What I'm doing here took an eternity to do. If you just want to make just a single-purpose nanocarbon alloy factory and it just works, then you be my guest. I completely respect. I found the power switch. Chat, there it is. It got fucking stolen. The power switch got fucking jacked while I was building earlier, and it just wound up on one of these trains. I fucking hate these auto arbs so much. There it is. We solved the mystery. I wasn't stupid. It just got like sniped while I wasn't looking. God, I hate this game. Oh my goodness gracious. All right, let's empty out a little bit more of this. Let's solve this problem now. Let's go ahead and figure out why we have too much ammonium. I forgot what that stuff is called. My brain stopped working for a moment. Let's just get some more ammonium out of the system and then figure out what's going wrong with this. It's leeching off your automated resources. That sounds like some Factorio level spaghetti, like a starter base. It's okay, just say it's your starter base, and nobody can be upset with how janky it is. Like, all you have to say is it's your starter base. You could be working on your starter base for like 300 hours, and that excuse still works. If you played long ago, you'd have to disable auto arms to drop through a tile, but now you can use a building to do it automatically. Wait, I was using chutes. Wait, how long ago are you talking about? What I did for the automated system was I had an auto arm. I don't remember the exact like rules I had for all the storage containers and like sweeping, but I just had a drop chute for items that I had an auto arm deposit into. Like, I don't remember exactly how I made it work, but it was just a drop chute. Like, I just had like a 2-tile belt where I placed items onto the belt, and they moved one tile and then came out of an exit chute. And that was my quantum storage pile. Just everything went there except like the stinky stuff. Okay, you're talking about a long time ago. Yeah, I knew how to do the vent thing. That's why I thought it wasn't that hard. I don't know when they added those. I think those were in the game when I started playing it. Maybe you're talking about like some early access stuff. I didn't play Oxygen Not Included in early access. I just haven't played Spaced Out like very much is really like where I'm at with it. I basically haven't played Spaced Out, but I played the vanilla like release game. Alright, is that working? We still gotta unload more of this stuff. And yeah, I need to help it along here to verify that this is actually functioning correctly and this auto arm isn't bricked, because I had an auto arm once that refused to interact with a specific train on a rail post. So I want to make sure that that's not actually happening right now. I'll have to check up on it in a moment here. Has a storied history. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't remember when I started playing Oxygen, but it definitely like wasn't super early access or anything. So I probably dodged a bullet there. I would imagine that that game was all over the place before they stabilized it into what it is now. Which is pretty good, what it is now. But a lot of these early access games go through a rough history. I know Astroneer was a fucking dumpster fire of like broken gameplay in early access, but I mean, as much as I whine about it now, it has come quite a long way from whatever that was. I didn't have to play the game with the dust clouds either, and like the cubes or whatever. That was an experience I never got to endure, and I'm probably happy about that, because I've heard about it, and it was apparently really bad. You try your best to forget? Okay, it's good to know I didn't miss out on a whole lot. There we go, alright, it's unloading the clay. Here it is, moment of truth. If it gets over here and it gets unloaded into this canister, then that means everything is working. People, fuck, you're right, I know I've seen this. People keep fucking asking for the dust storms back. I know where they're coming from with that, because this game is just a piss-easy baby game for babies. Like, there's no challenge, there's no threat to this game other than the challenges you create for yourself. There we go, it's working, let's go, we did it. We did it, fully automated clay extraction. But this is like a baby game for babies, and at the end of the day, despite the way that they word everything here, all of these fucking planets are the same. Like, literally, you see this part here with the word hazards on it? It should just say easy for all of these. The only thing you have to fucking worry about is those asshole cactus plants that shoot explosives at you when you land on Aatrox. That's like literally the only dangerous thing in this game. Like, nothing else is going to kill you unless you're just not paying attention, or you die to fall damage or oxygen loss. And guess what? You could do that on this planet right here. You get killed by fall damage and suffocation on this planet just as easily as the other ones. Storms are not the thing that this game needs to spice up the planets. They need to do something else. Yeah, those cactus plants are the only thing that's dangerous in this game. Like, maybe bump Aatrox up to medium on difficulty because of those fucking cactus rocket plants. Nothing else is that dangerous in this game, like, at all. Like, gas plants will kill you in caves if you're not paying attention, but those are on Silva too, so like... And all the other plants just, like, don't even move. This game is, I think, just too vanilla for all the planets. They're all too samey. The ones on... Yeah, I guess they're on Glacio too, but those make an audio cue, and you have a lot more time to avoid those. I don't think I've ever been killed by those. Yeah, word game, man. We clearly have very different perspectives on the true grueling nature of this video game. But I consider this game to be like way too easy, is my personal opinion on it. It's why I imposed all these challenges and set out this end game goal for myself, because this was actually hard. to design all this stuff, to lay it out. This was where the challenge came from. This is what made it interesting. I've been using the fucking invulnerability snail all the time just so I could tank fall damage and just not have to care about it. This one here, Princess, the one that just makes you literally unkillable to anything except suffocation. You live off Astroneer, man. You live off Astroneer. Both of those statements are kind of correct. I need to clean up my rovers. I need to focus here. I'm ranting again. So much ammonium. Do I follow the lore story? There's not a whole lot of that. I mean, I know what the story is so far. It's all right, I guess. I mean, I'm not upset with the story as it stands now. I'm like, okay, that's kind of interesting. I'm not gonna spoil it for anyone who's just lurking. But like, I did the sunroom stuff, like whatever that quest chain was with yeah, this one. I am a fox. I did that whole quest chain there. It was interesting. It was kind of cute. It was neat to have a story in this game, but I mean, I'm not playing this game for the story anyways. Like, that's not what I'm here for. I'm here for the gameplay aspect of it. The story is just kind of nice. But yeah, I know what the story is so far. I don't mind it. I'm assuming that they're going to go a little bit more in on that during Year of the Glitch, since that's just kind of consistent with the theme they've had so far through the story. So we'll see where that gets us. It could be interesting. But again, that's not like the selling point for the game, so I'm not super concerned either way what they do with the story. Alright, I'm getting distracted here. We fixed that. Ammonium. We need to fix the ammonium. Why is my ammonium broken? Let's trace it from the source. So the ammonium is coming from over here. Why do I have so much? It was supposed to turn off like hours ago, and it hasn't for some reason. Refresh this to start with. Your challenge is stay in one spot and chill. Yeah, that's one way to do it. I mean, once you've got like extractors set up for Astronium and all the trading, you can... I guess gases are really the only thing you gotta leave home for, isn't it? Which is kind of lame. I wish there was a way to get gases like anywhere. If you're gonna do the trade platform solution, because that's the one thing you still can't do that with. So let's see, the ammonium goes here. It's taken to this. Why the fuck does my base think I need ammonium? So this is the segment pin that is connected to the hydrazine, I think. Wait, what? Wait, why is it... Hold on a sec, that doesn't make any sense. Why is it like that? Oh, it's branching. Okay, it's branching. So this segment pin is detecting how much hydrazine I have. That's what it's detecting right now. If my hydrazine storage is empty, then let's see. Well, it's not empty, I know that. I think I know what's going on here. I think it's a throughput problem where one of the things is running too fast for the other to keep up. Yeah, our hydrazine is not full. So the segment pin that I have attached to it that's detecting that is not going off. It's this one right here is the one that's running through the floor. Yeah, this pin right here is detecting whether or not there's anything in the overflow canister. I need to hydrate, I'll do that now. Alright, so this is detecting if I have overflow, because the devs are warning, cosine rants coming up in case you haven't gotten enough of those yet. The devs removed the ability that they had in one of their leaks to set a percentage on the storage sensor, and instead decided that full and empty was all that we needed as gamers. So I can't detect if this silo is like 80% filled and turn off the automation system so that I have a little bit of a buffer for like extra crap getting put into it. So every single fucking one of these has an overflow canister that allows me to detect whether the main canister is filled, because the game cannot remove the extra that's in this canister, and that is how I sense whether or not I'm filled on a resource. Why bother removing that? I don't know. It's on their Discord. I'm not making this shit up. If you like scroll back like a couple of years through the leak channel on their Discord, they have a picture of the fucking storage sensor with a slider for the percentage that it would have detected, and they never made it to the live build. They just removed that for some reason. They did not implement that.
And it's absolute dog shit because this build would be literally half the size that it is now if I didn't have to have overflow canisters to prevent it from actually like backing up. And as it is, we're still having backup. You use a negative feedback loop. I probably have it the other way around, so I just need to think my way through this again and see if I could fix that. Too many bugs for percentage tracking? Yes. As if it wouldn't hurt to have another bug in this video game. I mean, that hasn't stopped them with all these other features. And besides, don't they have fucking sliders? Like, it's not like this feature didn't exist. The power of this thing has sliders on it, so like they have the UI element for this. They already have that feature working. As far as the actual computation is concerned, I don't know. What does the battery sensor do? Does the battery sensor have a slider? Battery sensor might have a slider on it. If I could find it. Nobody's ever used a battery sensor before, but... Okay, that's not true. People have used battery sensors, but power infrastructure is a joke in this game. So I haven't used one. I just have the solar panels always top it off. Where the fuck are my battery sensors? I know I have them. Maybe they're on this silo. They're full, not full? Okay, then they literally just took the sliders out entirely, didn't they? So the closest thing we have to a slider is this thing here. Not this thing, the other thing, the count repeater. Actually, delay repeaters have sliders too, actually. Yeah, these both have sliders. They were able to program it in. They just didn't do it for the storage sensor. I don't fucking know. Yeah, oxygen has sliders. You just type in a number. Like I want my backup power to turn on when my batteries are 20%. Like you can just do that. They just didn't do it for the storage sensor for some reason. The one thing where it would have actually been useful in this game. I don't know what they're fucking doing. Dev and chat, please. I got distracted here. The sliders. Anyways, back to what I was doing here. Let me explain the problem that I think is going on here and how I'm going to fix it. So this is detecting if there's anything in the overflow. This functionally operates as like a 90% overflow. It's not 90%. There's 12 of these here, so it's whatever that percentage would be, like 94% or something. Is that a packager ball? Yeah, it sure is. Here, I'll go stand by that for a second. This is a particle emitter. This is actually the first particle emitter that I discovered because my rover was getting stuck on it when I tried to drive through this spot. There is a dust emitter, which is not active right now. I don't know what part of the game engine turns these on, but there is a dust emitter underneath all these packagers right now. And all the other ones that have one packager are just like a single, they're all just dust emitters. So I just made a packager ball because it was kind of silly looking. But they're solid even if you don't put packagers on them. It's stupid, and maybe one day Dev and chat will listen to me and fix the problem. So, this sensor is detecting overflow. It will toggle on or off whether or not this thing is empty. So if any extra hydrazine stays in this canister, this is going to turn on. Yeah, the collision bug is dumb. It's literally one drop down in Unreal Engine to disable the collision, or they could program it to despawn the particle emitters if you dig terrain around them, which would be even better. But I would settle for just having these things not have collision. Instead, not only are they indestructible, they also have collision, so you literally can't get rid of the damn things. So this segment pin is going to trigger whether or not we have, like, a surplus of hydrazine. So what we're doing here is we're turning this on when we need hydrazine, which we do, because we do not have a surplus. So I do want ammonium to come into the system. So ammonium gets picked up. It gets taken through the loop all the way around here, past all this crap, all the way upstairs into the sorting system where it goes into that little like holding canister right here. And then it gets pulled down and goes into this. And I think the problem that we're having is the ammonium is going past this slot. This is a feedback loop that is not working well. This is near the end of my factory. So what happens is it's very common for the sorting cart to come through here with a full inventory, so that I cannot unload any hydrazine. But the system doesn't know that. It is expecting this ammonium to get consumed faster than the hydrazine is like getting backed up here. But instead what's happening is the ammonium is getting consumed a little bit, but it's never unloading the hydrazine onto the cart because the cart is always full of ammonium and other crap when it comes past here.
And once the hydrazine backs up in this spot, and the ammonium backs up in this spot, we're at a deadlock, and the factory cannot do anything anymore. Your factory is regulated by the product. Yeah, in retrospect, that would have been obvious. And the thing is, when I first set this up, I had this nagging feeling in the back of my head that this kind of thing could happen. And the problem here is it's because, I think it's what you're telling me here, is that you're detecting it based on the products, and I'm not detecting this correctly. What I should be doing, and what I'm about to do here, is I should not be checking how much hydrazine I have to determine if I need ammonium. I should be detecting if I need ammonium from this thing right here. Feed-forward mechanism. That sounds very smart, and I'm going to say that you're probably using the correct word for the problem I have here. In my head, I know what the problem is, and I was just kind of hoping it wouldn't happen, but we're going to have to fix it now. And in order to do that, I need to detect whether or not I need ammonium instead. Like, that's the way that I could think of to fix this. I don't know if you have a better recommendation for that, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a storage sensor to this canister here. Ah, fuck, I might have to make a backup canister as well. What's my off condition? You know what? Okay, here's what I should do instead. Since you seem to know what you're talking about, let's see what your recommendation is before we do what I was going to do. So what is my off condition? Prefer not to give out recommendations. Well, if I'm asking for it, unless you just straight up don't want to, in which case that's fine. I'll figure it out myself. I know that what I'm going to do is going to work. I just wonder if there's a more elegant way to do this, because I always like getting feedback on if I'm doing something stupid, because that's how you become not stupid, is by learning from other people that figured it out. If you can't solve the problem yourself, there's no shame in learning from somebody else about it. My off condition for this is the hydrazine being filled. That is the only check that is being used here to determine whether or not we mine ammonium. I mean, we mine ammonium all the time, but what's happening here is we unload ammonium if we don't have a full container of hydrazine up there. That is the only condition that we're using. The other one here is just whether or not the train is in the station to unload it, which you can see happening now. But what I'm doing here is, despite the fact that I cannot unload any of my hydrazine, I'm putting more ammonium on this train. And then what happens is this is fine until the ammonium backs up over here, at which point the whole thing deadlocks. And again, it's my sorting system doesn't have prioritization because the automation in this game is too limited to do that easily. Once this fills up and I can't unload ammonium anymore, I'm deadlocked. And that's when the system breaks. So I'm going to be fine until this canister fills up. And then suddenly we're deadlocked. And what I'm thinking I could do to fix this problem is add a sensor to this canister to determine whether or not I should unload ammonium. Yeah, I need to detect ammonium first. Alright, so we're on the same page with that one. The problem with that is, again, these storage sensors are stupid. We have full and empty to work with, and I'm trying to make a decision here. I've got three choices that I can make here. I could just check if this thing is empty, and then mine some ammonium, and then have it unload into this later on, because the ammonium extractor is really far away from this. And what I think would happen here is it would kind of work in waves, where I would get a bunch of ammonium, it would start getting unloaded into this, and that would turn off the ammonium miner. And then once the entire supply of ammonium was depleted, it would turn the ammonium miner on again. And that would definitely fix the deadlock here. The other thing that I could do is I could add a surplus canister, kind of like what I have up there, but only for the ammonium. So I could detect if it's at like 50% and let it like kind of swing back and forth, like between like 40 and 60% or something, by turning it on and off as it crosses that 50% point. The problem with that is that's a pain in the ass, because I have to add another canister and more storage sensors so that I could do something like what I did here. Which, I mean, I could do it. I have a design that solves that problem. And then the third thing that I'm thinking of doing is making a full and empty storage sensor that'll turn it on when the canister is empty. It'll fill up completely, and then then that will turn off the ammonium extractor, and then it'll start depleting again. But the problem with that is I think I'm going to have a surplus stuck in the rails, and that's not going to work as well. So I think we're going to go for the lazy solution now. It is my input regulated. I'm not sure if I understand what you mean by that. I think it's not regulated. Like that's the vibe I'm getting based on the problems we're having here, but I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that question. So meanwhile, I'm going to start implementing it. Either way, we need a storage sensor, so I'm going to do this. And where have I been putting these? Yeah, just stick in the corner there. I'm going to have to redo some of the design here. The other ones have a storage sensor because I used a slightly different design scheme for it, and I really want to revisit all of these anyways. But let's see, we want it to be empty or not empty. That's what we're going to gun for here. So it's going to turn on the auto extractor, which is going to extract some ammonium. I'm guessing like maybe like 10 or 12 of these will get into the system. But once an ammonium reaches this canister, it will turn off the system that is inputting ammonium. And then once it's fully depleted, that system will turn back on and pump more ammonium into it. It may not be optimized for speed, but I have given up on optimizing for speed in this game. I'm just trying to get a factory that works and does not deadlock itself. All of your circuits are when full turn off. The problem I have with that is if it turns off, but I have stuff in these storage carts, then that stuff is never going to get unloaded because it can't go anywhere. That's the whole point of these overflow canisters. Is like if I fill up my compound canister and I have a bunch of compound in the sorting system, like along the way, then I can't know that it's there, and it's just going to be stuck in the sorting system until I use the compound that's already in storage. That's why I have these overflow canisters like built into the system. I think my problem might be slightly different than yours because I don't know what is in my storage loop. And it sounds like maybe you don't have a storage loop since you're like drawing all of your stuff from that Astroneer like factory that you have. You have like, I think, more control. Yeah, it's a problem with my system specifically that I'm trying to work around here. And I think that's why it's more complex. Which again, I did this to myself. I knew what I was doing. I wanted this to be a more difficult problem. I just wish that some of these problems weren't as tedious as they ended up being. But like, this is what I signed myself up for by doing this. But ultimately, I don't know how many things are in my system. So I just kind of have to work around that by being able to take a little bit of a buffer for anything extra that comes out of the carts after I turn a part of the factory off. So the only way I can think of to deal with that is either surplus canisters like this, or for something like this ammonium, I could get away with being a little bit lazier, I think, because I don't want to store any ammonium. So this is kind of what I'm stuck with. I need to have a little bit of an intermediate storage to make sure that this works correctly and it doesn't like back up my carts. And that's what this thing here is. Have I fed the snails? Yes, I have had to feed the snails many times and they are well fed right now. Snails are happy. Hello, Cue-Ball. Thank you for the raid. Welcome. What were you doing? I hope you were not playing Spelunky or Overwatch. Those are bad games and you should not play them. And if you were, then I'm sorry, but I'm happy that you're here now. Your nightmare is over. You had a nice stream. Alright, see ya, that's cool. Thank you for stopping by. I'm glad you enjoyed this. You were trying something different. Excellent. You did it. You tried something different. I hope you enjoyed it, whatever it was. I'm just going to run some half-assed segment pins around the back of the system here. I'm going to have to think this through a little bit better and decide where I want to put these. Actually, you know what? I should run it down. Never mind, hold on. This is dumb. I need to run these actually underground. You head to bed? Alright, see ya. I completely understand, like, the raid and dash thing. Like, it's late for you. Oh, what time is it? Yeah, it's like 9. I'm on West Coast, so it's only like 9 p.m. here, but it's still getting a little late. I'm gonna be streaming for at least a couple more hours probably, so I'm not going anywhere, but I definitely understand if it's getting late for anyone. Let's see. Put the pin like over here maybe. I can line this up a little bit better later. Alright, so we need to run this over to our sorting system. I might want to take back and take a good look at my schema. No. West Coast, Best Coast, East Coast, the Least Coast. Get out of here with that. I'm not even... the worst part is, I live in Arizona. I'm not even like real West Coast. That's the worst part. I'm a fraud. I'm a wannabe West Coast. I don't know what I qualify as at this point, but I associate more with West Coast because I'm closer to them. That's really what it is. All right, so we want to run this in a straight line. But yeah, I'm a fraud. I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to be. I don't know why I have these goggles. Maybe someday I'll be actual West Coast. And apparently, living in California kind of sucks right now. Unless not having money is your idea of a good lifestyle, which is not my idea of a good lifestyle. So maybe I'm happy with where I am. Nobody wants to live in Arizona. This place sucks, so it's cheap. It works in my favor, I think. All right, so we're gonna put this over here. So I could do something on the platform B, a container, and a silo, and a medium platform. I am, you know what? I'm more than happy to like theory craft better ways to do this. But this storage loop design, like I'm not gonna yield on the storage loop design. This is so much better than just having like a chain of auto arms or redundant systems for like each individual thing. I want to work around the storage loop. I want this to happen. I want this to be a viable strategy. So the storage loop is non-negotiable. Everything else, however, I'm certainly not opposed to like revisiting some of the terrible decisions I've made, and maybe doing it a little bit better next time. But in any case, I think this problem here is fixed immediately, and then we could discuss like better ways to do this. All right, so that was the hydrazine. I don't need this segment pin anymore. So that should do it. So now the question is, do I need ammonium? I'll re-chat a moment here. Do I need ammonium right now? I need to set like what its current state is at. Okay, so we do need ammonium. We have not filled this thing up. However, we got quite a bit of ammonium here, so what I'm going to do now with this is I'm going to set up an auto arm that is just going to force feed this canister until this thing is empty. I'm just going to hack that in right now, and then we can discuss better ways to do this. These are for the events, but I could just use this one right now. Just use this arm real quick. This is hacky. I don't care. Hopefully this is done before the end of the stream. And let's make sure it can only go into that canister because these are dumb and you cannot put filters on your canisters. Devin chat, please let us put filters on the canisters. And just in case anything stupid happens, also grab this. There we go, just to make sure it doesn't pick up any crap I don't want it to. Okay, we solved that problem for now. Very hacky, very gross. I don't want to look at it, so let's go somewhere else. Do something with a platform B. Okay, that is very hard to read. Okay, B is supposed to be uppercase. With a platform B, a container, and a silo, and a medium platform. You just need to have ammonium available, but also have room for input. Okay, we're talking about specifically the ammonium here. So let me theory craft like what my optimal system would be. Let me just explain in words what I would do here. So what I would like to do is be able to detect if this is 50% full. We can't do that. We don't have the technology to do that because the devs literally implemented it, or at least made proof of concept or like artwork for it, and then decided not to do it. So we can't actually do that. I want to know if this is 50% full. If it is greater than 50% filled, I want to turn off the auto extractor. If it is less than 50%, I want to turn the auto extractor over there back on. That is essentially what I want to do with this system, and that will guarantee that as long as 50% of this system is enough space to hold everything that could come in late from these cars, that I will never deadlock. And then on the flip side, especially for an intermediate product that I actually want to keep, I would like to turn the hydrazine factory on if I have greater than 50% ammonium and turn it off if I have less than 50% ammonium. Now, ammonium's not a good example for that because ammonium's a useless intermediate product. You can only make solid fuel thrusters with it, and we're not using it for that, so I don't care about that. But like conceivably, I want to do that for all of these things. The problem is catching it at the 50% mark is difficult. I can capture these at like 90 something percent. I don't remember what the exact number is, but it's not quite the same. I would rather have it be like 50-50 on something like an intermediate product like this, and then maybe I could just always have the hydrazine turned on if there's any ammonium. Like I would like to be able to detect like 0 ammonium and 50 ammonium, for example. And I conceptually know how to do this, and it just takes up a lot of space, and I'm wondering if there's anything I'm missing here. If this was Factorio and I wanted to solve this problem, I would just count. I would just count how many resources enter the system and how many leave the system, because you could do that at Factorio. Factorio has circuits, and you could just make like feedback circuits that'll essentially just hold a number like a memory cell. And if I add ammonium to my hypothetical Factorio system, I could just check that somewhere else. I can just count how much ammonium is in the system at any given time, including on belts or rails or auto arms or whatever. We don't have that technology here. We have to work with a much like shittier system. And that's what I'm trying to figure out how to optimize. Like, I know how to solve the problem, but is there an elegant way to solve the problem? So let's see, what do you have to say here? You use a storage sensor on a medium storage. Okay, that's the thing with like 8 slots. On a medium platform B with a storage silo on output, my sensor is detecting if the medium platform is full. You know what? Okay, let's run through what you've got here. Wait, medium platform B. Are you talking about the T platform? You can't have both of those things. Or, well, hold on. Sensor on a medium storage on a medium B with a storage silo on output. Well, you can't have all those things on a medium platform B, can you? Large platform B. Okay. So, you mean this thing over here, right? This thing here? Yeah, this is large platform B. This is the basic one. Okay. Let's just go through this and see if there's anything that I've just completely overlooked while designing this system. Maybe there's some like reasonable way that you can depend on these canisters to actually do what they're supposed to and not just output and fill all the slots and break everything like they usually do. So let's see, I should have... Alright, there's medium storage. How's my backpack full? Because it's full of garbage. Yep. Why am I even surprised? Hold on, just let me dump these off real quick. Just put those there, they'll get sorted eventually. That just feeds into the sorter. It'll find its way home. Auto arms keep shoving shit into it. And well, it's just great, isn't it? It's a great feature. Alright, so this is going to be full for a while. But let me double check that this... Hold on, I want to double check something really fast. Let me make sure that this turned off like it was supposed to now that that's full. God help me if it didn't. It did not turn off? Or did it turn off like while I was on my way over here? Okay. Alright, so this is supposed to be off right now because we do not need ammonium. Oh my god, just don't put it in my backpack, please, just spare me. Or did I set this wrong? Yeah, no, I have it on empty or not empty. Okay, it should be fine now. It must have switched states like while I was on my way back, so I probably missed that. We'll find out if this becomes a problem later. Let me just... I'm trying to reach over there without getting clay put in my inventory. Whatever, I'll just stick it on the train. Come on. Come on, let me put it on the train. There we go. Alright, that is a problem for the sorting system later. Thank you, Astroneer. Very cool. Alright, so... I don't know if you were talking about big or small canisters or not, but they just pretend that the extra slots are filled with packages or something, I guess. Maybe you were talking. Were you talking about like this, or what do you mean? Or is it actually like this specifically? What were you detecting? Let me get another storage sensor as well. Big or small? Okay, let's roll with that. Depends on my preference. I'm here to figure out a proof of concept. I can very easily scale this up to a larger canister. But for now, I just want to see if we can get something that solves the problem in a nice and elegant fashion within the constraints set upon us by this video game. Storage sensor. Alright, so you use a storage sensor on a medium storage. I'm just gonna stick it on the side somewhere so it stays on. Alright, it's definitely on the storage. And you would have an output going somewhere. And we canisters over there. Let me, you know, we got a canister right here we can use. Alright, and here's our canister full of crap. Usually on an auto arm. Alright, auto arm. Auto arm acquired. Alright, so this is where the system is going to stabilize here. Inwards facing towards the platform. You might have a long stream delay. I think I did that like a minute before you said that in chat. Now whatever, you know you can assess your stream delay based on the chat overlay. You decide if you want to refresh. Warning in advance, you might have to watch an ad if you refresh. But either way, we'll figure this out. This is your negative feedback circuit. Okay, let me think this one through for a little bit. So this auto arm is going to grab from some input system. What is this supposed to be set to? It's on full or empty right now. Like, I'm playing dumb here because I want to get your exact setup so that I can try to understand, like, what we're doing here. Alright, so turn it off when it's full, which it is. Or not empty. Okay, so you're saying it should be like this. It's on empty or not empty right now. That's what we've got it set to. And yeah, it should toggle the silo. Like automatically or with automation. I've like never automatically toggled a silo because the arm can't put anything on it. Manually. Okay, so well, let's see. So it's set to input. So this would be our source for the ammonium. It would be this canister here. Just to clean it. Okay. Do I set it to output again? Or I'm still... I think I'm not following what we're doing here. How am I going to ever get these out of the canister if it's not automated? Or do you just mean like turn it on again in a moment? It's just going to fill this platform again. I can use another sensor on the platform. Okay, two sensors. We have one sensor that is on the storage. You're saying another sensor on the platform. I definitely don't think I tried this, so let's see if we can figure this out. Axa, thank you for the resub.
2 years, except it's now instead of the beginning of the stream for some reason. Cosine 2 recall failed, cosine 2 recall failed, cosine 2 soap king, cosine 2 soap king.
Thank you for the 2 years. Yeah, usually you do that at the beginning, but either way, thank you. Thank you for the resub. Much appreciated. Alright, so detect full or not full. Difficult to describe. No, that's fine. There's a lot of words getting flung around here. As long as we can figure this out. So it is waiting for the storage to fill. So let's see here. And then hypothetically, we would have another auto arm. Let's go ahead and spawn that in. Nice jittering. There's a glitch. Hypothetically, I would have another auto arm trying to take materials off of this platform, like once some criteria is met. Some criterion, or whatever the singular form is for that. Are these spots supposed to be filled in here? Like, would you have been doing this with a large canister, like in the middle? Like, should I fill these spots with tethers or something? No. Okay, leave them open. And I could scale this up to a large, or an extra large platform if I needed to. Alright, so then, I got the idea. Well, I don't got the idea. So let's think about how this is going to work. So this is pretty much the setup. I need to empty this thing though, right? So like I gotta do this. Otherwise this canister's pointless. It'll never output anything. So like this is what it's gonna look like here. So we've got this filled out. And we have turned off this auto arm because it says don't need anything. Like we're already full. That's what this auto arm is seeing right now. It is waiting for the storage to empty. Okay, is this gonna swing back and forth? I think I might see where this is going. This is full. I'm trying to understand the distinction between these two things here. This one is... What is this one supposed to be detecting here? This is going to detect if the whole platform is filled, which it's not right now. So that would tell us that we didn't have like room for anything on it, but if I get to the point where I don't have room, I have two outputs. Okay, I kind of see what you're getting at here. Full and partially full. So this is maybe a more compact version of what I built up there. That might be where we're going with this. Okay, so let me think about how that's going to look then. And is that helpful, I guess, is the second question. The thing... So here's the problem I have with my system right now. If this trigger's full, we're too late, I think is kind of the issue that I have. I want to know if my system is like 50% full and like 90% full. Because I mean, I was already able to detect if it was completely filled. I could just have one canister. Like that's the basic scenario. Full or not full. So what is this detecting then? I'm wondering if is there a way I could like finagle more states into this, or is there like a way I could actually use like the output priority from some of these canisters to get this to work correctly? I'm just wondering if this actually got me anywhere. Knowing that this entire system is full, I'm already too late. If it's full, then I might have more junk on the rail system that I have. Change the medium storage to a medium storage pillar, and when it's full, you send that signal instead. Well, I mean, that's not much different, is it? The pillar just has like 3 slots on it instead of 8. I'm not sure how that's much different. Wait, pillar, or do you mean silo? Hello, Severin. Well, welcome back to being awake. I don't even remember if you were here earlier in the stream. It's been like 5 hours. Silo. The silos are... This is a silo. You would think that this thing would be called a silo, but this is called a canister. And this is a silo. Even though silos are known for looking exactly like this. In this video game, this is a silo. You've been asleep for 8 hours. Alright, well, welcome to the stream. I'm doing about the same thing I do on every Astroneer stream. Trying to automate my factory. And I think I'm smooth braining right now as somebody in chat tries to explain things to me. And I'm just trying to understand if this is actually going to help me with the problem that I'm facing here. The problem that I'm facing here is I want... Let's see. Full storage silo is your condition for half full. Interesting. Okay, so this is kind of like... So, I mean, this storage sensor doesn't tell me a lot then. Again, I don't care if I'm full or not. If I get to the full condition, I'm too late. But you're saying this is kind of functioning as a half full. That's compact. It fits on one platform. So I was getting confused by this storage sensor, but in my case, I have no use for this information because I'm already fucked if I'm full. Like, that means I have a backup in my system somewhere if this thing fills up. I'm not streaming Overwatch. I have more respect for myself and my viewers than that. Go to Q-Ball stream if you want to see that happen. However long I'm willing to stream that, or not stream, but play that game before I decide they don't deserve anything. Thought I might need a condition. Okay, no, that's fine. Don't feel bad. We're trying to work this out here. See how it is. I have not been playing that much Overwatch in general. Like, to be completely honest, I play it with cue ball sometimes. I mean, if you invite me to it, I'll probably play it if I just happen to be on. You haven't been replaced. I mean, you haven't asked to play it at all, and I'm just like, oh, cue ball's playing, and I guess I'll do that for a little while. I've been doing very, very little solo. They fucking laid off a bunch of people, and I'm starting to wonder if I should even bother playing that game anymore, because Microsoft might be making it worse. But we're playing Astroneer. We're not here to complain about Overwatch. No more Overwatch. We're done. We're not talking about that right now. Nobody wants to hear that. We'll figure that out later if you actually want to play it. We're on Season 9. Yeah, me too. Alright, so... yeah, so I don't think I need a negative feedback loop condition. I don't need to know if it's full. What I'm trying to go for here is to have like a little bit of a surplus available. When I fill this canister, this is going to be my breakpoint that says I no longer need to gather ammonium and I need to start using ammonium. That's kind of like, that's the thing that I want to happen when this is filled. Or perhaps this silo. Like, either of these two things would work for that purpose. So let's see here. If we just pretend we're doing that instead. Let me disconnect this one. What was this one set to? It's set to empty or not empty. Alright, so we would have something like this. Segment pin going off to wherever. It would turn on a certain auto arm and it would turn off another auto arm is what would happen here. Let's put one in this auto arm here. Alright, so let's think about the last bit of this process here. This might just be a compact way to set these up, which is what I wanted. So I'll be happy if we can get that. If I don't have to stagger it across like multiple auto arms. And I can have the game's like automatic sorting system do that for me. So we've got ammonium here, which probably doesn't matter, so I don't really care about that right now. Second one on the silo. I guess we could technically have a toggle that goes between them. Let me think about this. So this has to be in output mode. So this resource canister is our surplus. Like, we have no option except for this to be our surplus, because toggling between it results in a gross cycle where it will constantly turn itself on and off as it keeps like invalidating the storage condition that triggered it, because these things are horrible to use for that. So assuming that this thing is always set to output, because it has to be, that means this is going to be our surplus. So a full or not full sensor on top of this essentially means we have enough ammonium in the system. Yeah, this is... I wish it could be the other way around. Maybe this is the thing that's fucking me up here. It works good for the ammonium, but not for those large canisters. Empty or I assume not empty tells me I need more ammonium. Well, okay, let's run through the simulation. So it's gonna do that. And these arms are gonna swap places. Eventually. Did it not trigger? That should have triggered. Was this already full? This was already full, I think. Alright, so never mind. This would be off. This arm would be turned on right now, is what would happen. And I would start unloading ammonium into the system until... I'm not exactly sure what would get unloaded. I guess I could just put this over here to cycle the stuff through. So it'd be something like this. Get this out of the way so it doesn't go. If it's full, turn on the output auto arm. If it's empty or not empty, turn on the input auto arm. Okay, so we can just stick 2 sensors on this. That would be the condition that turns on the input auto arm, is what you're telling me. So there would be a little bit of swing to it by the look of things. I wonder if that like accomplishes anything for what I'm trying to do here. I mean, this is what the state we would be in, right? This is what we would be sitting on. I don't think I'm understanding this properly.
Or do I have them backwards and this is the one that's supposed to be the other way around? Or is this... Okay, hold on. Yeah, I'm not following right now. It's empty or not empty? Or do I have this conditioned backwards and this arm should be on? Okay, let me think about this a little bit more. So in this situation, what would I want to happen? I want to be able to store a surplus. There's really no condition where I would want to turn this arm off unless it was completely filled, which, yeah, I could stick a sensor down here to detect that. Otherwise, let's just pretend that this arm is always turned on unless the thing is filled. We don't have to pretend, we can stick it down here. Because there's no point in turning the arm on if the system is full. I might as well just shut it down. So right now the system is willing to have resources come into it. I would want a signal going over to my auto extractor in the back, telling it to turn off, but I would want this arm to stay on to be able to take resources out of my trains for as long as possible. Alright, so let's see here. Let me remove the output for a second here. Think this through a bit better. Alright, so this canister, this is full. It's interesting that, yeah, I guess the canister gets lower priority. So right here, when this canister filled up, that is when I would have wanted to send the signal to the auto extractor telling it to turn off, because I have too much now. And then this is the buffer that is going to be able to accept like any surplus that I have. So this one would have sent the signal that said, turn off the auto extractor, turn on the hydrazine factory. So now the hydrazine factory is turned on. I could also use empty or not empty on the storage canister, but I feel like the difference is just one resource nugget. So we could move that around. I don't think that matters. The problem here, I want this medium storage silo to be a large resource canister. I want to be able to store 400 of my resource if we're doing it hypothetically over there. This works for the ammonium. I'm wondering if I could have done a smarter design for this over here. Like maybe I'm trying to like bite off too many things here at once. This is good. I think this will work for the ammonium. This should be enough for it to like deal with the ammonium surplus. We have enough storage to handle like, what is this, like 56 of these or something, plus a couple extras. So this is good. This is actually helpful. I hadn't thought about doing it this way with both of these on the same platform. This gives me a roughly 50% breakpoint where I could take a surplus of up to 32 ammonium. And I also have some extras for when it like swings down a little bit, where I could pull a few off of this. And I will have enough ammonium in the buffer to make hydrazine while the factory spins up and produces more ammonium at the auto extractor. So this is good. This is already useful to me. I think we can actually get some value out of this thing. Can I do any better than this, I guess is the question. If I, per se, wanted to do it with these canisters swapped. Because the thing that I want to do with the bulk of the factory here is I want to detect if the factory is 90% full. Like, roughly. I need more hydrazine. Can I just snipe one from down here? Stupid jetpack. Yeah, whatever, I'll just go down and get one and come back up. The stales are doing alright for now. Right, we got our hydrazine again. But anyways, let's see what we can do with this. So what if I wanted this to be the large canister instead? Let's just start thinking about how this would work. Maybe there's something that I haven't seen yet. So the current solution, what I have now, which works, but I don't like it all that much, is this. The reason I don't like this solution is because it is very bulky and I have to use an auto arm to move items from the surplus canister to the large canister. Like the way I'm doing this is, if I have too much stuff in this canister, which is anything, if I have anything whatsoever in this canister, I turn on the auto arm, and then the auto arm will put it in the big canister.
And then if I have anything in this surplus canister here, this sensor also disables the factory that is producing that particular material. That's the other thing that I have it doing. So this is serving double duty. It's on empty or not empty right now. And the reason why I don't like this is because it is very bulky. It works, it has auto arms that are just always turned on. I could probably add logic gates to them in case this canister is full. But I don't like this because it's kind of gross looking. It was fun, you enjoyed hanging out, heading out. Alright, see you, have a good night or day or whatever. None of the bugs I point out from here on won't be addressed. Well, I think we got a double negative in there. Unless I have a VOD. I do save VODs of Astroneer, but I don't... If I had a place to report the damn bugs, I would do it. I just don't know where to do that. Like, yeah, I can post all the bugs on Reddit, but do the devs actually take bug reports from Reddit? I wouldn't blame them if they don't. Like, they took out the section. No, okay, alright, it was a joke. I got confused because of the double negative. I thought you might have had something like actual feedback. I would love to have a place to report all these damn bugs. I do have a VOD. I will more than happily show these bugs if I think that they'll actually get fixed somewhere, but there's no feedback on any of it. Like, yeah, I could email them the bugs, but I might as well just put the bug on a flash drive and flush it down the toilet for all I know is going to happen to that. Like, are they ever going to do anything? Or are they just going to take the email, say thank you for your submission, and then never do anything about it? Like, unless I feel like something is going to happen, I'm not going to take time to submit anything. Like, it's just such a weird, like, one-way system of communication that they have where I can't get, like, any feedback on anything from them. If they respond to the support and, like, give me, like, yeah, this is interesting, we're gonna fix it. Joe talks about it on streams. So is that what you have to do? Is that how you get bugs fixed in this game? You have to send it to their support? Why did they get rid of the Discord section for that? I don't know, I'll have to think about this then. I would love to get these bugs fixed, but like, do they not know about these bugs, or do they just not want to fix them because they're hard? Like, that's the other thing I'm not sure about. They might be lacking technical people. I'm unemployed, hire me. Hire me onto your team. I will fix all of the bugs that I showed on this stream today and then submit my letter of resignation. Or actually, I might keep working on the game, honestly. It could be fun. I'll fix the bugs myself if I have to. Just put me in, coach. I could probably figure it out. I think I know half of these already from a technical standpoint because I've seen stuff like this happen in other games. I don't know why they won't fix the particle emitters, though. Yeah, I think they work out of an office, and that's a no-go for me. I'm gonna move to Canada or whatever it is that they're living in. But yeah, I don't know, maybe I'll look into it more, or see if I can find more information about like where they actually look for constructive bug reports. I don't know if their feedback section for their support is also just a cesspool of people who don't understand how to explain that their rovers are falling through the ground. All your auto arms are only turned on if a slot is available for them to place an item. The auto arm inserting in your backpack is your biggest peeve. Yeah, if I had to pick like one thing for them to change, it's not even a bug, that's a feature too. If I had to pick like one single low-hanging fruit for them to change, that would be it. It's probably the auto arms placing on the backpack. Everything else is a lot harder. But yeah, Trisis, if you gotta go, then you have a good day. Thanks for stopping by. I'm just gonna be figuring out how to make a more efficient storage system for the next like 2 hours probably. Okay, you notice how I'm tactically standing in between the two fucking auto arms here that are like offloading? It's because like you know what the dead zone is. You learn where not to stand so that you don't put crap in your inventory. It's the dumbest thing that we should not have to do. Yeah, I'll find their support line if that's not it. I'm sure I could figure out how to get their support email. Whether or not I'll submit anything to it, I don't know. Maybe I'll try a low-hanging fruit. I'll report the bug about the floating particle emitters again, the one that I reported on their Discord, and see if I get any feedback from that. I don't know if or when I'm going to do that, but that's probably the one I'll use. It's hard to believe that they don't know about that, but yeah, I don't fucking know. Maybe I should put a resume in, see if they'll bite anyways. Like, believe me, I would try to improve this game for the best if I worked for that company.
Like, if there's something I have passion for, it's doing a good job. Like, I want this game to work properly. So, who knows? Who knows where my future's gonna take me. So, let's see here. Your factory is well behaved and I like it. Which comment are we referring to here? I think we're back to talking about the auto arms. They're only turned on if a slot is available for them to place an item. So this one's laziness is the thing. The problem is there are two conditions for these auto arms to turn on. Like, I guess I could have inverted the condition a little bit. But the condition is there needs to be something in this canister and there needs to be room in this canister. And I'm only checking one of the conditions because I have to create an AND gate if I want to check both conditions. And I didn't want to try to cram that into this already, like, ludicrously convoluted system. That is the reason why I'm not checking both of those conditions. I actually do that in some other places in the factory, but I just didn't do it here. I would like that. That's the reason why these arms are turned on right now. It's because they're waiting for a slot to open up here. And the alternative would be that more of these auto arms are turned on, I think, trying to pull items out of this resource canister that don't exist. That would be the inverted case, where I check whether or not this canister is full, and then I don't care about what's in this canister, so the arms are just always on waiting for a resource. That said, that is a better experience from the perspective of not having crap put in your backpack, because it means the arms aren't sitting here holding an item, waiting to just put them in my bum because I walked too close to it. So I don't know, I might invert all these at some point. But that's not the problem at hand here. The problem at hand is the fact that I have these two separate canisters to begin with. And I have to use a surplus canister and then use an auto arm to move it into the large canister instead. And I just don't know of any better way to do that, to get this directionality to happen between canisters. It's specifically the fact that it's a canister that is causing me these problems here. If I could get rid of this middleman auto arm, that would make this system so much more compact. And the reason we were able to do it over here is because it's a canister to a silo. I think that is the reason why this, like, the logic works here. And I think that's the reason why I didn't, like, discover anything like that for my larger solution, is because I want this silo to be a large storage canister instead. I want this silo to be this object right here. But two canisters set to output mode are not going to have this interaction. I don't know how on one platform to get this resource canister to output into the large canister and then have the large canister also be in output mode onto the platform. Like, what happens instead is that they just don't output into each other and they both just sit there and do nothing. And that's where I'm at a loss for how to do this without a middleman auto arm with a large canister. So my question to you, chat members, is, am I missing anything? Is there something I have not considered here for a single platform solution that would allow me to do this somehow? And that includes being able to turn the output on and off on these canisters. Which, every single time, like literally every time I have tried to make a system that involved turning the canisters on or off, it just didn't work for one reason or another. Like, I could not get it to play nice, and it just did not work out. Soviet, I can't read the text on that notepad. If you could make that a little bigger. Well, this can be an automatic toggle. You can use a button repeater to toggle this unless they turn that off for some reason. So like I'm saying, I don't want to discount the possibility that I could just do this. You can change the setting by doing this automatically. The question is, would that save me any trouble by being able to do that? I've known that that's an option this whole time. It's just I have never found a use for that. Have I considered snails? Yeah, I'm using snails right now. I noticed that they're about to starve here. Snails. There we go. All right, I synced up all the plants, so now the seeds are at the same duration again. That was getting annoying. What the hell is happening? Hello, Roach. This is Astroneer. If you don't know what's happening, that's okay. There's a lot to explain here, and I'm just trying to figure out. I'm dying. I'm just trying to figure out a logic problem. Something that I should not have to do. This is not what your Astroneer looks like. Oh, you've played this game. Yeah, this is endgame. This is what happens when you have 1,000 hours in this game and you've just completely run dry on everything to do that you're actually supposed to.
So you wind up with a base that looks like this, or you play a different video game, but I decided to play Astroneer. So that's where we are. You get some value out of that point emote. Is that one new? Is that a new German emote? The fucking soy point emote. I kind of like that. It's a good emote. But yeah, what I'm trying to do here is just figure out how to set up like a better automated storage. Did I use the leveling block? How long has it been since you played Astroneer? I don't mean that as like a condescending question, because I think 2 years ago they added, well actually, well no. No, the leveling block was added 2 years ago, but you can just smooth with the leveling block. 2 months? Well, I mean, you don't have to use the leveling block to build this. What you do is you use the leveling block to create like a single flat surface, and then you smooth out from it. That is what I did. I've probably used like maybe a dozen, maybe like 1 or 2 dozen leveling blocks for this entire base, like overall. And it's at the poles. Well, it's not at the poles, it's on the equator, but it's at an axis that allows me to get true flat. I've only used, I think, 1 or 2 dozen leveling blocks in this entire playthrough, and then I just use the smoothing feature off of the surface of a leveling block to make enormous flat surfaces. And it is perfect, because it had to be perfect, or it would not have been good enough for me. So this base is indeed, like, perfectly flat the whole way through. It's absolutely enormous. This is a perfect game for me. You have no idea how much I complain about this goddamn game. I wish this was a perfect game. But like the principle behind this game is absolutely perfect for me. I love the hybrid of like making a factory and also being able to deform terrain and create structures like this. But you weren't here earlier when I was just complaining about this game for like 2 hours straight. But yeah, we're working on a main storage right now, and I'm kind of trying to figure out a better way with chat here to like do what I accomplished with a much larger build. Like, even if I never go back and retrofit any of this, I want to like know a better way to solve this problem here of not being able to detect if I have like 90% storage unless I make this huge system where I have a small canister feeding into a big canister feeding into a small storage again, which then gets used and pulled downstairs into the automated factory that is producing the rest of these materials. And so far I'm pulling up a blank here on how to get this canister specifically to do that job on a single platform. Yeah, there's a lot of complaining in this stream. It's constructive complaining though. It's things that could hypothetically be fixed. It's not just me complaining about politics for the entire stream and then just rating someone. Like there's an actual like goal to these complaints here, and it's to get all the things fixed. Imagine a world where I had nothing to complain about. What a luxury that would be. I don't honestly know what I would do with my stream after that, but there's always things to complain about. Yeah, this is automated everything. I'm not complaining to the devs. Until now, apparently I didn't know how to complain to the devs. I didn't know that they actually had a support line that they looked at. I'm gonna have to try it. I'm gonna have to try to report a bug and see if they actually do anything with it. Maybe they just genuinely don't know that any of these bugs exist because they just watch streams of people playing on Silva for 2 hours and then ending stream. And they don't watch like large megabase streams, or maybe they don't like me because I complain about their game constantly, which is kind of my fault. Who knows? I'd love to try something. Maybe I'll give them fucking feedback at some point here and see if that gets me anywhere. At least if I get a response that doesn't look like it was from a robot being like, oh wow, this is a really good bug report, Mr. Cosine. Maybe we'll actually fix this for you because you've been so nice to us. And I'll just be like, yeah, don't watch my streams. You'd be upset if you watch those. Just read my bug reports. Just let the rest of it happen. Wouldn't watch my stream. I mean, if I worked for them, I would watch my stream because I would be like, oh my god, this stream is just pointing out all these problems that I should fix with my video game. But I don't know if they have that mentality, or if they have the mentality of, oh my god, this guy is shitting on our game. Yeah, this is Starband music. This is Atlas. This is called Atlas, rather. There's a lot of Starband music on this playlist because it fits Astroneer pretty well. Very, very spacey. You know, I'm standing in a fucking desert right now.
But yeah, I don't know if they would like watch my stream and be like, wow, look at all this constructive criticism and feedback. Admittedly, it's a little bit heavy-handed, but look at all these like bugs that we could fix, and this guy explains in extreme detail why every single bug is happening and how many hours it would probably take to fix it. Or do they come to my stream and they think I'm just being an asshole and they're like, oh my god, we just want to add more snails to the game. This guy is just shit-talking it. I'm closing stream. And they might be doing that, which is disappointing because that's a really bad attitude to have as a software developer. To just lock out criticism and just be like, yeah, I don't want to fix this because it's too hard and this guy is criticizing all the bugs in our game, so we're just going to ignore him. Like, that's just such a shitty attitude to have. So I very much hope that they're just not aware that I exist and that I'm actually trying to give them really precise feedback on all the problems that I encounter with this video game. Because if they are watching my stream and being like, oh man, these bugs are too hard, I don't want to listen to this guy, then there's nothing I could do at that point. There's no helping them. They're not going to fix anything if they have that attitude. I'm the perfect player for active devs. I'd like to think that. Again, like I say this every single goddamn stream. Dev and chat, if you are here, like, if you want to know exactly what I think is wrong with every one of these bugs, if you want a save file that reproduces it and extreme details on how exactly I can get the bug to happen, I would fucking immediately dump all that information on you to get the bug fixed so that I don't have to deal with the goddamn floating particle emitters with solid collision on them that I cannot destroy. But like, I don't know where to tell you about the floating particle emitters with solid collision that I cannot destroy. So you'll give me a way to tell you how to delete the damn things. Like, help me help you, devs. Mindustry dev would love you. Well, that's nice to hear. Mindustry has, I think, been on my wish list. Maybe I should look at that game again. I respect any dev that, like, actually wants people to shit on their game with the purpose of fixing the game. Like, it's one thing to go into a video game like Astroneer and be like, oh, I don't like this video game. It's too confusing. I'm getting nauseous. I don't understand anything that's going on. This game is ugly as fuck. And then they just, like, uninstall it. That's not helpful feedback. That doesn't tell the developers anything. No, I'm going into Astroneer saying, I like this game. I have 1,000 hours in this game. But I fucking wish that I could delete these dust emitters in the middle of my goddamn desert base. Please fix. That's the kind of feedback that they're going to get from my stream. They're not going to get me just like whining about a game that I'm not having fun with. They're going to get me whining about a game where I wish they would make it better. That's the difference. So I don't know, maybe I need to stream Mindustry and get dev and chat there. He addresses the bugs you talk about first before most features. I would love it if they would just fix bugs in this game instead of making features. Alright. Any more thoughts on the bugs, or can we move back onto this? I really want to see if we can figure this out, or determine if there's no way to solve this problem here, which is starting to look like it's the case here. We'll talk about bugs later. I'm sure we'll find more as we go along. But I'd like to think I'm a good streamer for active devs. Maybe I'm too heavy-handed, but you know what? Maybe they need to fix their game. Let's see. Industry is PvP intense if programmers had to fight each other with scripts. That sounds horrifying. I don't even know what that entails. Wish me success in my Space Factory endeavors. Thank you. Every stream is more or less success. I get something done, but it varies. So hopefully we figure this one out. That would be my success for tonight, is if we could solve this particular problem here. But if not, I have something that already works. Yeah, I'll hydrate. Alright, so here's what we want to do. I want to fill this entire canister all the way up to 400. And I've just been calling this ratio 90%. It's not quite 90%. But I want to fill this canister up all the way to the top, and then I want to have a surplus 10%. Those are not the actual numbers, just pretend that they are. It makes this much easier to talk about. Exokahi, Hokehi, I think I pronounced that wrong again. Sorry, but thank you for stopping by the stream. It's 5 a.m. You enjoy your rest, go to bed. Don't let me keep you up. Glad you enjoyed this. Let's see if we can figure this out. Whoever's left, let's see if we can figure this out. So I want 90% to be the trigger. I want the trigger to be, oh, this canister is full. Stop providing materials for the canister and start consuming from the canister. And then this is the surplus. And the purpose of this 32 nugget surplus, or about 10%, is to take any extras that got onto the rails before this canister filled up. That's what the purpose of this is. And the worst case scenario would be that this actually fills up, but that would require all 3 trains on my rail system to be like more or less completely filled. Well, not quite all 3. Each of these trains here has, I think, 24 slots. There's 3 trains, so we have 72 potential surplus slots. In theory, that could cause problems, but I would like to just hope that it doesn't. And I could always use 2 of these instead if I needed to and use a 50-50. It's not like these are expensive. They cost nanocarbon alloy and exo chips. We have a canister of like 100 nanocarbon alloy over there. We have like 24 exo chips. And we have like 70 more exo chips up here. So like, we're not going to run out of those. So I would settle for that if I had to. But for now, I want to design it to work with large to medium. And then have the output take out of the system somehow. You can't have a percentage, you can only have a ratio of the small to large. Well, again, I'm trying to approximate this. Let me read your other comment first, things about industry. Processors, you can add logic. Some people make code that interferes with their opponent's code. I didn't even know there was PvP in industry. I don't know if I would actually do that. That sounds amusing. Well, they just like have fucking viruses and shit that they like fight each other with. That actually sounds kind of funny. I don't know if I would like that, but that's amusing sounding. I gotta play Mindustry. Maybe when that goes on sale, I'll buy it. It's been on my wish list for a while. I just haven't done it yet. Ah, well, that's for a future. That's for a future stream, or I don't know if I would stream it or not, but I'd definitely look into it again. Anyways, you can't have a percentage, so what I'm saying here is pretend that this canister is 90% and this one is 10%, because it makes it easier for me to just kind of like run down the numbers of what I'm trying to accomplish. When this canister is completely filled, it's about 90%. And then this is the last 10%. And what I'm trying to do is have that threshold be the thing that switches the factory from doing one thing to another. I need to be able to detect when that happens. I have a system over there that can do that. Is there a way to do that with an auto arm not in between these 2 canisters? That is the question that I have right now. Like, fucking god, Jeremy has 2 of them. I kind of love that. I kind of love that email. It's just so stupid. Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you for existing. You see, okay, so we're on the same page with what I'm trying to accomplish. And the goal of this would be to make a more compact system where I have a big canister and then an overflow to deal with crap that comes off these trains. Like, this is all largely a contrived system that I made for myself by having this stupid sorting rail, but we're dealing with what we've got here. I'm not tearing this thing down. This took an eternity to build and it looks really sick. Can we make this work within the limited constraints of what this video game has to offer for us? We have the ability to turn arms on and off. We can detect if canisters are full or empty, and we could toggle output on these canisters with signals, which is a feature that like nobody ever uses. So I'm trying to think about how this would work. And maybe there's a logical way that I could do this. So let's pull our sensors off, just reset all this crap. Come on, break the signal, break the cable, whatever, I'll just break it here. Alright, so I mean the first obvious thing that we're going to need to do here is detect if this is full, because that's the only thing that's going to make any sense. So we want to know if this is full or not full, or maybe full or empty, but probably just full or not full is what we want. So we know that this is information that we're going to need, and that is going to be like one of the criteria for like turning arms on and off. What do I do at this point? So let's say that we had this set to input mode. And this one's set to output mode or something. So I have an auto arm and I need materials while this thing is not full, which it isn't. And I think to demo this, it'll actually be easier to do it with a small canister because I don't have enough ammonium here. Professor Cosine, you didn't take Astroneer 101 and 102. You didn't know they were a requirement. You didn't read the syllabus then. I don't know what to tell you, dude. Can't help you. I'm gonna be that bad professor that is just like, nope, you're SOL.
This is just such high level stuff. Vainglorious teaches this course is one like 401. I'd like to think this is a 400 level course. It's definitely not 101, I'll tell you that much. Like, you skipped several streams. The website didn't say they were required. Well, I don't update the website. Look, I gave them the syllabus and the requirements for the course, and if they didn't put it on the website correctly, then I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry. I can't fix this. You're gonna have to go take the other courses. I have like 100 hours worth of VODs that you can watch for the other courses, so go knock yourself out. We started from ground zero when we played this game. Alright, so let's do 50-50 instead, because we have enough ammonium to actually fill up these canisters. So we're gonna do 50-50 instead. I want a 50-50 cutoff, because it'll be the same exact problem. 50-50 between two canisters. I'm doing fine as a streamer, excellent. A dedicated student, or maybe you're a teacher, honestly, because you seem to be telling me what to do with half of this. But the thing about like high-level classes in college is you get to the point where the students are basically as competent as the professor, and you work together to solve your problems. Like, apparently that's a thing that happens if you go for like a graduate course, which I didn't. I just have a bachelor's. I got out of there after 4 years. I did not want to deal with that shit. But apparently if you have like undergrad students, they're like as smart at the material as you are, and you just kind of like work together half the time to solve shit, which sounds really fun and really wholesome. But I could not stand another year of university to get even close to doing that. I was like, I fucking want out of this place. So I never got to have that experience. So we get to do that during a stream instead, where I get to work with chat to solve problems that neither of us have entirely figured out. A bachelor with a bachelor's degree, that's probably not very rare, to be completely honest. I am single. I don't know if I'm ready to mingle though, so don't hit me. Let's see here. So 50%, and we need something to happen when this gets to 50% on a medium storage silo or platform. So the medium storage silo can only be the surplus if we're gonna do that, because again, the problem is hypothetically, I want this one to be a big canister. So the surplus has to be the medium silo. Let's use this instead, just because it's smaller, so it's easier to work with. Do not slide into my DMs, that's weird, don't do that. So what can I do here? So when this canister fills up, and I set it to output, the problem is that's when we get like a feedback loop. Yeah, that's the only time you get priority. That's the thing. That's why I think what I'm trying to do here is not possible. There's no way to get priority from like canister to storage in the way that I want to after the canister is filled. Like, what I want is to fill the canister first and the storage second, but the only way it seems to be possible to do this is to fill the storage first and then the canister second. Which isn't what we want, unless I know slot order. I am completely willing to use slot order to get this to work. I'm aware that slot order exists. I don't know what the order is, but I have to also evaluate how much auto arm jank is going to result from slot order. And then desperately hope that the devs don't change it at some point, because they could. They haven't, I'm pretty sure. I think slot order is always consistent, but they could change it and just completely ruin this, which is definitely something I'm worried about. If it's someday they decide like, I'm gonna move the slot order, we're gonna reverse it. Nobody is depending on this for anything. It's probably fine. No, it'll ruin everything. So slot order is like a last resort if I can't find any other way to get this to work. So the way to do this, the way to fill this canister first, is what we have here. So this auto arm would be turned on. The auto arm is going to fill into the canister like this. And it is prioritizing the canister, but I can't get the materials out of the canister. If I set the canister to output mode, what's going to happen here is it's going to start filling up our overflow first. And that doesn't do us any good, because now I can't tell if my system is overflowing or not. I have no way of knowing. So that doesn't do us a damn bit of good. We'll turn this off. Your recommendation is to keep the medium storage and just put another auto arm inputting into a large can. Well, I mean, that's basically what we're doing up there. I'm trying to avoid the other auto arm. We have a solution to this problem. It's over there. I've already solved this problem. Can I do it better without another intermediate auto arm? I want to compact this down to one platform because I have like 28 of these things, and I'd like it if they took up less space. Like, this is all, there's really no point to any of this, but I like to have better solutions, and I'm just wondering if I've overlooked something this whole time. Maybe I will retrofit the whole thing, or like redo it to fit the new design. Do I mind toggling large canisters? Only if it works. I'll do it if it works. Like, not manually. I don't want to do it manually. It has to be automatic. I'm not doing anything manually. The whole point of this playthrough is to do it automatically. I'm not manually toggling these canisters. So my thought here is, this canister fills up. Is there anything I could do to get this to not go into a gross back and forth feedback loop? And maybe a little bit of logic will do that. So let's think about this a little harder, because when I first designed this, I was not thinking about like logic gates really. I wonder if we can come back to this problem and do that. And somehow use like the full empty state or something to like get more information out of this and not toggle this canister until we need to. See, I'm just spitballing at this point. So let's fill up the canister and see what our options are. It's riveting. It's almost like I could have been doing this myself to speed the process up. Alright, canister is now filled. This auto arm is going to start filling up the surplus slots. So let me turn it off for a second so I can think about what's going on here. So let's pretend the canister just filled. That right there would have detected it. The auto arm is not going to turn off. I still need to be able to fill the surplus slots. The auto arm does not turn off until the entire platform is filled, because I might have extra crap in the trains that are going to come through my sorting system. However, this storage sensor here has now turned off the supplier for the ammonium and has turned on my hydrazine factory. That is what I've done here. So now the hydrazine factory wants ammonium, and I could equivalently use like an empty not empty to make sure there's like at least one in that slot or something like that. But now what do I do is the problem here. So let's say that I had a little bit of surplus, it got put on the platform, it did its thing, it went through the system. You see the self-toggle problem? Yeah, me too. So it did its thing, it used up all the extra ammonium, and now we're in this state right here. And now I have a bunch of extra ammonium sitting in this canister. I can't use this ammonium. I can't like burn down any of this ammonium. I guess maybe there's 3 states that we're interested in here. Now that I speak out loud about what I'm trying to solve here, there's obviously no point in storing this canister if I'm not going to use it. So I guess what we're really looking at is a 3 canister state that I'm interested in. We need like a low state and a high state, in addition to an intermediate one. So let me redo this a little bit more so I could show what I'm getting at. Because I'm realizing as I say this that I'm not actually talking about the problem that I was having here. This is what I was actually interested in, like something along the lines of this. So I want like an emergency canister, and that emergency canister hypothetically would be if I needed to craft something over here. And it doesn't have to be an emergency, that could be the large canister as well. But like if I wanted to craft something over here maybe, I would want to have it always have some decent supply of resources over in this system. I would want an intermediate state where I can both provide resources into my storage system and consume them from it, which would be the middle canister. And then once that's full, we're in the overflow state, and we do not want to provide any resources into the system, but we still want to consume them. So we would actually have 2 storage sensors to do this. Like, I'm just going to put them in between the canisters to sort of symbolize like what I'm getting at here. So there are 2 conditions here. When this condition is met, we can start manufacturing supplies. When we get to this canister being filled, like from right to left, when we get to this canister being completely filled, and this storage sensor triggers,
we can stop providing materials into the system, but we will continue supplying them into it. And then this overflow canister will just take an extra buffer if we have like too much crap coming into the system because it was still on the rail lines. And that's the problem I was trying to solve. I knew I was sounding like an idiot while I was explaining this because I had missed a step here. And it was the desire to have this 3-step. And what I would do here is the middle canister would probably be the storage silo, like this. Like that's kind of like what I was going for with this system here. And then we have an emergency supply for like handcrafting that I would always have access to. Yeah, they use some medium storages. Well, the only way that's happening on one platform. Like again, we could solve this problem. The problem is solved over here if I just added the extra platform. I would have solved that problem already with this. But doing it on a single platform in a nice compact manner with canisters doesn't seem to be possible. And that's unfortunate. They just have not given us the tools to do that because all we needed was a storage sensor with a slider for like 10% and 90% full, and I could have accomplished the same goal with a single entity and 2 storage sensors. You know, with the finickiness of slot order. So what I'm going to do here, though, is I'm going to continue to run through my hypothetical scenario, even though I don't think we're going to get anywhere with it, which is detect if this canister is full. And I could use logic gates if I need to like have conditions for when things turn on or off. So detecting that canister is full, or equally detecting if this one is empty or not empty. I feel like this is actually how I would do it. But we have to deal with slot order. And to make matters worse, like as if this wasn't a bad enough situation, auto arms I don't think even follow slot order. I think auto arms kind of like just pick an entity based on some collision check, like some check that says like what is this auto arm able to reach. I don't think they even have a consistent behavior for which entity they place their resource into. They don't even use slot order. So I would have to actually put the auto arm over here. Let me get another one of these. If I was gonna do this, I'd have to put the auto arm on the ground over here so that it placed in a slot, after which I think slot order might kick in. So here's another question though. If the auto arm places onto this empty spot, this is already not going to work because I don't know how to keep this spot empty when I need it to be. I mean, I guess... Well, okay, maybe not the empty spot. Maybe we just make sure the auto arm can only reach the first canister. We can't have an empty spot because it's going to fill the second any of these is set to output. Can keep it empty with a medium storage. Well, how am I going to keep the canister from filling it? Unless you mean turn off the canister's output mode. Like just to make sure that it puts some but not everything on that spot. Let's do this for now. Let's see if this works. Turn off the auto arm. Well, I'm worried about the canisters filling the slots here, and the auto arm can't output onto these slots anymore. That's what I'm worried about. If one of these canisters is always going to be set to output mode because I can't get the resources out of it otherwise. And if there's a slot on this platform open, it is immediately going to output into that slot. And then the auto arm will not be able to put anything into the system. And it's deadlocked at that point. I can't do anything. So the auto arm needs to be able to put directly into canister number 1. And then from there, I want the resources to go from 1 to 2 to 3 to the other auto arm that takes from the output. All of your auto arm logic relies on negative feedback. Yeah, but your logic is able to take advantage of these medium storages, whereas I want to have a canister of 400 nanocarbon alloy so that I can flex on all my friends. I don't have any friends that play this game, but if I had any friends that played this game, I would be able to flex on them. How are the snails doing? Yeah, they're fine. So I'm not sure how this negative feedback approach is going to work for my situation, along with, again, the need to be able to take a surplus from a train that comes through the system after I turned off the input. Because there's an input to the train line, and then the train inputs into the storage, and I don't... That's the thing that's fucking everything up, is this goddamn train loop. But I wanted to have this train loop because I want to be able to just feed stuff into the system from anywhere and have it find its way into my bulk storage.
You have a separate arm pulling from the nanocarbon into a large canister, but do you have anything to take it out of that large canister? Like, I want the large canisters to double as a display system, and also I can use 400 nanocarbon alloy if I decide I want that many RTGs for some reason. And if you have an arm doing that, then I think we're back to this. We're back to this system then. So I don't know, it sounds like you came to the same conclusion I did at the end of the day then, which is what we've got here, more or less. Of when I have enough materials in whatever garbage I set up over here, then I put it in the large canister, and then I have another auto arm pulling out of the output slot of the large canister. I mean, we're not quite doing any math right now. Certainly doing some science. I need to get a clipboard. I need to talk to Jess. I wonder if I could get her to draw me like a noted emote or something. I'd pay for that. I think people would use that. I don't know about a point emote. Maybe in the future. Yeah, this is another Starbound song. This one's like 20 minutes long, but it's really nice. So I'm just gonna let it play out. It's on an XL extended platform B with a medium storage platform. Yeah, you combine those together. I did it this way because it was a little bit too hard. I know I could have used some platforms in these systems, but it was a little bit too hard to fit everything in this tightly. Because these are all, I think, 3 units apart from each other, and those platforms are enormous. I think you're talking about this thing here. Yeah, these things are just really bulky, and they stick out like really far to both ends. Unless I'm missing something here. I mean, what we've got here is more or less just this, except the auto arms can't reach as much. Well, you could do a shit post. No, that's fine. It's helpful in a way. It's amusing, if nothing else. It detracts from the hardcore like science and theory crafting that's going on here. As I try to convince myself that it's a good idea to keep pursuing this. So let's see here. We fill this thing up. We have to do it from here. Auto arm won't input into the medium storage. Okay, let me go get one of these. Let's see if I'm overlooking something else. So here is an XL extended platform. I don't know where you got the B from, unless I'm missing something here. This is a XL extended platform. There's only one of these, I'm pretty sure. Unless there's not. Is there another one of these? I don't think there is. Yeah, there's just one of these. Is this the platform you're talking about, or do you mean like one of these like Giga Chad platforms, like large platform C? I assume you're talking about this thing. Yeah, this is the only one I could find. I have it right. Okay, so there's no B variant. It just always looks like this. Yeah, it does look like a medium platform B, but it's actually an XL platform, despite being exactly the same as a medium or a large platform B, but with long boys on either end. You're building a Lego set while listening to the calming sounds of Starbound with Cosine's commentary. It's just complaining, honestly. Well, I'm happy if anything anyone wants to do to my streams. You want to sleep? Do you want to get upset? Do you want to, like, have constructive feedback and talk about Astroneer? Go for it, I don't mind. Glad you're enjoying the music, and possibly also me complaining and babbling about things. You can't shred it. Oh god, do I have to blow this up? This one was a reward, I think, from one of the missions. I've never printed this thing. Did I even research this thing? Yeah, I researched it. I don't think I ever printed one of these. I think this was a reward from something or another. I don't remember what the circumstances were. It's either that or I did make this once for the purposes of testing the space elevator. I might have been testing the collision on this particular entity. It is possible I made this a single time to test something for the space elevator to see if it had like the right collider to put rail posts on it. Either way, though, I hate these things because they're very bulky and weird, but maybe they have some applications. You're supposed to use them because auto arms can only reach the thing in the middle, but they're so limited, you might as well just make medium platforms everywhere.
I mean, they're not as useless as large platform C at the very least. I don't know what the use of that is. Large platform C is this thing here. If anybody ever finds a use for large platform C, I'd be happy to hear it, because these are... I don't know what you're supposed to do with these things. Alright, so anyways, I'm trying to understand what you're getting at here. Because I'm okay with having, like, the surplus be, like, a silo instead, though. I mean, honestly, I'm not sure if I'm okay with this. There's a lot of entities. People use them for condensers, yeah, until you unlock the gas canisters, and then you just use those instead. I'm still not entirely sure what the applications are, unless you just can't get gas canisters, I suppose, but it's a very early game problem to have, that you're not able to make silicone. Yeah, I think they're outdated because they were in the game before they added the any of these canisters, really, so they might have had more applications back then. Not bad as a circuit board. Yeah, I guess that's true. I think they have like 5 slots in height, so you could put a few circuits on the sides. Not a bad idea, honestly. You might have changed my mind a little bit. Like, I don't think I have any contraptions down there that are using these, or could use these, because they're all, I think, B and like T platforms. But I potentially could have put something on that and used, like, had a few, like, logic circuits built into the side. Anything to keep the circuits off the ground so they don't get broken when you terrain smooth near them. Like, if you take your terrain tool out and even look funny at any of these circuits, they just, like, detach from the floor for some reason. Yeah, like that. Like, all I did was smooth the terrain there, and this button repeater was like, alright, I'm gonna head out. Dare me to paint my base? Yeah, this is why all the stuff is on platforms. It's so they don't just fall out. I don't think the platforms will go anywhere if I paint. They usually don't. But I know that any circuits you have on the ground will just detach from the floor if you paint near them. It's fucking horrible. Will platforms fall, or are you just talking about the circuits? Because, yeah, I know circuits will do that. It's absolutely awful, and I don't know why they do that. But that's what the platforms are for. Platforms too, really. I guess they just don't fall if they're on the ground. Well, luckily I don't have very many on the ceiling, so I don't have to deal with that too much. I don't know if I'm ever going to paint this base anyways. Your factory is mostly vertical. I assume you ran into this problem many times, and I am sorry to hear that. My condolences. I'm truly sorry for all the things that you had to deal with while trying to paint it. I wish none of these things had to be a problem we have to deal with here. Okay, so this thing fills up. What do? We have to turn this one on. So this doesn't work though. This just does not work. I want all these to be in output mode. And I want control over when the auto arm puts the material in the canister. And I want the game to, like, prioritize taking from the right. Or, yeah, we'll do it from this angle. Yeah, I don't think what I'm trying to do is possible on a single platform. I want the game to prioritize taking from left to right and filling from right to left. That summarizes what I'm trying to do here. I want them to fill from right to left and take from left to right. That's the goal of this system here. And I don't think there's any way to do that on a single platform, because these canisters are stupid and they will just ruin everything. I think we're gonna stop looking at this. I feel like we're getting nowhere. This is getting kind of dumb, and there's a few other things I wanted to do here today. So I'm gonna give up on this for now. Maybe I'll come back to this, or maybe I'll have like a eureka moment at some point in the future. But this is definitely not getting us anywhere right now. Unfortunate, but we have a system that works. It's just, it would have been a nice quality of life improvement, but Astroneer just doesn't want you to be able to do these things, unfortunately. So let me just offload all this stuff. Mental breaks, yeah, that's what we're doing. This is the mental break that I'm taking here. I've been standing here just getting like nowhere with this. Eureka right now, take a shower. Excuse me. You're probably right, honestly. I need a shower. But nobody can smell that during the stream, so it doesn't matter. No one has to care about that. set these to output. I'm setting these up to deposit where I want them to, and then we're going to go do something else. There we go. All right, we cleaned up the mess, sort of. I'm just going to leave all these over here. This will eventually, like, fully deposit. Because now we have it wired up correctly, so that once this thing is full, it's going to stop backing up the whole system with more ammonium that I don't need. But yeah, it's a slightly different problem to solve because of the way I set up this storage loop and just the general requirements I have for how I want to be able to access all this. You have a trash hole. What is it? Just a pit where you throw things you don't want? That sounds kind of amusing, honestly. Oh, you shred them all? That's not nearly as amusing. I thought you just like leave it in the pit and just never get rid of it, so it just accumulates in there. That sounds kind of funny. But you probably don't want to do that. That'd cause lag every time you went down there. I suppose I wouldn't recommend that. So let's go back to what we were doing originally. You used to do that. Yeah, you learn not to do that once your game performance starts to tank. Like, this base looks kind of messy, but like I got everything slotted on platforms that I actually care about. I don't want things falling through the floor. I would say this is a clean base, even if things are a little bit all over the place. At least it's not just scattered across the floor. I could do a little bit better than just putting things on the ground, unless I'd never want to see them again. I had a whole stream about, like, just looking for, not a whole stream, but I spent like a couple hours on a stream where I went and found all the stuff that had ever fallen through the ground. And it was like a full canister of titanium, a bunch of gas canisters and silos, and just a shitload of like random debris that I forgot I even had that had just fallen through the ground in my base because it's unpatchable apparently. Don't want to deal with that problem anymore. As amusing as it was to go on a treasure hunt, like I was just like finding coins in like the cushions of the sofa is what I was doing during that stream. Like just finding random crap underground. It was interesting, but definitely not something I care to do all the time. I'm gonna put this one away. Just shove that back there. I need to move that spot up forward a little bit. I mean, how I found the stuff was actually fairly interesting. Like, I used the rocket to do it. You know what? Before we go back to doing this nonsense, I'm going to go on another tangent here. I don't get it. And I'm going to show something really cool that people in lurking might not know about. Even you might not know about this. So if you want to find crap underneath your base, especially large objects where you're just like, God, golly gee, I wonder where that silo full of nanocarbon alloy went. I accidentally looked away from it for 2 seconds and the game lost it for me. You can just find it by using a rocket and figuring out where your planet is in the void of space and just go look for it. So let's see if I can get the right angle for this. Let's see, we're on Glacio. That should be Calidor right there. So you just go look for it from the spaceship view on another planet if you know what you're doing. And you know how all the planets are laid out. And this is how I found all the stuff that had fallen underneath my base, was by doing this exact thing right here. It's a little hard to see because it's apparently nighttime on Glacio, which means it's nighttime everywhere according to this game's engine. But like I was able to spot, like there would be like a canister there. I think I had a marble or something, a couple more canisters. Canisters really love to fall through the ground. And you can just do this if you know where your planet is relative to the other ones, because the space camera doesn't unload anything really. Like none of this stuff unloads properly. If you can get your camera close enough to it, you can just see it. So if you didn't know about this, hopefully this is interesting. This was really interesting to me when I found out that you could do this. Little large solar array? Hold on. There's a fourth one of these. Wait, is that the broken one or the good one? Just drops to a lower floor. Yeah, put it. That's another way to do it, I guess. Just put a bucket underneath to catch everything. I want that. I want this for my base, chat. I want to have this. Hey, marble. The problem with this is that it's very hard to actually figure out what you found. Like when you go back to the planet here, because the terrain isn't going to show up. That's the scrap pit. Okay, and then I guess if it was useful, you bring it back up. But that's a full solar array, I'm pretty sure. Let's see, the thing is... Maybe it's not. Hold on. So the end is about as long. It has a little bulge at the bottom. That's a full solar array. I didn't know there was another one on this planet. I hadn't spotted this one. Or if I did spot it, I forgot about it. The problem with this view is that I cannot see the terrain, so I don't actually know where this is. It's the same thing with that marble that I'm looking at under the ground there. I don't actually know where this is. It's on cave layer 1, I'm pretty sure, but I don't have any additional information about it. Now, we might go on a field trip to get this. Yeah, that's on the surface. I wonder if that's buried in the mountains, and that's why I never spotted it from orbit. That could be buried somewhere in the mountains. Huh. Go get it. I kind of want to go get it now. That might be more interesting than what I was about to do. Go get it. All right. Looks like we're gonna go get this. So let's think about this. How do we find this? I'm trying to think, like, what visual aids do I have at my disposal to find this? And what I could do is I could go to the surface, roughly where I think it is, and then place something large in that spot that I can find from this view, and then go see how close I was, assuming I don't just straight up find it from the surface. And I think that's what I'm going to do. I don't think I can actually use a beacon because it won't show up. Okay, another marble. Yeah, the clip plane from this camera angle is really difficult to adjust, but there's another marble there. So let's see, what can I place? What do I have around my base that I could see from pretty far away? Yeah, I'll just grab like a large platform or something. One of these silos, maybe. Or the Krusty Krab. We could bring the Krusty Krab over there. That's kind of a pain to transfer. Oh my goodness gracious. Why did all these load in all of a sudden? That doesn't usually happen. What the fuck? Why did the game do that? Why did it just load in all the... Oh, okay, they're gone. Never mind. Never mind. They're gone now. I don't know why those all loaded in all of a sudden. This game is weird. I'm gonna bring a box. I'm just gonna bring like a box with something in it. That's what we're gonna do. Alright, I have it figured out. Let's go get that solar panel. I don't even know where I'm gonna put it. Like, the gateway is already completely, like, topped off. Where's Caldor? It's over there. Alright, let's go get it. We know that it's kind of to the west of the rail leading to the space elevator. I had sunroom. Alright, let's see. So here's our home base. You like powering your base with coal. That's too tedious. I mean, I guess you could do it because you can automate getting organic, but... I don't know. That's definitely the Factorio spirit. But in my case, I said RTGs are cringe, so I don't use RTGs to power the base, but I didn't really want to deal with anything else, so I was like, I'm just going to use solar power. So it's somewhere over there, like in that ballpark. We don't have any landing pads anywhere near it, so I'm going to have to go there just kind of manually. But to be clear, I do have RTGs attached to the base, but it's the little ones that I'm just accumulating over here. Like, all the little ones I have that I have no use for are going here, but they're barely doing anything compared to the solar arrays up there. And there's a couple wind turbines on Silva. And remember, since I have a space elevator, I actually am powering Silva and vice versa from Caldor, because the power grid between those two planets are connected. So Silva has this battery bank accessible to it if I do anything there, which is always amusing to think about. That's just kind of a byproduct of connecting them with a space elevator. Silva has a few wind turbines on it. Alright, so let's see. Let's get our inventory lined up. Let's get more snail food. God, I'm gonna have a mess to clean up after stream. Don't need these. I'm gonna bring the drill, just in case this like leads me on some like weird adventure. I'm gonna bring the high-tier drill mod as well. I just don't carry it around because I honestly don't need it very often. But I ran into that issue earlier where I couldn't dig any terrain on Aatrox, and it was kind of annoying, so I just carry it just in case I do anything with it. Top off the snails. Devin chat, please make these grow even when you're not within relevance. It's very hard to automatically farm these plants when they don't do anything when you're not near them. Let's see, I want to grab a hydrazine as well. Actually, is it topped off yet? Oh, let's go. I think it finally filled up once I unclogged the system. This is Final Fantasy XIV music. I've never played that game, but I had it suggested to me, and there were a few good ones in there. I'll link it if you want to know which one it is. I don't remember the name. Oh, I never opened this gas canister, did I? Whatever. Okay, let's see. So I'm going to take the rocket with me. Where's that other silo that had a bunch of cool stuff on it? This one here. This is usually on the rocket, so let me clean this up. Okay, you got it. Excellent. Okay, so we're going to put that there. That's what we're going to drop off. I don't think I need these storage slots for anything, so I'm just going to leave this mess here. I do want my packager mullet canister, however. Now, where is it? Yeah, here it is. It's on the train still. Dude, oh my god, I got so many of these. Actually, no, this is the one that goes on the rocket. So just I do clean up after stream, by the way, for this kind of stuff. So all this mess, like when I end this stream, this is just gonna be gone next time you see me play this game, because I do everyone the pleasure of just not making you watch me do this every single time, because it takes like half an hour to just like clean up after myself after I do these streams. It's not very fun or interesting to watch, to say the least. But I save everybody the trouble. Alright, so let's see if there's a landing pad anywhere near that hypothetical solar panel that we definitely didn't cheat to see, and we just have a hunch that we know it's there. It doesn't look like it. Gotta whoop the Shrito dust off. Are you sure you finished wiping it off before you pressed enter there? I need a supply train. I'm not sure what I would put in the supply train. I just have a supply silo that I carry around. The problem is I got myself mixed up on which was which. This looks like it might be the closest landing pad that we've got, so let's go for this one. I mean, I move this stuff onto trains when I need to use a train for something, but the rocket is usually my go-to, so I have this rocket just with a bunch of everything on it. Alright, so we're going to use the rocket for its other purpose, which is carrying it around on the hoverboard. Wait, am I on the... Hold on, where's my base? Did I land on the wrong side of this? Yeah, I need to travel to another planet after this, so yeah, I'm bringing the rocket with me. I thought my base was over there, but the compass is telling me it's over here. I might just be a big dumb. Oh, I am a big dumb. Yeah, I need to go over here. I keep forgetting that I've got this all backwards. Okay, you know, we'll get back in the rocket. Hold on. This is me being stupid here. Lag a little bit. I am not in the correct place right now. I need to be over here. This is where it is. I was on the wrong side because I'm a big stupid. Alright, so now we're in the correct location, and it's somewhere over in that direction. Oh. Chat, did I do this on a stream? Did I find this on a stream? This is way less exciting than I was hoping it would be, because apparently I found it, and I marked it, and then I fucking forgot about it. Like, I just completely forgot about it. When did I do this? I even put a beacon on it. I thought this was the beacon I used for the lost probe. I usually have a list for things I want to clean up. Apparently not this time. Alright, well, whatever. We're here. Let's do it. Let's take it home. I don't know what we're going to do with it after that, but we're bringing it home. So hopefully it will not detach itself from the winch. If it does, we have to find it. I need to be a little careful about how I swing it around, because it will eventually detach, and if it goes up when it detaches, then I'm in trouble. It seems dangerous. It can't actually damage me, but I mean, the dangerous part about this is if this thing slingshots straight up, it's probably gone forever. So I need to be a little bit careful about this. Yeah, we gotta go over the top here. It's not gonna fit through that tunnel. I'm just gonna leave it on the ground and just attach it to one of these like rail posts. And Because I don't know where to put it. I already have 3 of these things on top of my gateway over there, as you can see. I don't have a link to the South Pole, or not the South Pole, but like, I don't have a link to the other side of the planet or any other gateways except for the one at the North Pole. And solar panels on the North or South Pole are kind of cringe and cheating, so I don't want to do that. I mean, I made up my own rules. It's not cheating at all, but I've decided I don't want to do that. I want to have like a reason to use batteries for something in this game. I mean, I might as well just spawn in a bunch of RTGs. I got a canister full of nanocarbon alloy. Well, not spawn in RTGs, but use them if I wanted to do that. So we're not going to put any solar panels at the poles. Realistically, that'd be a shitty source of power anyways, because it would be constantly sunset, and so you'd have a really low power supply, but this is not a very realistic game. So you just get full power. It's just all or nothing with the solar panels in this game. Especially with the angle of attack that you get on the solar panels at that area, where it's just like a super slanted angle, and you still get the full supply of the power if you just position them correctly. And I could put them at an angle to at least sort of simulate pointing them at the sun instead of just having them flat, but whatever. Alright, so let's see here. What do I want to connect this to? I think I'm going to drag it over near the sonic loop. I'm trying not to let it flip over or fall into my base. That's mostly what I want to avoid here. Just pull it over here. Like, not polluting planets. Look, if I was playing Factorio, I'd be like, yeah, you know what? Sure, let's just burn solid fuel for everything. This ain't Factorio. I'm playing it a little differently here. There we go. All right, we have even more power. These produce like, I don't know, it's like 100 and something power per second or something. We have 4 of them, so we're not running out anytime soon. I don't remember how much it is on Calidor. I don't feel like getting the power measuring scanner or whatever thing to find out. It's a lot. It's a lot of power. Alright, well, unfortunately, that wasn't nearly as interesting as I want. You wanted to burn nanocarbon alloy in a tier 3 generator. Well, you need to convince them to add a tier 3 generator first. And a fucking tier 3 battery while they're at it. I don't know why that was so hard to do. Because this is the solution that you get for these batteries. You just do this. I mean, it would be more efficient if I made small batteries, but the more entities you have in this game, the more your frame rate tanks. Like, why isn't there a, like, large battery or an extra large battery? I don't know, if they just made small and medium batteries and they're like, yeah, that's good enough. Players can just make this. Oh, what? This lowers your frame rate if you look at it? Nah, don't worry about that. Nobody plays this game for more than 2 hours anyways. This one off of here. This is supposed to go on the other silo. We'll deal with it later. Alright, well that wasn't nearly as interesting as I wanted. I don't want small batteries on silos on storage silos. Wow, you're right. I actually don't want to have 288 entities on every single one of these platforms. It still wouldn't be enough to store all the power that I need for the entire night. It's almost like they should make a tier 3 battery and even a tier 4 battery that just sits on the ground and just stores like 2 million, not 2 million, but like, I don't know, like 8,192 or something. I'm sure they could figure out a good ratio to make it balanced. Like, I know that the storage density of the small batteries is better. I don't use them because they cause lag. Like, there's just too many of them. I would get rid of all those batteries in an instant if I could make an equivalent, like, power storage with larger batteries, but we don't have that ability. You can quadruple it, too. A lot of things you could do here. Where's the button that I attached to this? There it is. It doesn't even play like half of the horn sounds. It's so underwhelming. They're just like, oh, I'm sorry. You have too many horns attached to this. We're just gonna play like a few of them. You get like 3 horns instead of like 70, which is what it should be doing right now. It's very disappointing. Maybe there's a way I could set that up to become a noisemaker later. I'm sure I could automate that. Advantage of pollution is less batteries. You're right. You've completely changed my perspective on everything. Why even bother using clean, efficient solar power when you can just pollute the environment and have no batteries? I did consider doing that. Like, I did consider it, like, before I even started this playthrough, and I just decided it just didn't feel like something I was interested in. I wanted to be on Calidor, so I was like, I'm gonna use solar power because we're on Calidor, and that was just kind of the theme that I went with for the this playthrough, really. And I've streamed this entire playthrough other than like cleanup tasks that aren't interesting to anyone. So, we're back to this. This is what we started our stream with. And we found out that apparently these numbers might not be quite as inaccurate as I initially thought. Now, I could be a complete dumbass, and I could try to like do the whole thing initially with these like low values. But I'm wondering if I should. Like, how does this scale, I guess? I would need 101 quark clouds in order to do this. Let's see, burn organic on silos for the oh god. It's horrible. You really do play Factorio, don't you? So let's see, I'm going back to doing math now. So you get 88 points for each of these things. And 101 of these things is worth 1 burrito. In order to get the hat, the thing at the end of the event, you need a lot. And I'm assuming that you are expected to wait a week and then do this again when they drop the rest of the content. I know one button sensor can trigger it all, right? We're talking about the organic, right? But yeah, I assume you turn them all on to get like a cacophony of like organic, like burning noises, like all at the same time. Because I mean, I guess you could stick it on a platform full of like organic and then have it automatically slot into them. That would also work. I assume we're talking about the organic here. As for the horns, I have a button trigger for all the horns, but the audio just doesn't play for all of them, and it's kind of disappointing. We're watching Bane come to that conclusion. Yeah, okay, yeah, I see. So I could definitely... What could I do here, actually? Well, how many weeks... I'm wondering if I should even bother at this point. Like, is there any reason to keep doing this, or should I just wait a week? Maybe it'll make me stream a week later. Because let's see here. So these are worth 88. Whatever the next one is, which I can also make these. I can make... Can I make these? No, hold on a second. What are those? Can I make those? Or am I confusing myself here? It's been too long since I've looked at this. So this is a tier 2 resource. No, these are worth 88, aren't they? Yeah, these are worth 88. Okay, so the raw materials are worth nothing. You can't send those. These are the tier 1s. They're worth 88. I cannot make them into tier 2s. Or tier 3s. Wait a minute, that doesn't seem right. Yeah, these have the fart cloud icon. They're crafted in this printer. Are there 2, like, levels of quality for this? This doesn't add up. Where's the 4th one? Because then I can print something with these. So these would be the next tier. These would be worth 518 points if I put them in. But there's also something that's worth 888, so I guess there must be a variation between these. This must be able to produce both. And then the last one is this abomination here, the burrito, which is made of stuff that I make with the... what are these? Medium printers. And that is going to be the only thing that's practical. I would have to make 100 burritos to get the hat. Roughly, about 100. I'm not going to bother doing the rest of the math for that. Actually, 100 burritos plus the one thing I sent so far. Well, actually, I sent a few things, didn't I? Maybe I did only send one thing. I don't know, it's not telling me what my current progress is, so I have no idea how much I've actually sent so far. What's my game plan? I think my game plan is to wait for them to release the later content. And then I have to stream again, I guess. Which, I mean, that's good for everybody else. I'll have to come up with something to do for that day, but... Let me see, what's their schedule like for this? Like, I know I could brute force this to get the first, like, this one here. I could definitely brute force this to this 2,000 goal without too much difficulty. That's not that many. But the next one is absurd. Like, could I do it? Yeah, probably. Is there somebody who is going to do it? Probably. Do I want to do it? Like, would I be proving anything to anybody if I decided to be the streamer that made 100,000 fucking fart cloud items in order to unlock the explosive personality hat early. Like, that's one of those challenges that you see on YouTube, like that somebody makes and they edit it down into like a 10-minute video. I don't think I want to do that, because you can't even automate launching this fucking thing. I would have to launch this thing like 1,000 times. That's horrible. Let's run the numbers on that. Let's see how stupid this would be if I did that. Assuming I can even fill a canister with this, actually. Let me go find a canister. I want to I want to see if this is anything that I should ever consider doing. So let's see, a fart cloud item. Let's just take this. Okay, so you can put those in canisters. So let's just hypothetically say I use squash ethane for this instead. Can I put this on top? You can. Does that count? That does count. Okay, so this is like hypothetically how I would do this, because I already have a shitload of noxethane and I can automate the production of that particular resource. But the ludicrous amount of byproducts of the second product that I would need, I think makes this basically impossible to do. Because what you got to remember is, I don't know where they are. Is it this one? You need this stuff in order to make this gas right here, squash ethane. Hold on, my playlist ended. Shuffle and play it again. So you need, I don't think this is possible. Yeah, I think this is absurd, because I cannot automate the production of unknown biofuel. I need unknown biofuel, and I need this stuff. So in order to do this, again, I'm just going to crunch the numbers because I'm curious, like, how ludicrously insane this is. I didn't mean to fucking pick this thing up. God damn it. Oh my god, what have I done? Stop jittering. Whatever. I think I've accidentally done that already once. Devs, please let us lock it. Let's game it out. Yeah, I was thinking about let's game it out. I'm trying to assess this. I'm not let's game it out. I cannot just grind something for 2 like real life weeks. Like, at that point I might as well just wait 2 weeks. Fuck. I think I disconnected a chunk of my power grid when I picked that thing up. Is it fine now? Oh god, what did I do? What did I do? Oh no. What happened? It's powered. Or am I actually running my power supply too low again? Oh my god, this is happening again? I thought I just fixed this. Huh. I just added a solar array and everything. Why am I now running out of power? I added 1 auto extractor. Pick it up and find out again. No, it's fine. I mean, it's not fine. It's... No, something's wrong. Something's wrong. This is full. This is full. Oh, fuck. I know what it is. Oh, okay. Can I snipe this? No, dude. When did I last get in a vehicle? I'm wondering if I should scum this. There is a platform under the ground that this cable plug was attached to. And I picked up this rail post and it disconnected the cable plug because this is a good video game. And I would have to dig a hole in the ground. Let's just fucking dig the hole in the ground. Alright, where is it? I think it's in the middle. Just weasel that in there. Extenders toggle direction. I mean, the same thing can happen with extenders. I'm trying to hide the platform is the reason why I did this. I know they made extenders not suck ass finally. I was trying to hide this platform is the reason why that all happened. And I could put an extender under here as well, but I mean that's just the same problem at that point. Lovely. All right, well we need to fix that, but that's a future me problem. I'm just gonna paint over it for now, and I'll fix the coloring later. There we go. It's just a pothole, chat. It's just a pothole. Just pretend this is like your city council and they just did a shitty job of covering it up. It'll get paved over later. They'll chip seal it. Just don't worry. Everything will be fine. Let's see here. Turn this back on. Alright, so let's see. Extenders have a longer distance than platforms, do they? But is it long enough to get across the street here? I mean, I still don't want to see the cable running across the street, though. But I don't actually care, honestly, because I want the cable to be hidden. That was the whole reason why I did this. I just wanted the cable buried in the floor. So yeah, we're not using extenders for that. I'm gonna fix the recall failed in a moment here. I know why that's happening right now. I can fix that. I'll do that in a moment. Let me finish my train of thought. I wanted to do some math here before I accidentally fucking clicked on that and ruined my whole base. 888,000 of these things. So I'm running the numbers in a calculator on the side. So I would need to send 10,101 of these like shitty fart cloud items, like whatever they happen to be. That is too much. That is insane. And assuming that I filled this thing out completely, we can store 168. So it would be 60 rockets, roughly, a little more than 60 rockets with a full canister and all the side slots occupied. But the thing that's really the kicker here is I need 10,000 unknown biofuels in order to do this. We're not doing that. I'm not Let's Game It Out. I'm not like making money off of Raid Shadow Legends every time I release a half-hour video of me doing some dumb shit that I set up for like 2 weeks. I can't do that. We're not doing that. We're gonna have to wait on this. I cannot do that. I would have to find all these is the problem. If I could farm these, I would seriously consider it just as a meme. But I cannot do that. That is insane. I would have to go find enough canisters to get this many unknown biofuels. I could get started or I could not get started. We're not doing that. You know, we're gonna pave the pothole because Robert Lindsay's making fun of me in chat. That's what we're gonna do here. So let me just go do that real quick. Put this thing away and probably regret it later. And we're gonna do a good job. I'm gonna use your tax money and I'm gonna actually pave the streets. Okay, game. Why is that not working? Okay. Am I being a big dumb here? We have terrain inhibitor. Oh, I'm using the wrong button. There we go. I fixed it. Yeah, I was using the wrong button. I always mix those up. I don't know why you have to do it that way, but yeah, I fixed it. I saved it. I mean, if they would just give us a fucking paintbrush, it wouldn't be so convoluted, but no, 3 slots, train gun, don't misclick. You wouldn't want to accidentally deform your terrain. Yeah, let's pull this one back out again. Alright, we fixed it. The road has been cleaned. You do not have to complain to the city council anymore. Alright, so let's see here. So the underground thing, yeah, the extenders don't actually help me for this because I want the cable to be hidden. I think that's about everything here. Yeah, so we're not going to Let's Game It Out this, unfortunately. I would have done it, I think, if I could have automated both of these products, but there's no way to automate this, so I got to go out and find it. Not happening. One of the concepts discussed was changing your gun tool for what you described. Discussed where? What, like a Astroneer stream? Because I mean, just in general, I think the terrain tool fucking sucks in this game. Like, well, let's more complaining. You got me started on something. This is a pain in the fucking ass to deal with. Like, if I could if I could upgrade my terrain tool, if it had like a little mini inventory that I could put all of the modules in and just click buttons to switch which ones are on and off, that would be way better than the dog shit that we have to deal with here, because I want to paint terrain. I got to take this one off. I don't have it in my inventory. I got to go over here. I got to get my inhibitor mod. I got to get my color.
I gotta do this. I gotta do this. The items won't swap correctly. I gotta put that one there. I gotta swap this one out. Okay, I made some gray. Whoops, I fucking missed. All right, let's go. We gotta turn this one off. We gotta fix it again. It's like, oh, whoops, I fucking missed again. I want to paint it a different color. Which one of these is fucking like Viridian? It's just it's such a pain in the ass to deal with this. Like, it's so clunky and cumbersome. It is kind of like in the same spirit as the UI system of this game. Like, I see what they were going for, but it's not actually fun at all. Like, it's just not actually fun to deal with the user interface of the terrain tool. Every single time I want to swap colors, I have to juggle like 3 different items to do it. Would love it if they fix that. I didn't even know they were considering fixing that, so I very much hope that they actually do something with that idea. It would make this so much less tedious to deal with. And I'm not even one of those players that's complaining about the inventory being too small. Like, I wish the inventory in this game was bigger, but there are way bigger fish to fry in this video game. Mad cause bad. Do you have any idea how hard it is to deform and paint terrain in this game? I did this intentionally, of course. I overshot this just as part of the rant. Do you have any fucking idea how hard it is to actually like consistently deform and paint terrain in this game? It is a pain in the ass. Like, it's so finicky, it's so touchy. Getting straight lines like this is impossible sometimes. Like, just depending on where you're changing the terrain, you can only get stuff like zigzags. And even then, I only use 2 colors for this, because any more than that is just like impossible to get it to do what you want it to. They need to fix that, so it's just less item juggling and more fucking with their shitty terrain system, and then they could fix their terrain system as well to be less tedious to operate on. Or give us building blocks so that we can just align things to an arbitrary platform out in the middle of nowhere, like every other video game that lets you build bases. Because true flat is really the only way to go if you want to make something like this. If you want to make something like this, yeah, your Silva starter base, good luck. It ain't going to look like this. It is going to be messy, misaligned, and just terrible and all over the place. You put up with the alignment mod? I am sorry to hear that. Oh god, I tried using the alignment mod and I could not do it. Ugh, gross. Well, I'm glad they're at least considering improving that. Anything is better than what they've got now. So I'm going to fix all the recall fails now. So what happened is, while the power was cut off, these trains like got backed up somewhere, and I need to figure out where that happened. So I'm going to just take a couple off of the rail and let them like sync up again. The signal that's running a cycle around the rail system should be fine. I don't think I put in my backpack, didn't it? No, okay, it got put on the train. So I need to pull these 2 off and like carefully insert them into the system. Or I need to find the second one because that one ran away from me. Can't handle true flat because you get motion sickness from tilted gravity. That is completely fair. And if the alignment mod didn't suck and it actually maintained the curvature of the planet as you smoothed with it, then it would be much easier to make a flat base anywhere. But you cannot do that. The alignment mod does not do that. Instead, it just flattens to whatever spot you clicked on, and then you get this anyways, except like just from a different point on the surface of a planet. So you have to keep releasing and clicking again, and it's shitty and it's stupid. And what they should have done was allow the alignment mod to sample an elevation, kind of like the terrain analyzers do. You should be able to sample an elevation with the alignment mod. And then anytime you use the alignment mod to smooth terrain, it's locked onto that altitude from the core of the planet. No matter where you fucking use it, it will snap your cursor to smoothing at that altitude along the curvature of the planet. And it needs to remember the altitude, because otherwise what happens is you use the alignment mod, it remembers the curvature of your planet while you're holding the button down. You smooth out a nice area, and then you click somewhere else in your base, and it's like 2 nanometers deeper than the spot that you sampled originally, and then when you smooth back over your base, all of your terrain moves a little bit, and all of your platforms detach anyways. It has to do both of those things. It has to remember altitude, and it has to follow the curvature of the planet, and then it would be useful. That said, I did use the alignment mod to build the space elevator, but not for smoothing, it was for building the pillar. It's good for building pillars, it's not good for anything else. Devs, please fix. While you're at it, let us use it on drills. Let me put the alignment mod on the crane so that I can smooth terrain with the crane, because right now the crane is
Literally only good for digging dirt and nothing else. Buff cranes. Like, I don't even know what the point of the 2 side slots is on the crane, because they don't do anything. Where the hell is the last one of these? The fuck? How did it derail? When did this happen? I didn't even know this was possible. I must have clicked it. Yeah, it's just on the ground. Or like I must have clicked on it. I don't think it's possible for the trains to derail. I don't know when I clicked on this. I pulled one of these off the track, but that was over here. This game is just a piece of something, that's for sure. This is a piece of work. I don't know if that happened like when I killed the power or something. I seem to click things. I mean, yeah, that happens, but how did I grab it underground? I wasn't even down there. I haven't been down there in ages. I don't know how I did this. Alright, well, let's fix this up a little bit. So it needs to be like right here, if I could get it to snap properly. It would be nice if I could lock things in this game that I don't want to click on. They did that for the platforms, which is really nice, but not rail posts or anything else. Devs, can you like add another button to this video game? Look, I know you have like a 10% console market. Why is it going backwards? Oh my fucking god. Look, devs, I know you have like a 10% console market or some shit for this game, but can you like add like just one more like button to the game? Just like one more button that does something. Like every controller in the universe at this point has like fucking 20 buttons on it. Like, can you just let me lock anything with a different button? Can I like use like a different button on my keyboard? One of the many that I have. Can I press T or something to lock any item to the ground? Button repeaters, platforms, rail posts, just anything. I just let me lock them to the ground, please. I could snap them if I mouse the cart over the rail post. Wait, snap what? I'm not sure what you're referring to here. I mean, I placed the cart on the rail post and it was finicky. If that's what you're talking about, it was being finicky. Like, it kept, like, skipping... Yeah, it kept skipping on and off of the post, so I just gave up on it after a moment. And placed it manually. Like, when you saw me struggling to get it to connect, like, maybe if I put it at the bottom... Hold on, let's see. No, that doesn't do it. You have to aim for this part here, and it was being finicky, so I just gave up on it, I think. There we go. I don't know, it was still not really cooperating there. You saw I didn't even center it properly. It misaligned it. It was forward a little bit. Alright, so I need to wait and see if this problem sorts itself out. None of this would be an issue if I could just specify, like, behaviors for these trains, but we don't live in that world. Just a long press on use. I mean, yeah, they could overload buttons. Don't, you know what? No, Robert, don't say that. Don't say that. The reason why you should not say that, I need this to come back. The reason you shouldn't say that is because they're going to make it a double tap, and double tap inputs are probably one of the worst sins of game design that I have ever seen. We do not need more fucking double tap inputs, especially not in this video game. The fact that I have to double tap spacebar to use this fucking hoverboard if I don't have it on like one of my side like interact things is already a huge pain in the ass. I despise video games where double tapping is overloaded to be a different behavior. Yeah, I'm fucking... Factorio trains are gonna be fantastic. Like, when that shit comes out, I am so looking forward to that. Alright, so this should work. This will call it backwards, I think. Yeah, double taps are bad. Just add another button. Do not double tap. Double tapping with the hoverboard is awful. Like, it is so bad. Also, the thing that tends to happen is if you're trying to also use your jetpack with your hoverboard, and you press your jetpack button too many times, you get this interaction instead, where your hoverboard just goes away.
I have to hold the button down, and then, whoops, I let go and press for a second. Now I'm not hovering anymore. Got to double tap, lose all my vertical momentum to get the hoverboard back. Double tapping is shitty fucking game design. Change my mind. Every video game I've ever had that interaction in, Terraria, double tap with Cthulhu's Shield. You fucking dash into the boss when you were trying to just stagger away from it in a slow motion. Minecraft, double tap the sprint. Huge fucking pain in the ass. Had to press the button literally once every like 12 seconds because sprinting just stops working randomly for some reason. Awful game design. Horrible fucking game design. Do not put double tap inputs as the only mechanism to activate something in your video game. It is horrendously shitty, especially if you overload it with an input that does something completely different. Like for instance, double tap hoverboard, single tap fly around. Why the fuck are these two things on spacebar? Awful. Like just why can't I just like press something else? Why can't I press T on my keyboard or like right bumper on my controller to do something different? I have all these buttons. I have an Xbox controller right here that's not plugged in because I'm not using it right now. Let me count the buttons on this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 15, 16 for the two sticks being pushed down. And then two directional inputs. So I counted all the D-pad inputs. So I have 16 buttons I can press on this Xbox controller in addition to two analog sticks. And you guys are telling me that everything had to be on spacebar and E. Like, why the fuck do devs do this? This isn't even an Astroneer complaint. This is just me doing analytical complaining about every video game that decides that they just need to reuse buttons for some reason instead of just using the D-pad or something if you want to add extra inputs that nobody's going to press on a regular basis. Why can't like D-pad up be the button to lock and unlock platforms on controller and then just let me press T or L or something on keyboard and do it? I'm not going to press the button that often and I can rebind it if I don't like it anyways. Dumb. If I ever make a video game, there's never going to be double taps, or if they are in the game, it'll be an option, and you'll also be able to just bind a button directly to that action. But video games in 2024 still haven't figured out how to do that, and in Terraria, you still consistently dash into the fucking, like, boss that you're trying to get away from with the Cthulhu Shield if you're trying to, like, just fight it in a tight space. Good video game. Or any of the dash options, really. I mean, Terraria definitely has its own problems with too many buttons. Oh, I think the D-pad on Astroneer is like dancing or something. This is important. You know what? Never mind. We can't use the D-pad for that because it's probably bound to emotes or something on controller. And I mean, gosh, golly gee, we really need to be able to do this, don't we, chat? This is essential content. Oh, by the way, if you click on the ground in this game, you point. Isn't that good? It's a good feature. Do the electric slide here. Can't turn this off, by the way. It just locks your animation. Stupid. Alright, I'm done complaining. Let's do something else. I'm gonna stream for like another half an hour or something. I'm sorry about the trauma, by the way. I don't know if it was Terraria or Minecraft. It was probably Terraria that brought the trauma back. Folks, don't put double taps in your games. It's stupid. Let me go check my to-do list and see what else I wanted to do today before I end stream. So let's see, we set up the clay extractor, we fixed the hydrazine factory. Let's see, I think I fixed... Yeah, I fixed that auto arm. You died accidentally because of pointing and falling. Yep, haven't we all? We needed a button for this. You just need a button for this. Nope, what am I doing? What am I doing? I'm running. I accidentally clicked on the ground trying to pick up an object that's running away from me. Nope, stop. Point and slide. Honestly, I don't even remember being able to move around during this. Did they change something about this? It's still obnoxious as fuck. Did they change something about this? Because it looks like it's a little bit less unresponsive than it was before. I wonder if they like shadow patched this so you can actually move around while you're doing it. Because I don't remember being able to do this. It's still stupid, and I wish that this is not how this works, but... I think you don't slide to your death anymore. They must have fixed that. Why is that not on the list of changes? You have not noticed it. I don't know, maybe I got lucky and I have a bug here that's allowing me to do it. It'll probably be gone next time I restart the game.
Whatever. Alright, let's do a resource run. I haven't done much of this yet, so we're gonna stop by all the bases and pick up the resources that have accumulated there. I usually do that off stream, but I haven't shown it very often. But we have bases established on all these planets, might as well do something with it. Let me just quickly grab this, make some room on this rocket. My snails are getting hungry. I'm sorry you're about to hear a loud noise because the devs can't patch a feedback loop between the portable oxygenator and the snail that gives you power. There it is. That's some nice hissing. By the way, Dev in chat, I will explain exactly what the bug is that I just experienced if you would like me to. Just let me know. I've explained it in previous streams. I know exactly what it is. Worse if you're connected to tethers. Well, that's what causes it. It sounds like you're familiar with this as well. But my setup in this inventory here is I have the power snail because it's just really good. It's better than one RTG. It's this one here. I have a portable oxygenator and I have a tether network. And what happens is if I'm standing next to the tether network and my snail gets hungry, then suddenly the portable oxygenator is like, I don't have any power. I'm gonna make the hissing noise because you're like running out of air. And then it gets power from the tether network. It turns on. For some fucking reason, it disconnects you from the tether network for 1 frame, even though you're getting power from the tether network now. So the tether network disconnects, the portable oxygenator turns off 1 frame later, and then it reconnects to the tether network and turns on for 1 frame and makes the hissing sound again. This doesn't happen if you have an RTG in your inventory because you always have power for the oxygenator. It's not the snail that's causing it. It's the fucking oxygenator interacting poorly with the network because I don't have a stable power source in my inventory. If it'll do it again. I think it has to be power specifically that causes it. Oh, never mind. No, here it goes. It's doing it now. Why do I disconnect from the tether network when I have oxygen? Yep, because it makes me a tether. Oh, what's that? You also are getting power from the tether network? Nah. Nah, no you're not. We're disconnecting you anyways. You're a tether now. Have fun. Stupid. So easy to fix, I'm sure. Devs, hire me. I'll fix that bug too while I'm at it. Alright, so I think we're good to go on that now. Yeah, we're all topped off. Alright, so we're gonna go on a resource gathering trip because I, again, haven't done this in a while. I don't really need any gas canisters, so I'll just leave the 2 I have there. What else have we got? I need to empty these out because I accidentally put resources in them. Yeah, that's right. I was using the rocket while I was collecting clay, so I just gathered some at some point here. A very annoying bug. Because it means I pretty much have to, like, sprint back to my base to feed the snails, because otherwise I have to listen to that hissing sound. Even if I'm in my base, I have to go feed the snails immediately to make that problem go away. Very annoying. Be happy with your tether-free life. It's not just tethers, it's these too. Like any platform does it, it's not tethers. If you're just next to any source of oxygen and power, the oxygenator will take the power, it will say, oh, I don't need to be on the network anymore, and it'll disconnect you for 1 frame. And then you will disconnect from the network, it'll run out of power, it'll hiss at you as it connects again, and it'll do that at, I don't know what the clock speed of the game engine is. Probably variable knowing this game, but whatever the frame rate of this game is, it'll keep doing it at that frame rate. So enjoy the hissing sound that it makes every single time you reconnect to the tether network while you don't have a full tank of oxygen. Fun bug. So I need a couple canisters here. That one I should get at least 2 more, I think. Works if you don't put an oxygenator on your platforms or a shelter. Yeah, alright, let me just remove this thing from my base real quick. Because I'm pretty sure this thing right here is the reason I have oxygen in this base right now. And if you know a way to delete this thing, then do let me know. Actually, to be fair, I'm also connected to the starting shelter on Silva, which has an oxygenator in it. So I don't know, maybe that's what's causing it. But I thought this happens if you have anything on your network that's providing oxygen. And I'm not crazy, right? This thing provides oxygen, doesn't it? I'm almost certain this thing provides oxygen when you're near it. I don't know, maybe I should... You know what? Okay, you know what? This is interesting now that I think about it. I wonder if that thing provides oxygen. You might be onto something here. Let's go on a little trip. Go check something out. Are oxygenators and shelters even worse than I initially thought they were? I don't know if I'm going to actually make this change, because I do want the oxygen from my base for when the snail gets hungry. I'm just curious if this is actually, like, going to fix the problem or not, even though I'm not going to do it. Oh, nice space elevator. Alright, so, this is on the tether network. I still have oxygen. Is it this thing? Or, like, there's two of these things, I'm fucked. Like, one of them is literally in the middle of the base, connected to rail post, and I'm definitely not unplugging this. Yeah, this thing provides oxygen, doesn't it? That's what that looks like there. Yeah, oxygenator's on. Alright, so in the absence of power coming out of the network, this thing does provide oxygen. But as long as I don't have power, we're fine. Yeah, but the second you power the network that is giving you oxygen, you get this. So I'm fucked because I'm 99% certain that the rail depot also provides oxygen to the network. So it's not even that oxygenator that I have there. I'm screwed. I can't do anything about this. I would have to disconnect that from my train network. It's silly me for not thinking of that when I built it into the middle of my base. Like, thank fucking God I actually put it in the right spot, because you can't move these things. As you can see here by this thing floating in the middle of the air, you cannot move these things once you place them. This gets posted like every 2 days on Reddit. And it should be posted every 2 days on Reddit, because for some fucking reason they decided that wherever you put this thing is the final spot that it goes in. It is impossible. What convinced you to put them in your base? I had not played this game when they added them. That is why I put them in the base. I had not played this game since the train update and the snail update. So I did not know the implications of what those things did when I put them in my base. If you could believe it, somebody like me, who knows what they're doing now, I took a break from Astroneer and I didn't play the game for months, for like a year or two. No one knows what they did. Even I fucking got caught off guard by this shit. I was smart enough to put this one off to the side of the base because I didn't know what it was going to do when it finished. This is the first one I placed, and when I realized that you couldn't destroy this thing, I came to the reasonable conclusion that the train depots also cannot be moved, and I intentionally placed them off to the side like this on flat terrain where I knew I wanted them in the event that they were not removable. And indeed, they were not removable. Like, I knew that the train depots would not be removable once I discovered that this one wasn't removable. I'm glad I did not stick this thing, like, right next to my shelter under the assumption I could reposition it. What I didn't know was that there would be a horrible fucking interaction between the portable oxygenator and oxygen sources and using something other than an RTG for your power that would cause this shitty, loud feedback loop that just makes you have to immediately panic and go feed your snails while they're hissing at you. My bad. That's a skill issue, honestly. If you ask me, that's a skill issue that I didn't know that any of that stuff was going to happen. Or the devs could fix the bug with the portable oxygenator and let us fucking move these things. But no, we can't have nice things like that, so we're stuck with it. Let me go get some zinc. God, I love complaining. It's so good. Oh, there's a bug. Dev in chat, there's another one for you. When you swap a canister with another canister on a platform, anything that is trying to feed into that slot as output gets prioritized over the swap of the items. Please fix. It is super fucking annoying. Just fill that one up. That's not a new bug either. Like, almost none of these things are new bugs. They're just annoying things like this interaction right here. Yeah, they implemented a swap system, but it doesn't work for some things. Very cool. Alright, so we got our zinc. I don't believe I need any of these gases, so I'm just gonna leave them. In theory, I could have used the space elevator to do this particular errand, but we already showed that off, and I don't want to waste everyone's time. I want to end stream kind of soon. So let's go through the rest of the trip here. Oh, by the way, this is what I was talking about with wind power coming from Silva. Next to a monument. The monument doesn't look like anything. Don't think about it. Don't worry about it. It's just a monument. There's nothing weird going on with that monument whatsoever. So let's go to our next planet. We don't need to go to Atrox because there's fuck all there. Novus has all the lithium on it. There's so many little things in this game that just add up to just a tedious experience. It's a miracle I still play this game. But there's still fun to be had out of it, and I think the only reason I really play this game anymore is because I weaponized enough of the glitches to make up for the ones that make the game unplayable. There's an expansion coming up. I'm honestly not holding my breath for that being good. I want it to be good. I don't know if they've said anything about what it actually is, but I'm not holding my breath about it actually being good, because I feel like they're going to add just more broken content to the game and not do anything about all the problems it already has. Let's see if this one also has that swapping glitch. I think it does. But my god, I hope it's good. I really do. Yep, same issue here. Something else wants to feed into this slot more than the swapping operation does, so I just get that interaction instead. Really cool. But we'll see. I'm not gonna be like doomsaying on the DLC, like, oh, it's gonna be shitty, it's just gonna be a cash grab with more cosmetics in it. Like, maybe it'll be good. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if they earn the money for whatever it is they're doing. And I'm not even upset about that shit that people are whining about how like, oh, they said it would be free updates, so how are they charging for a DLC? Well, maybe nobody is buying anything from their fucking store because their game is so broken that you can't play it in co-op, so they needed DLC instead. And they could just fix the co-op and have people buy things from their store, but I mean, if they had a DLC, that's better than nothing. Yeah, they do have passion. Like, I come off so fucking harsh sometimes. They do have passion about this game. Like, this is not just a shitty, like, early access indie cash grab that got abandoned before they released it. Like, they finished the goddamn game, and the game is fun, and the game is good. But you feel all the, oh, that's nice, right? There's a glitch for you. That's nice. You feel all the problems with a game like this when it's so close to being perfect, and then there's just a bunch of like little problems that just mar the experience for you. And that is exactly the state I'm in with games like this. It's so much fun, but there's so many tiny little problems that just add up to being a constant irritation, just this constant itch, this constant thorn in my side every time I play this game, knowing that if I want to swap out these resource canisters, they're going to immediately get hot swapped with something else that I didn't want them to, and I just have to deal with that. I didn't bring enough resource canisters, did I? Yeah, I didn't bring enough resource canisters for the iron because the titanium's over here. Oh, that's my fault, not the game. But there's just so many like little things that just like upset me about this game because they're not that hard to fix. Like, no, I'm not a developer of this game. Like, but I'm also a software developer by career. Like, I am a software developer. I understand what can be hard to fix and what can't be hard to fix. And none of these things strike me as anything that should take more than like a week of dev and QA time on top of whatever other tasks they're already working on to deal with. Like, none of these strike me as bugs that are that difficult to fix. Like, just spend some time working on it, have one person just be like, yeah, you come into work and you figure out how to fix the item swapping mechanics to be more consistent. And just pay them to do that for a week, and that bug is gone now. And people are a little happier, and you do this for a bunch of different bugs all at the same time, and for a collaborative glitch hunting update for the year of the glitch, and suddenly your game just works better, and it's just a smoother user experience, and people are happier, and I don't have as many things to complain about. And then maybe I spend more time complimenting things about the game, like how cool the rail system is, or how nice of an addition the snails are, or maybe how nice that DLC you're working on might be. There's so many things to like about this game, but I'm constantly interrupted by all the problems that it has, that I'm just incessantly whining about it. I really do wish that they would fix this game. I don't want to have to complain about it. I would just love it if they would fix something. It's a peeve, you kind of work around it. That's the thing, you just end up working around these bugs. And then even worse, you get people that validate the bugs. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, picture this. You're on Reddit, you're an average Reddit user, you're 13 years old, you go on Reddit because your rovers keep falling through the ground. Like, oh my god, my rover fell through the floor, devs, please fix this. Understandable complaints. Like, they should have fixed that shit before this game came out, it's still in the game. You have to deal with it. But what happens is, you get somebody in the comments who says, well, maybe you should walk around more on foot, as their response. The copium comments. Yeah, that's another way to put it. The first comment that you see for the response is, well, the devs are just encouraging you to walk around on the surface and explore more instead of using rovers. And I'm just sitting, I'm not making this shit up. I have literally seen this happen with these bugs. Or I've literally seen the exact opposite as well. If anybody remembers the sticky terrain glitch on planets like Glacio that were very far from the origin point because the devs didn't understand how floating point precision works, and probably still don't to some extent because it still happens a little bit. You can see I'm like jittering a little bit here. You would get people complaining about getting stuck on the terrain while they're just like holding W and trying to walk across the surface of the planet. And you would get a comment that says, this is the devs encouraging you to use rovers. I'm, again, not even fucking making this up. I would see comments like this in the replies for somebody's bug report about getting stuck in the terrain on Glacio, and it is just the worst fucking attitude you could possibly have. These are bugs. They are bad. They are making the game worse. And if you just justify the bugs and just pander to the developers and just act like they're infallible and can never make mistakes and everything in their game is just God's gift to Earth, nothing is ever going to get fucking fixed. It's so irritating to see that kind of thing happen. Don't validate the bugs. Don't give in to the copium. Bugs are bad. You should complain about them. You should report them. You should pressure the developers to fix them. And then you should say, oh, well, maybe I'll buy something from your shop, or I'll buy your DLC if you fix your video game. You shouldn't just sit there coping with the bugs, just assuming that that is the way it has to be and that there's nothing you could do about it. You absolutely can do something about it. Tell them that you're not happy. Don't just deal with it. And this is an indie developer, and they have passion for the game. And if people are actually passionate about the game, and the developers are passionate about the game, and they see that, they may be like, oh wow, people really want us to fix the bugs in this game. Maybe we should actually do something about that and make a lot of people happy. Because they might not know. I don't know, I'm obviously insanely, like ridiculously, toxically vocal about all the problems I have with this game, but how many people stream this game and just kind of roll with all the things that don't make any sense and don't say anything about it? Like, I don't know what kind of feedback they're getting about this kind of stuff. Probably not enough, if I had to guess. But if more people bring this stuff up, we can make this a better game for everyone instead of just getting frustrated and just losing interest and just quietly switching to a different video game. But I don't know. I don't know if that's the right attitude to have, because that is certainly not what people have been doing with this game. Aren't you supposed to validate bugs in programming? Only as a meme. Like, in complete honesty, I took, like, bug fixing very, very seriously with the job that I had before. Like, having a bug in the software that you write isn't, like, a disgrace, but not fixing it is. Like, if you write broken software and then you don't fix it, like, that is shameful as far as I'm concerned. Like, that has always been my attitude to this sort of thing. Like, I would be just so embarrassed if I knew that I wrote a system for a video game like this that just doesn't work half the time and just do nothing about it. And it's just always there and it's always broken and people are always frustrated by it, and I'm just like, oh well. I don't understand how developers can do that. Like, I take so much pride in the code that I write. Like, if I make a mistake, I want to fix it immediately. I'm like, oh god, what the fuck? I should not have allowed this to happen. I need to fix this. And that is not the attitude that these developers seem to have for this game. Very frustrating. And it comes from my perspective as a software developer, of, again, having extremely high personal standards for the code that I write. The result, of course, is that I write code like slow as fuck because I'm extremely careful when I do it. Like, there's trade-offs to be made for this kind of thing, but my god, my code works properly when I actually submit something in any public setting. For a job or for like the Spelunky stuff I've been doing, that code fucking works. Like, I'm going to make absolutely certain that it is functional, and I'm going to fix it if it's not functional, because that is just a mark on my reputation as a software developer if I cannot write code that does what it's supposed to. Even if that means I have to fix something that was wrong initially. I'm just waiting. I'm just killing time putting these in the stores because it's faster than letting them get sorted. You'd like to see me play Ministry PvP? Maybe someday. Or Ministry at the very least. Some form of it. I wonder what other games that I could fall into here. Because we got Ministry, we got Oxygen Not Included, we potentially have the Factorio update coming up as well. What other games are there? I don't know, whatever comes up. I know there are a lot of these like kind of sandboxy factory building games, but I don't like to spread my attention across a lot of different games. I tend to like to focus. So like if I pick up any of these games, I'm going to throttle that game to completion before I switch to another one. That's just always been my play style for these kinds of things. But I'll always consider what options I have. I'm going to bump Ministry up on my priority list a little bit because it sounds a little bit more interesting now that you've mentioned it a couple times. Song of Six is hype. I have literally never heard of that game. What is that? Like, I've actually genuinely never even heard the name of that video game. Colony Sim medieval type. I don't know how much I care about Colony Sim games. Could probably look into that one if it gets any traction. Is it like still like super early access or anything? Because I try to avoid early access games when I can. I got burned by Starbound, and like ever since Starbound, I've been extremely reluctant to like even play early access games. Like, there's a couple exceptions every here and there, but my god, Starbound was fucking bad. Still early access. Okay, I can wait on that. I'm gonna open the page for it. I'll look at this after the stream. I will consider it though. I take these suggestions, but like never feel hurt if I like look at your game and I'm just like, nah, I don't feel like playing it. I am ludicrously picky about these kinds of things, so I don't mind the suggestions, but just don't have any expectations beyond that. I will look at the store page for it and decide if that looks interesting to me or not. We'll see. Who knows where I'll end up in the future. I might stream it at some point, but no guarantees about anything. My list is very similar. Well, we seem to have a lot of overlap in the games we're interested in. Just Factorio, like, sandbox, buildy type games. Not surprising, there's a lot of overlap in the communities for those kinds of games. Even if, like, you'll have a certain game that, like, someone hasn't heard of, that another person has built a super insane mega base in, but there's definitely an overlap in that genre, and that's really the genre I've been sort of moving towards. Like, I used to play, like, more first-person shooters and, like, platformers and stuff, and I've gotten old and crusty and washed up. I'm only, like, 32, by the way, but I count that as being old and crusty, and I'm definitely washed up, and I've started moving to, like, more of these kind of sandboxy, factory-type games. Just feels like a more pleasant experience for me. So it's always interesting to see what's out there, and there's some indie gems that I've probably never heard of, so I don't mind getting those suggested to me, too. I'm just scared of early access because of fucking Starbound. Like, oh my god, Starbound was a mess. For as good as the soundtrack is in Starbound, that game's early access experience was just horrendously bad. I don't know if anybody else can relate to that or if I'm the only one. I mean, I know some people here can, but I don't know if anybody like lurking in chat has that feel or not, but that was like the end of early access for me. Yeah, Kai's one of them. Oh, Starbound, what happened to you? To be clear, Starbound, not Stardew Valley. I don't even know if Stardew Valley had an early access. That game is fantastic. Starbound was the one that had like an extremely shitty early access phase and then released in a mediocre state. Yeah, you've been lucky. And I think if you make like reasonably informed decisions and don't get like fucked by a really bad developer, then you could probably get lucky with like good early access decisions. Like Core Keeper, for instance, is a good early access game. I got gifted that game. I was gonna wait for Core Keeper to come out in like summer, I think is when they're releasing that. But I got gifted that game by somebody, so I was like, alright, I'll play co-op with them for a while. And that game is really, really fucking good, even in early access. Like, that is an example of an extremely, like, well-executed early access. Like, they're building the game from the bottom to the top, and they're just like, the final, like, end game content is just not released yet. So they started from the beginning of it, they expanded it outward, they had a minimum viable product the whole time. It wasn't just a bunch of, like, hacked together bullshit that they sort of like pieced together into a game, at least when I stepped into it, which admittedly is late in the early access, but based on what I've read and what I've researched about like Core Keeper, is that it has been fairly smooth the whole way up. Like, they've known what they're doing, they had a plan, they've had a roadmap. I don't know if they hit every roadmap deadline or not, but they have had a minimum viable product from start to finish, and they're going to actually finish the game by the look of things. Palworld feels like every early access. Palworld is like the four horsemen of just the fucking like early access apocalypse. It is just a survival crafting like gotcha something. I don't even it's not a gotcha game. It's like a monster. I'm trying to remember like what all the genres are that go into that. It's like an early access survival crafting. There's one more thing for like the four horsemen. I don't remember what it is, but I know Palworld like ticked it off the box. Open world, that's what it is. Open world. Open world, early access, survival crafting. It has all four of those things, and you have to be so fucking careful when you like invest yourself in a game that has all those attributes, because those are the ones that just die like randomly. Yeah, Kai got it. Those are the ones. You have to be careful about those. Zombies as well, if it has zombies in it, though I don't think Palworld has zombies in it. And Palworld also apparently has factory elements. And the thing about that is, I'm not interested in playing that game right now because it seems to have a very tumultuous like opinion on it. Some people are thinking this game is phenomenal, it's spectacular, it's going to be the next Pokemon game. And admittedly, Game Freak has been dropping the ball on every Pokemon game for the last like fucking 5 years, but is it going to be good? Or is it just going to be a mess because it's buggy right now? Are they going to fix it, or is it going to be an indie cash grab and then they just kind of either half-ass the release or just never release it at all? How much depth does the game have? I don't know. There's so many conflicting opinions on this. It's like I just don't know what to think of it at this point. I haven't really watched much of anything from it. The art style's honestly, the art style's kind of off-putting just because it looks like Pokemon except in like just like realistic graphics world, but then there's just like cel-shaded Pokemon in it. So like that alone is already making it look a little bit odd. Well, a lot of the Pokemon look almost like carbon copies of actual Pokemon that exist, so they're not exactly the most inspired designs. Yep. Yeah, fucking which one was it? Was it Scarlet and Violet? Was that the one that was just an early access game? It was Scarlet Violet, right? I think that's the one. I don't even know anymore. Honestly, all the Pokemon games kind of blend together at this point. Like, I don't play any of them. I just kind of like follow what's going on with them. Wait, that was the early access Pokemon game. They released like Legends Arceus or whatever, which was apparently fairly good, I guess, and then they just like went back to, yeah, we're just gonna fucking shit out a Pokemon game. We didn't really finish it. I'm sure people will be fine falling through the ground and just getting stuck on things all the time. Speaking of Pokemon music, Sun and Moon I think was actually a good Pokemon game, so I mean we got that going for us. I do listen to the soundtracks for Pokemon as well, because they're very often bangers, so I pick up a few of them for streams like this. Let's see, where was I going with Palworld? There was something else about Palworld. I'm trying to remember what it was. There was some dumb... Oh, the AI thing! I don't even care about the AI thing. That was weird. Palworld has like the weirdest fucking controversy around it. There's apparently this rumor going around that Palworld is just like an AI-generated game or something, and I don't see that part of it. As much as I would love to complain about Palworld, despite having never played it, that's the one thing people are complaining about that I just don't see. Like, I look at like the just the trailers, the designs, like a little bit of gameplay for Pal World, and like the only thing I could think of that could have been AI generated for that game is the Pal designs themselves. But like, I don't know how they could have AI generated anything else for that video game. Like, we're not at that point, I'm pretty sure. So, oh boy, we're about to get a hot take. Pal World stream, I'm not gonna say never, not anytime soon, that's for sure. But it was about Pal's AI. My understanding was AI generation was the thing people were complaining about. I think we're thinking about different things here. There was, I don't know if it's still going, there was a controversy about Pal World being AI generated. Not like AI isn't like bad AI getting stuck on stuff, but like the game itself being an AI generated video game. And that's the thing that I didn't understand. And I'm wondering if that's just some like dumb shit like hype train like naysayer like developer or something like brought that up and everybody jumped on the bandwagon. But that is definitely something that I have heard about. And that's the one thing that I do not buy into it. You haven't heard of it? Okay, so apparently only my corner of the internet heard about that dumb shit. So that's good then, don't worry about that one. I was just trying to counter that in case anybody lurking in chat had also heard about that. I think it was clickbait, because I don't think it's true or not, but it showed up in my various feeds. So I was wondering if that was like a more common complaint, or if it was just specifically something that I ran across. I don't think it was an AI generated game. I'm sorry, I forgot to mute for that sniffle. Hope that didn't come through. My observation, yeah, besides the AI stuff, which it sounds like we can all agree is just dumb clickbait that may or may not exist at all. It sounds tumultuous. It came through, yeah, go figure. My bad. That's the only, I've been doing that a bunch all stream. That's the only one that got through, so I apologize. I failed everybody here. But yeah, Pal World is a game where I'm gonna be like keeping an eye on it, but here's my prediction. Here's my prediction for what's gonna happen with Pal World. Pal World is going to go into like early access hell for a while. It's going to be kind of playable. It's going to be really, really fucking popular with streamers for like another month. And then it's just going to kind of die off. And people are going to forget about it. And it's not going to get played that much. And they're going to release like a half-assed, like finished version of it and then move on to the next project. Because it's not making money anymore. Because it made all of its money during early access. That probably sounds like a familiar story because that's what happens with like every single damn one of these games. My prediction here is not like a revelation or anything, it's just what I suspect is going to happen to Pal World. I think it's going to essentially die in early access and then they're going to shit it out as a finished product later and then just kind of stop supporting it after that. People hate because it's trying to copy Pokemon. I wish that the Pals didn't look so much like Pokemon. That is actually kind of off-putting. Like, I don't believe the stuff that people are whining about like, oh, they copied the meshes from Pokemon. It's literally, they copy-pasted the Pokemon, but I wish Pal World did try to make its own identity for the appearance of the monsters in it, or the Pals. Not so much because I don't want them to look like Pokemon, but because they don't fit the rest of the art style of the game. They look so out of place and weird. Like, if you like, talk to somebody who had, like, sort of, like, superficially seen Pokemon, like you talk to somebody's grandma and grandma had bought her kid like Pokemon cards and like the first Pokemon movie or something and seen like a little bit of it, and then you showed her Pal World, she would think that this is a video game about Pokemon because they literally just fucking look like Pokemon in this weird like out of place realistic environment. I don't like the art style. They should either make the game also look like Pokemon, or they should make the Pokemon look more like other animals instead to fit like the slightly grittier, realistic art style of the game. That is what I do not like about that. I am not a Pokemon purist. The last Pokemon game I played was Pokemon Stadium 2 on the Nintendo 64. I am not a purist of the franchise by any stretch of the imagination. I do not care about that aspect of it, but I do wish they had tried to do their own thing with it. Alright, see ya, Kai. You have a good night. That is the mistake, I think. Well, I mean, I don't know if it's a mistake. It was probably intentional because they were specifically trying to make this in, like, a Pokemon game that is not owned by Game Freak and might actually do something interesting with it instead of just sitting on their billions of dollars shitting out bad sequels. But I kind of wish they had tried to do their own thing with it. Like, if they had just made, like, all the Pals look a little more realistic, give them, like, Detective Pikachu like art style instead of just like cell shaded Pokemon art style. It could have gone a long way to make the game have a little more identity. But instead it really does just look like Pokemon in like Just Cause 4 like environment with like Rust gameplay and just some other shit like thrown into it. It really is just a abomination of like different stuff all patched together. Yeah, throw some Ark in there as well. Well, Ark had a bunch of dinosaurs, didn't it? Like, I would argue that they could definitely come up with something that doesn't just look like dinosaurs. I mean, I never cared for Ark. Ark had a tumultuous history that I had no part in. I never played Ark. I saw that game come and go, and I was just like, yeah, I don't think I missed anything. Hello, Akuma. We're just running around the base complaining about Power World for some reason. I'm about done with the stream, but hello. Thank you for stopping by. I'm just interested in like what people's thoughts are on this stuff because I haven't talked to people about Power World or any of this other stuff really in quite a while. Yeah, I've been streaming for 7 hours. I try not to go over 8 anymore because it like really fucking hurts my throat to talk for that long. So this is probably a good stopping point. But we're just having a chat in the meantime while I run around the base doing really nothing in particular except maybe waiting for my trains to get stuck or something. You learned a lot of dinosaur names. I mean, I guess it had that going for it. I mean, I guess Ark kind of had some other animals, some other like prehistoric species, but I don't know. I can kind of see where you're getting at. Maybe they should have gone the other way then, and they should have made the pals like look like Pokemon, and then also make the environments look like Pokemon, and just go all in on it. Like, you know what? We're just gonna make this look like a cartoony, cell-shaded world. It's a Pokemon game not made by Game Freak. I would have been okay with that as well if they had done that. Maybe a little more originality on the designs, because like some of the ones that people like to compare really do look exactly like fucking Pokemon. Like if you showed me some of those pals like next to a Pokemon and didn't give me any context for which is which, I would probably get them wrong. Like especially some of the later gen ones that I've like not seen very much. Like it really does just look like Pokemon. Is it a blatant ripoff? No, it doesn't play anything like a Pokemon game from what I understand. It's kind of an amalgamation of a bunch of genres as far as I could tell. I mean, yeah, you capture monsters in it, like it has that going for it, but then it just kind of like diverges from there of what you end up doing. It's got just building and survival elements. Like they threw a bunch of stuff into it that is not really Pokemon. I mean, it's still, at its heart, it's a monster capturing game, so I mean, yeah, it's gonna have that overlap. I assume you like level them up and give them gear and stuff, though I haven't looked that deeply into it. I don't really know how that gameplay loop works. I've never played it, to be clear to anyone who's just coming in. I'm just kind of speculating based on what little I've seen about it and trying to justify why I haven't played it yet. I think people were talking about the pathing. I know for sure that somebody out there thought that they AI generated the game or parts of it, but I may have just like gotten a peek into the stupid corner of the internet, and you're all lucky that you didn't have to see it too. I don't remember where I saw it. I just know that I saw people complaining about this somewhere. It was like on YouTube or Reddit or some shit. Why do I go to Reddit? I don't even know. Every time I talk about going to Reddit, I ask myself why I go to that website. There's nothing for me there, and yet I never learned my lesson. Oh, well, that's a me problem more than anybody else. I haven't had a chance to play it. Whatever the case is with Power World, I don't plan to play it until it comes out of early access, at which point I will make the educated decision of whether or not this is actually a game worth playing, or if they just burned out during early access and are never going to finish it. Which, again, is my prediction for what is probably going to happen. I'd love to be proven wrong, because I don't like seeing games fail for just because out of spite. I don't like being one of those people that hates like seeing things succeed, so it's like, oh, I think Power World is dumb, so I want it to fail. Like, I'm not that kind of person. I will be totally okay with Power World succeeding if it's actually a good game. If it's dog shit, I would love to see it crash and burn. Like, if they just start like scamming people and they never finish it, and this is just a ploy to get money from an early access title and then ditch it, then yeah, I hope they fail. Like, absolutely. But it would be nicer if the people who put all the effort into the game actually made a successful and enjoyable product. That'd be the best ending for everybody. So that's what I hope happens. Just, again, it's an early access indie survival crafting, like, whatever game. Or open world, that was the other one, not indie. I don't even know if it's indie, I don't think it is.
You always got to be wary about that kind of stuff. Those are dangerous. I think we're about done here. Any other thoughts? I think I did everything I really wanted to do here today. I have to clean up my toys after the stream here at some point. I might do it like tomorrow or something. But what we're waiting on at this point regarding Astroneer is this update is going to be releasing like weekly phases, I guess, which is kind of neat because normally what I would do during these updates, if you've seen any of my previous streams where we had one of these, is I would spend about 30 minutes at the start of the stream doing the thing that you need to do for the update, just farming all the resources for it, and then I would be done with it. It would be just super easy and trivial. So I see what they're doing here, I think, and I think I'm okay with it. They're trying to space it out a little bit so you don't just binge whatever the content update was and then just immediately stop playing again after one day. So I don't know when I'm going to stream again. I might skip a week. Like, I'm not really sure. I would like to stream again almost certainly before this event is finished. So let me go see what their schedule is for it and give like a very, very crude estimate for when I think I might be streaming again. But again, just a warning for anyone who's not aware, I am a very, very inconsistent streamer. I do not stream often. It just doesn't work well for me. I don't want to. It's stressful. I like to do like long but very intermittent streams. Is just my style. So I apologize for anyone who's gonna like come in here like in 2 days and like be like, oh wow, Cosine hasn't streamed in a couple days. He's gonna do one like any second now. No, Cosine might not stream for 2 weeks. It's just my style. Just be aware of it. Things may change. I may stream more or less often, hopefully more often in the future, but I cannot promise or commit to anything like that because I would just be letting people down if I tried to do something like that. So let me wrap this up by checking to see when they're going to actually do the next part of this update. Oh god, that's loud. I think that's a sub noise. What is that? Or is that a raid? So, there we go. Anonymous gifter gifted a sub to Zarek. Thank you, whoever you are. Appreciate that. Whoever you may be, I hope you've been enjoying the stream if you've been just lurking this whole time. But yeah, again, don't give me subs unless you just think that I deserve it for what I've already shown you here. I can't commit to being a consistent streamer. It's not going to be my job. I have other things that I do in my life, and it's hard to have something to do for like even like a few hours every single day. Like I cannot do that. I cannot live the streamer life. So I'm happy to do what I do when I actually go live, but just don't expect more from me than that. I still appreciate every sub that I get, but I also understand if you just cancel your sub after 1 month because I'm almost never live. That is completely understandable. Like, my feelings are not hurt when my subscriber numbers just go down randomly because I haven't streamed for a while. Like, it's completely fine. Give me whatever you think I deserve and nothing more than that, and we'll all be happy. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, thanks for watching. So let me just finish. I'm just looking for their news article. I'm just stalling with like sappy talk for a moment here. I'm looking for their news article. Here it is. All right, I found it. So just the schedule for what they're going to be doing with me streaming at least once for the remainder of this event. Okay, here it is. No, I can't click on that. Never mind. That's not a link at all. Oh my god, never mind. I didn't find it at all. I can't click on the link. I thought that was a link there. There it is. Found it. Alright, I found it for real. So, Monday, January 29th. Alright, that's the first one. See, oh, it's fast, actually. February 5th for Stage 2. February 12th for Stage 3, and then they sit on that all the way to the end of the event on April 7th. So I'm most likely going to stream Astroneer again in like mid-February. There may be like a Spelunky stream or something before that, depending on how I'm feeling. But yeah, we'll definitely do an Astroneer stream before the end of the event, so we'll get to see the riveting conclusion of making a burrito, because that's really what we're going to be able to do when we get to that point. So yeah, that's the best estimate I can give. Other than that, I just kind of stream whenever I feel like it, whenever I have an idea for what I want to do for a few hours. So that's going to be about it here.